Entonces la cámara, juega con Roobet, así como lo llevó, a ver. Juega con Roobet. Así no es, hermano. La puta que te parió. Eso le decía Roobet, gordo, así bien largo, como a mí. Roobet. Así no es, gordo. ¿Cómo es estúpido? Roobet.
What is up, everybody, and welcome back once again for the third day here at the Roobet Cup 2023. It's been a tumultuous time in the world of CS so far. We've had Simple announcing him taking a break from competitive play, and from CS, we've had news of Na'Vi potentially signing Wonderful. We've had rumours of Twist signing to Liquid. There's been so much going on here on the broadcast, but the best bit is I've got these experts with me on the broadcast to help digest all of that information and let us know what is going on in the wonderful world of CS.
That's the best bit.
That is the best bit, eh?
Okay, cool. I'll take it, Kassad. But yeah,
of course you will. Yeah.
I like taking it. It's been a wild time. I won't lie. The past couple of days, right? The Na'Vi news, of course, the entire Falcons news and everything,
Yep.
and I think it's going to get even more wilder before things kind of settle down a little bit. Obviously, you know, the one thing a lot of people seem to be missing out on why all of this is happening is that the final lock-in for the Blast Fall finals is on the 30th of this month. So expect even more wild news in the next couple of days.
It's gonna get nuts. I'll tell you that one, right? I'm not sure it's gonna be before October 31st or before after, but it is going to be very nasty.
Nasty and nuts.
Yeah,
Nasty nuts, yes.
Nasty nuts, yeah. The thing is, like, we have seen this Simple and Heroic and Astralis kind of mix up and this news, but it's going to be nothing compared to what's coming.
Yeah.
And many teams are involved right now, and the deals are not done yet, but they are in the making. Anyway, I mean, we are at day 3 here at Roobet. The CS still plays on, despite the roster changes. 150K for grabs, you know, whoever wins this event. And we have some interesting games today.
Yeah, we certainly do. To say that there is $250,000 as our total prize pool is certainly bragging in its own right. But a little bit of a recap for our Group A and what you might have missed so far. As you can see, Heroic did progress on through. We had our FURIA and Eternal Fire matchup as well. How did you fellas feel about that one?
Yeah, that was honestly could have gone either way. We saw the fashion in which FURIA closed it out as well. I think that we saw some good things overall from both the teams, but Eternal Fire with a bit of a choke there. The big surprise for me for this group is the fact that Heroic, with 2 stand-ins and Dupree making his debut as the IGL, somehow managing to take down Aurora. That was a bit surprise, and now they're going to be facing off to decide who goes to the playoffs.
Yeah, and as we take a look through our Group B bracket as well, Kassad, how have you felt that the Movistar Riders have been performing?
Not you know, something crazy that we need to like keep talking about them too much. They beat 9Z in a very close fashion. I think they lost the first map relatively easy, and they won like the next one 13-10 and the next one was, the last one was 13-11. So nothing too crazy to be crazy about, but Virtus.Pro on the other side managed to deal with Spirit and book themselves a match against Movistar Riders, and whoever wins that game is going to go to the playoffs, and the loser team is going to play the decider between, you know, them and whoever wins between 9Z and Spirit, which is most likely going to be the Team Spirit. So we might get to see some interesting games in those deciding games, you know, but let's get through the day first.
Yeah, and then we had our Group C and D matchups being played yesterday as well. Astralis, things were looking pretty rough on the Astralis side of things, no?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it time and time again, right, with this entire Heroic Astralis drama. Obviously, I'm sure a couple of the players, they're not really completely focused in the server itself. We could see it yesterday. 9 looked like a much better team, making it a 2-0 fashion, actually not taking map number 3, which is nice to see for the Polish side. The Apex big game was ugly. Anubis is a map I don't want to ever revisit ever again, and hopefully Big and Apex as well, primarily Big, I feel like they should have hopefully tightened up some of those issues we saw yesterday, because they're going to be going up against 9, who should be, kind of feeling a little happy in the fashion they won yesterday.
The real question is, though, the Astralis that you saw yesterday, Kassad, would you say they have a chance in hell in taking down Apex?
Yeah, I mean, it's not because of Astralis, but because of Apex. Because I don't think they played well and they're struggling. We saw the tweet. I don't think we can pull it up, but we saw the tweet from JChem. They said publicly that they're having a rough time. And, it's not easy and they need to work on it, whatever. But when he says that, he truly means it. I spent with this guy more than 3 years. And when he even more, and then and when he says something like that, it truly is the truth.
All right. Well, as I did mention at the start of the day, still so much CS2 to be played out. So let's go ahead and visit our schedule for today, so everybody knows which stream has which game going on. So to kick things off today here on the A stream, we have Heroic taking on FURIA. It's certainly going to be an explosive matchup, but the B stream has already started and they've already played through their very first map. It was VP versus Movistar Riders. Which of these matchups for today really stands out to you? Which one are you most excited about?
Okay, obviously, if you look at the name value, looking at the FURIA Heroic matchup, but in all honesty, I think FURIA were the favorites here. I think the Eternal Fire Aurora game could get interesting. I think I don't necessarily expect it to be like super high-level CS, but it could be very close if you ask me. Because the Spirit 9Z game, I think that should be Spirit taking it pretty convincingly.
Yeah, Heroic and FURIA should be the game of the day, based on the individuals.
Just on individuals,
right?
yeah.
You can enjoy some high-octane Counter-Strike right there. But no, the thing is, name-wise, they certainly have the big names, and it should be the most interesting game. But overall, I am not really, disappointed too much with the other games. Eternal Fire against Aurora. Aurora has to prove that they're not just, one-hit wonder kind of thing. And the Turks, they need to prove. Obviously, they belong in the upper tier, not tier 1, but the upper tier of Counter-Strike 2 teams.
Yeah, and for Eternal Fire, hopefully looking to exercise the demons of that final few rounds yesterday against, I think it was FURIA, right? So hopefully they put up a better show here.
Well, I know it's been a consistent topic of conversation here, the whole Heroic situation. So let's go ahead and talk about their lineup once again. They've actually got Krisen and Syrah standing in from them, both Mouse NXT players. Now, one thing I really want to highlight is Syrah, yes, incredibly impactful player, gave us an incredibly good performance versus Aurora, but when taking a look at the stats, doesn't actually have any maps played versus any top 30 teams. And yesterday they were playing versus Looking for Org in CCT, and both of them really struggled. So how do you think they're going to fare going up against the likes of a FURIA?
I mean, if you look at these two players, right? We touched upon this yesterday as well. This is a great opportunity for you, to play with people like Shush and Tessus, and of course Dupree as well. For you, it's an opportunity to showcase what you've got. And you really don't have much pressure. You have zero pressure. Just coming in, you're looking to have a good time. And they did actually deliver quite substantial in the Aurora game. I think Syrah especially had a lot of impact as well. So I'm not going to be reading too much. I'm not going to be criticizing at all, even if they have a rough game here. These are very rough circumstances for everyone involved. And the fact that they even got the win yesterday was great. So even if the numbers don't look that great, I think they should still be feeling pretty... They should be coming in with this, without any pressure whatsoever.
They had nothing really to lose, do they, right? When you think about it, they just came in with this mixed lineup and the troubles they have in the organization. I feel like all the focus inside the organization, even if the players that are remaining, are going towards the dealing with those issues, right? I'm sure there is daily conversations between players and the org and different organizations. It's a mess. I was in that mess multiple times, and I know how these things work. When you have to play the game during this whole problem that you have right now, you don't really think about the game. You just play it, and if you win, you win. That's great. The winning feeling goes away in about 3 seconds.
You said 4 minutes yesterday.
That's when you lose, yeah. But when you lose, it's like 4 minutes. But the thing is, overall, I don't think they're going to be super focused about the game. They might have fun, like you said, and maybe that will get them the win, but I just don't see it. simply because Furia is a proper team and a much stronger team than, what was it, Eternal Fire.
I did really, I did like some of the heads-up plays that we saw coming out from Heroic yesterday as well, so hopefully they do better.
Well, how about the Furia side of things? I know Kassad, yourself in particular, were really critical of Fallen.
Me? No, I wasn't critical of Fallen. I was critical of the organization and the fact that they are not allowing Fallen to be the full-on IGL, but they have this mix of leadership and too many cooks and whatever you want to call it, right? And the age is not really a criticism; it's a fact. You know, it's the same way I'm 37, right? I cannot change that.
Put it this way.
Although I look like 25.
If I had to pick,
You totally look 25.
if I had to pick between you and Fallen to be my teammate, you best believe I'm not picking you.
Well, thank God you're not. That would be a disaster. But the
both?
thing is, yeah, that would be a disaster. But Fallen himself, I mean, he is at the end of his career, right? He has a massive brand, army of fans, big business behind him, which is a great thing to see. You know, he's a legendary player, Hall of Famer. But if he came into this lineup, just let him do his thing.
I did like, apart from the first map yesterday when we saw Art getting up to his own shenanigans on Ancient, for example, I think Fallen overall, the T side for Furia, I was pretty reasonably impressed. They had some very good approach. Mid-rounding was solid, some good execs coming in from them as well. So they have definitely been putting in the work. And this head-to-head for me in particular is like, these are the two veterans on these two teams, right? Very different circumstances. Fallen, obviously a little bit of struggle with Furia, but that is an actual team. Dupree, you know, getting cut from Vitality after they won the major. I personally, I was okay with that. For me, it kind of made sense. And then he's been sitting on the bench for like 4 months, taking a break for himself, coming back into Heroic. And then the shit show transpires, and he still delivered in the server. He still was calling a solid game, especially in the CT side, which really surprised me. When you have two stand-ins coming in, you're coming to a brand new team and still kind of making it work. So these two veterans, for me, they did deliver yesterday.
7 majors between those two.
That's crazy.
How many majors did you play? No?
Don't worry about it, Kassad.
How many did you play, Kassad?
I don't know, 7, 8, 10.
How many win?
0. I got 2 playoffs. I got 2 legend status.
Fair enough. And look at you now.
Anyways,
And look at you now, sitting here with us.
He's trying
What
to
a
live
downgrade.
What a
vicariously
downgrade.
through
What a
these-
downgrade, huh?
Okay, well, basically today we've learned that Kassad is a savage. But anyways, let's go ahead
It's not like he
and
played in the server anyway.
visit
Sorry, go
our
on.
best of 3 for today, fellas.
Envy
Talk
and
me-
jealousy. Yes, go for it.
I will 1v1 you. I will fight you IRL.
Didn't Envy kick their
whatever
team,
it
though?
is.
Anyway, Anubis, right?
Never.
So, like, Anubis is a map both these two teams don't play, and obviously Furia have more to lose, right? So it makes sense for them to ban it out. So Vertigo getting taken out of the picture. Nuke from Heroic, it's going to be interesting, especially considering the lineup situation. Ancient from Furia, they look rough yesterday on Ancient.
Well, it didn't look their best, I'll tell you that. But it's a pick. Maybe they feel comfortable. Maybe the practice has been going well. Maybe they feel the timings, they feel the map better than the other maps on practice, right?
Yeah.
Even though they didn't look the best in the last game. But Nuke, it's an interesting pick for Heroic because as a mix or whatever you want to call it. Last time they went for Overpass, was it?
Yeah.
And now they changed it to Nuke. So interesting to know why.
I'm actually most surprised why Furia kind of banned Overpass there, right? That's a map they've been trying to get into.
Anymore. You don't have Old Fall and you don't have Coldzera in the rotation. It's not the same thing.
I kind of feel like these guys are better right now than those
Then
guys.
Then the
No.
Prime guys?
Now, not Prime, not back then, but now. Anyway,
I thought you went insane for a second.
I might be
right.
insane.
What
Furia haven't
Guys,
played this in CS2 at all, but that
million
being said,
events.
they haven't really played too much CS2 either. So, yeah, mixed bag of results there. Pretty close affairs as well, especially against Astralis and Complexity.
And that's like October 7th. Like they had not a single game on Nuke on
In CS2.
CS2, so it should be relatively fun.
It's
to
also
watch.
like, I think Nuke is one map where, the changes with the nades and everything, it really has a big impact on how the map plays out right now.
Well, I've got a bit of a spoiler alert. I know that we all kind of rooted for Furia to take away this one, but how much of a comfortable victory do you think that it's going to be for them?
Ooh, I don't.
Depends on Art, and he's
It depends on Art. Like if
Whatever that
if
is.
he's reined in a little bit, I think they win it pretty convincingly.
if somebody took away and found his stash of nudes that he has for the rest of the squad, then he might be just a little bit held back, but you never know.
Oh, Kassad, that is a very sad-looking 2 next to your name.
It's fine.
right?
Just for people to understand how prediction goes today. So basically, we have a group chat, right? And then the producer asks us for the daily predictions. So what Jasmine does is basically she waits for my predictions, and then she copies them. And when she copies them, so from now on, I will just directly message the producer.
Wait, but Kassad, if that was true, why do you have a 2 next to your name and I have a 5?
Because it didn't happen the first day, and then today.
Calm down, old man.
I'll send the screenshot.
Calm down, old man. Why do I have Heroic? I put Furia.
Because you're a liar.
I have Furia right here.
You clearly DM'd the producer.
Okay, production. Just fix that. I haven't lost my marbles
I just had clarification in my ear that you said Heroic.
I have Furia for you right here on the server.
Anyway, screw you. No one's listening to Kassad. Like,
I didn't even hear what you said. I didn't hear what you said.
Listen, I just want to put it out there that I picked Furia. That's a lie. It's conspiracy. This whole fart has gone behind my back under production. I just put in freaking.
He edited the message. That's what he did.
He edited
the message, and then he's gonna pretend like he picked it.
I'll show them your news right now.
Shenanigans.
Not this again.
They don't work here. So you might as well stick to your picks and lose.
He picked the same stuff as you.
Shut up.
All right, well, I thoroughly hope everybody's been enjoying hearing Kassad roast us all and vice versa.
He's not roasting me. He's roasting himself.
Yeah, that's
true.
Angry old man yells at cloud.
That's always the go-to.
I also want to know, though, people that are watching right now, who do you think is going to finish at the top of our talent prediction leaderboard? I'm going to ask you right now, Blair. Who do you think is going to finish at the top?
Not Kassad, I'll tell you that.
Definitely not Kassad. That one was a given.
I'm going to come out on top. Yeah.
I just can't wait for the playoffs and when you make all the wrong predictions.
I mean, that's absolutely, definitely not going to happen. But you know what, Kassad? I've had enough of listening to you, so it is finally time for us to go over to our fantastic casters. It is Henry G and Anders.
Thank God.
Hey, Anders. I'm not happy with this. Why is everyone ganging up on Kassad? He's the goat at the broadcast. He's the one kind of carrying us all through this. And I just want to call out Blair as well. He keeps calling Kassad old. Blair is 36. Kassad is 37. So I don't know what he's up to. I don't know why he thinks you can call people old and you're 1 year younger than him. Do you want to have any input on that?
Actually, just from my point of view, let's not do the age conversation, Henry. I feel like I might be on the
I just want to make sure what it's
like.
Kassad, seems like they're ganging up on him. I just want to make sure he knows that I'm in his corner. That's all.
I actually just love Kassad and War. It's so exciting. I was just telling you, like, this idea that you don't really know where this is going to end. Like, this could just end disastrously at any moment. Like, the conversation would split into some weird topic. Like, I just think it's amazing. I'm just glued to the screen watching, like, what's happening next, you know? It's great. Should get him on more things, you know?
Yeah, he should be on every cast, every segment. He should be hosting 100%. A tournament as well. Just do everything. Maybe do the interviews as well. Ladies and gentlemen, enough of that nonsense, though. Roobet Cup 2023 continues here. We've got the Group A winners match. Bear in mind, you win this series, you're into the playoffs. It's a big deal here. Heroic with a mishmash roster up against a weakened Furia, to be honest with you, but it all starts on you, Canders. Heroic managed to take down Aurora on this map. Bear in mind, Aurora were considered pretty good, pretty well versed on Nuke. They had 60 maps or something in the last 6 months on it, and Heroic made them look foolish. So I feel like they've got a good chance there. I predicted them to win today, and we'll see if the Danes and their crazy lineups here can actually cause a bit of a dent. We've got the P250 in the hands of Tessis working towards outside as they commit to their T-side campaign right now.
Well, hardly anybody knows what they're doing anyway in CS2, so...
it's a good point.
Yeah. Why not? I was so dismayed by watching Art just do whatever he was doing last time. I didn't really enjoy it. Shush with a good start here. And speaking of Art, he does find the headshots. You know, credit where it's due. Fallen! Actually falling. I have no idea what's going on. How's that possible at the start of the round?
I love
Henry,
it. That's what we needed to kick this one off. It sets the tone for the rest of the day. We've got a crater, I assume. There was no assist though from from one of the Heroic players. That's really bizarre. But it's going to be a 4 versus 2. Almost impossible to imagine the Furia could pull this one back, but we'll see. The bomb has been planted, of course, and now it's up to Yuri and K Serato doing a good job, but the swings are coming through. Sira, he's been great throughout this tournament, made a real name for himself, and will leave K Serato in the 3 versus 1. The bomb is too far gone. Looking for those consolation frags now, to be honest with you, because there's just no time to defuse. He hasn't got the kit, and the fact he's got 100 armor, and this is actually worth saving. That's if he can hold on to it. If he takes any damage, that's going to be eradicated, so he won't be able to get the free helmets going into the next round, but he will survive with 2 extra frags, giving him an extra $600 there. So we need to work out what happened to Fallen, because I'm not sure. CS2 is quite buggy, right? So I would assume that it would be an assist from at least one of the Heroic players.
Yeah, I really
there it
don't
is.
understand.
Okay, yeah, literally just fell down. All right, fair.
Not the way you really want to get started, but it is at least incredibly funny.
He was probably like,
appreciate that.
He must have been like, what, 15 HP for that to even happen. So, yeah, he would have been tagged up by Heroic. It wasn't like he was 100 HP and somehow went down like that. It's unfortunate. It happens in the chaos, and we are going to see a full eco here from FURIA. Let's settle into this one. It's a best of 3. It's going to be a long day, and we've got a ramp rush as Deathset's cracking things open here. 3 kills found for Heroic.
And MP7 in play as well, but the back 10's doing most of the work here. Cello, that's actually what a nice peek. Able to take down Chris, and they're gonna fall quickly, but they did a little bit of damage. I mean, that's not too bad for FURIA. They get us on with the story right away, Henry. You gotta appreciate that.
Oh yeah, here we go though. So we have actually got an AWP for Fallen from that full eco, and his test is getting it done. Nothing too much to report here, but the fact that FURIA got 2 kills on a full eco, that's actually pretty good. More than you would expect, to be honest. So not too bad. And bear in mind, they've got plenty of kills in the pistol as well. So that's why they can bring out the AWP nice and early. That's actually quite rare. Fallen will be sacrificing his armor, Anders, but on a map like Nuke, lots of long-range angles shouldn't be a big deal.
No, you can make it work. Might also be hard to grenade him down. He's not going to be immediately vulnerable to any of the HEs, so I kind of agree. Yeah, I don't mind it. I want to see FURIA come out with, again, maybe more confidence, but also art on more of a leash. So, you know, pointing in a little bit in both directions on that front, really. Shush gets a headshot through the smoke to take down Keserato, and it's Yuri. All right, he takes a minute, but he's going to find the kill. Art gets 1 for the smoke back, so there's some sort of justice or balance in the universe here. And it's a 2 versus 3 now. Actually, make it a 1 versus 3 as Fallen goes down. A straight headshot again. The armor did not make a difference here. Sierra finding that kill. Cello, long spray. Only 7 bullets left. But the bomb spawns are down below, so they're not even going to try and fight him. I think it's probably a rational choice coming out here from the Danish side.
Yeah, if only he knew how tantalizingly low they were, even if he found both kills. The fact he has to defuse the bomb, take 2 down in the process, it's probably the right call, but Heroic got to another flying start here, Anders. They couldn't ask for much more. This is the bonus round. And bear in mind, with players like Fallen not getting helmets, not getting Kevlar, and then the others not getting helmets, those MAC-10s and Galils are absolutely deadly. It's a fast and frantic round there from Heroic. 2 players survive, 3-0 on the board. On their opponent's pick, this is absolutely massive. I should say it's their pick. I got ahead of myself. It is their pick. But the point still stands. The fact that they're a mix, essentially, if you're not aware, like, when you're just kind of tuning in and enjoying your Friday, wondering what's going on Heroic, basically, Cadian was benched. He was forced out of the team.
I think it's the...
Yeah.
Mutinied against.
From what we heard, it was Yabi and Stown that kind of requested he was removed from the team. I'm going to say allegedly because they haven't given their side of the story, though. But the thing is, Anders, if you've got nothing to hide, you want to get the truth out there, you probably would give a little bit of information. You'd say that's a lie. You wouldn't just say, the truth will prevail. You'd probably say this is a lie. You wouldn't just say a cryptic thing like the truth will prevail. So I feel like there's probably something to it. I would say they've got their own side to the story. But either way, after all that mess, they've been removed from the lineup as well because they were kind of linked to joining Astralis after kicking Cadian. So it's a bit of a mess for everyone. I think the whole CS2 scene is in general. At this stage, it feels like everything's gone wrong. Every team's fallen apart. Even though the top teams you think are number 1 right now, they'll be changing their rosters. Even FaZe apparently losing Twisted Team Liquid right now. So it's like, remember Counter-Strike Mania or Counter-Strike Roster Mania we had in, what was it, like maybe August? Just before Blast from Finals. Like, that's when we thought that was Roster Mania. This is like 10 times worse. And maybe Fallen is actually going to win this round. What's going on?
They brought it back. It's Fallen. I don't know why Heroic were that aggressive.
To be fair, we're on the spec feed right now, so it's a little bit confusing to keep up, but it is going to be Dupree, 2 versus 1. This is like the gimme round. To be honest with you, it still might be taking down Fallen. He probably doesn't have the kit, I would assume, and it doesn't seem to matter. That 10-second defuse is still possible. I think it is.
So confused. Yeah, that was a 3 versus 2 with the bomb down, and Heroic just decided to go hyper-aggressive in the middle of it. Didn't need to do that. Fallen just hitting 2 quick shots, earning his keep right there, and Art finishing the round. Well, I'm surprised, and I bet Heroic want that. They want that decision back. I mean, I guess that's kind of what happens when you have this kind of a lineup that's just like been thrown together. But, you know, in a normal world, Heroic would be able to take a deep breath in that moment, not just play the time. Like, there's no way that they should be winning it on the FURIA side, but they did anyway.
Yeah. Well, apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Our spec PC had an issue there, I think, so we had to go on the replay feed. So we will definitely look into the round and just get exactly what happened after this one, I assume, as we get back into the action here. Yuri, He's going to be aggressive towards outside. FURIA gifted a bit of a round there. A fumble from Heroic. And as Anders said, this is not their main team. This is a mishmash of players. We've got 2 stand-ins from the Mouse Academy squad. That's Krizen and, of course, Syrah. But it's going to be FURIA on their feet right now. Art's gone down early. Who took him down, Anders? Did he just crash? Because no one's got a kill.
Maybe he did.
I'm still a bit lost in the source. Whenever we get like a crash like that, like and the other feed comes up. Remember, I was casting a replay on like day 2. So whenever that comes up, whenever that happens, it always throws me off. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so it was okay. I got it right this time. So Art did crash. So we are going to take a break, a chance for everyone to catch their breath because it's got a little bit wild here. We've had craters, we've had crashes, we've had disconnects, clutches. It's all gone a bit wild. We're only on round 5.
Well, I get it out of the way early is what I always say, you know.
True, good point. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, you know. You don't want to, you know, and you don't want to be stuck like really close to the finishing line where it's like, you know, 10-10 scoreline and you're just, you like suddenly you have all these problems. So just do it now, get it out of the way. Yeah, 3-1. I guess we'll see. We got the hut back in play again, Henry, so I'm excited about that. It looks like they're ready to play, so it wasn't really a long delay. Got to appreciate that as well. You were saying, Henry, earlier in the day to me, you're telling me you were considering climbing Mount Everest, but naked.
Yeah, if the science allows me to, I think I'd have to like somehow like inject myself with some sort of antifreeze, but I think that the scientists are working on that technology. So once it's available, we're hoping by 2030, that's when I'm going to give it a go. But yeah, it's just waiting on the science, as usual.
We all are, aren't we? Yeah, I was concerned about that part, but I'm glad you thought it through. Good. We'll see how that goes. Maybe it could be some fundraising around that topic.
Because I'm doing like cold showers every morning, Anders, which is pretty much the same thing. Like I'm training my body to be able to handle that sort of conditions.
I mean, that's how it starts, and then obviously the natural conclusion is Everest.
You start in the shower, then give the mountain a go. And we are going to give the outside execution a go. A single smoke deployed, second coming through as well. Oh, they're doing the Henry G wall of smoke, Sanders. You just love to see it.
It's classic.
Yeah, it's iconic within the CS2 realm. Like, not my words. The words of Nart out here. And we are going to see them cross towards outside. Beautiful shot. Bear in mind, we have got Art on that secondary orb towards the ramp room.
Why did he pick the shotgun yesterday, Henry?
I don't know. Remember, like in overtime yesterday in the big game, people were buying the auto shotgun first round of CT overtime. So what the hell are you doing? Like, what do you think? That's a situational weapon when you're down in the dumps financially, not when you've got $12,500 and you're on a long-range map like Anubis. Like, what was that game about? Maybe we should get into it.
When you're able to hit a shot like that, then just, you know, let's see that more. That was insane. What a flick. There's no way that he should have been able to hit it, but he did. Krizen takes Yuri back, and Art actually, it's a 2-for-1. He nearly got the double. Dupree very low on health, and I think that got called in because Fallen decides, I'm going to run in with my USP to try and finish the job, and that was a mistake. Krizen again coming in from the Mouse Academy and taking down Keserato. It's Cello now, 1 versus 2. Actually, 1 versus 3. The bomb is planted. And he's already tagged up a little bit on 48 health with the M4A1. Sneaking in. He wants a peek. He's trying to just will him into it. Just please peek the corner. And he will get what he wanted, but not in the way that he imagined.
Yeah, nice synergy from the young guns there. Syrah and Krizen from Mouse Academy, both getting a couple of frags apiece, winning out in the 2 versus 1. Excellent play. Good synergy. I like the fact they got the flashes there. They're applying pressure. They're not letting him get closer to bomb site, Anders, because if you just don't peek and you don't give him anything, he gets closer and closer before he takes one of you down. And it all kicked off there with a lovely pick from Arba. Talking about lovely picks, Krizen managing to rebuttal from the collateral shot there from Art, and that was the shot that saved the day as well. Syrah, nice clear. And it's going to be 4-1 on the T side here. FURIA on pretty much a full eco. Bear in mind, you can win up to $1 million worth of skins. So we'll get into that later as the first frag is about to go underway. Oh dear, this is where Heroic have been struggling on these kind of mixed buy rounds. Fortunately, it's a great shot from Dupree. Now, bear in mind, this was a hero AK situation, or hero rifle, I should say, in the form of the CTs. So Yuri wielding that, and it's now down to Fallen to try and recover the rifle if possible. Tessa's already down towards Secret, though, and the weapon has been recovered, Anders, so a chance of Fallen to cause some damage here. Bear in mind, he's got no utility and no Kevlar. But he's got a hope, he's got a dream, and a nice position. If Tessa's comes up Secret, I dare say he's got him dead to rights.
It's definitely possible. They're just frozen, though. This is, again, such an underrated way to play the game. We saw it a couple of times yesterday from Big, where you call a freeze. You just wait it out. You see if the opponent's going to make a mistake, and if they do, you are ready to pounce on them. So suddenly, it's a 4 versus 2. This has got 50 seconds on the clock, so they're not going to be too worried about that part. And just waiting to see what comes next. 40 seconds now. Serato kind of nearby with the 5-7, but, you know, once they decide to go, they should be able to overpower him. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Heroic so far. Looks, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, Henry. It looks like the Henry G prediction train is just going to continue here, you know?
I think so. And honestly, I don't want to call anyone out. I feel like I'm missing a point on the leaderboard. I went back and looked for my predictions. I wanted someone to go do the maths if possible, because I feel like I'm not only 1 point ahead, I think I'm 2 points ahead. Just wanted to say it.
Okay.
Just wanted to put it on the broadcast. Like things to be fair in all facets of the game, especially if I'm going to be winning. As we see Krisen winning this round, he will take down Art and Serato, the last player remaining. And they got the opening frag here, but no more kills found for Furia. It's just Serato. He will be waiting towards the garage here, and 5-1-anders, 5 rounds in MR12 T-side nuke. You're pretty much done. Like, you've already got enough for the half, to be honest with you. So the fact they've already done that, and it's all in their favor so far, like, this is a bit of a disaster for Furia. They're going to have to win pretty much, not every round here, but at least looking to aim to get 5 of their own.
Yeah, the problem is, again, with the economy being what it is on the CT side, you're going to be struggling a lot of the time to sort of pick up the really perfect rounds. Look, they're going to be all right in this one. They might be lacking a couple of grenades, but generally, on the weapons front, at least they're going to be doing somewhat better. 7-1 on Sierra. Now,
I'm going to try to sponsor call out Anders quickly. $1 million and $50,000 in CS2 skins available by answering 8 CS2 questions daily for free. Type !skins in the chat. Get more information, and hopefully I will beat them to the first frag here, as we do see Fallen boosted up in towards the ramp room, ready to take the first contact. It will be Shush on the other side. Krisen, though, nice flashbang to give him the advantage in the duel, and he doesn't take it. Fallen might have gone down there if Krisen committed to the pick. So R will get nice and close. They're going to try and bait and switch setup here. Incendiary just to flush out the close range players on the right-hand side here. It's a nice little play. Allows you to get in towards the trophy room if you so desire. So yes, indeed, Fallen now will hold an aggressive angle, baits out the initial shot, no one there. And now this is a nice, strong setup. He should get this kill, no problem. Unless Shush is predicting it, which he is. He's aware. Great flash.
Flashbang. But the follow-up, what a 1-2, right? Yeah, he gets the flash. He can actually peek Fallen behind it, but Art is ready and wasn't flashed at all. Tess is on the outside, though. It's Fallen through the smoke to take down Krisen, but Art decided, you know what he did, Henry? He decided to go aggressive through the smoke. Because he does like doing that.
That's his favorite maneuver. Like, love Art. Like, he's a legend of CS, don't get me wrong. But his kind of audacious approach, let's call it that, sometimes can win them as many rounds as he loses them. So when it works, it looks fantastic. If it doesn't, there's definitely room to criticize. But in this particular equation, when you're down and out 5-1, you might just want to hold on to your life when you have the advantage.
Sierra failing a jump a little bit there, and I don't think he was faking. I think he did legitimately fail it and decided to go back. So I don't know if that's going to make a difference. I guess we'll find out. 18 seconds of the clock here as they're going to go for it. What a Molotov in the corner. Serato, though, out fighting in the middle of the flames, and he actually does get the kill before he goes down. Fallen, really quick flick there. We went down to 9 seconds. Attempted wall bang. Sierra trying to hunt it down, but he's out of time. He cannot win the round any longer. He might be getting the kill. Oh, Fallen, what an absolute bastard. He's just run away, Henry.
Yeah,
giving up on the round.
Actually, really nice movement from the old man there. I love that.
That was great.
Yeah, very, very well played. And Fallen's actually been instrumental in their round victory so far. So finding those close range picks, his calling card, synonymous with those sort of shots, and it will be the second for Furia, just what the doctor ordered, but still a nice full buy available for Heroic. There are a few concessions, like not all the grenades, but most of them, to be honest with you. And we'll see if Heroic can continue to streak here. Great half so far. Like, bear in mind, though, this is a mixed team technically. Like, it's a desperate situation for Heroic. No one wants to be here, but they're making it work so far. They managed to win their opening game against Aurora. If they win this series, they're into the playoffs. So this is a great step in the right direction, as we do see another outside take being presented. It's Art, though, up close and personal. Sierra jumping over the top, doesn't look below him. And that is going to be costing them the first frag, Anders.
Surely Art is dead in this position, though. How do you stay covered on this one? He gets another headshot. He was Krisen, and he had maybe half a second where he could have found the kill there, but I think Art just inadvertently managed to dodge around the corner. Bomb's going to be attempted down below. 5 versus 3. And I'm seeing two defuse kits. Okay, got one on Yuri, one on Keserato. They do have a smoke on Cello as well. So there are a couple of tools to be working with here for the actual defuse. But they're a long way away, Henry. This is the kind of round that could end up really wacky.
Yeah, absolutely, Anders. There's only one kid available. It's in the back of Yuri, so track that frag. And Dupree knows he has to work hard here. He can't just sit back, rest on his laurels. He has to be active. He has to find kills, and he delivered the first one. That's beautiful stuff, but still so much to do here. Shush will join him, but now he's in a 1 versus 3 with 30 points of help as well. And that was the moment there. If he could somehow take the diffuser down, there might have been enough time there to actually win the round, but no. FURIA now getting 2 in a row with the bomb planted. Heroic still will be down to what seems to be a partial buy, which is absolutely fine. They've got plenty of rounds already. They don't have the 40 issue here. If it came down to a 1v1, maybe they go for it. But this is where it all started. Art with the up-front position, managing to get a double kill there. And Dupree, if he gets one more, maybe have a fighting chance. And the 4 versus 2 wasn't meant to be, as Fallen and co defending that single side door. As soon as it opens, boom, down he goes. And there it is, the 3rd round for the Brazilians.
I mean, that defuse is down to the last milliseconds.
Exactly.
So even a slight delay, as often happens in some of those rounds, right? It would have been fine. But yeah, I think they played it about as well as they could. It's a 5-on-3, so I'm not going to be too upset for Heroic that they can't get the round in the bag. Little Molotov to slow them down, although Tessus will brave the fire and just run on through to try and take a more forward position. Looks like Yuri is aware that that could be happening, so not trusting that the Molotov will have kept them that far back. So he's just going to be hanging out here, waiting. Here we go. Jump on past. It is a classic. You said one guy jumping around the corner, but Fallen is here. This is working out so well for them. I like the attempt from Heroic. It's so great to have like a teammate jump past like that.
Yeah.
But it didn't really get the result they were hoping for.
No, certainly not. And FURIA now coming online here. 3 rounds in a row. 3 rounds left to be played. They can still win the half, and Heroic will be calling their first tactical timeout. So they've got enough money to buy. That was the eco in the previous round, but this is just warming up now. As we've got Ancient coming up next as well. That will be the pick of FURIA. So if they can somehow have a resurgence here on you, can pick this one up, they'll be in good stead to take this one 2-0. You'd think so, considering who they're up against. But to be fair, Heroic against Aurora, Anders, they looked pretty decent. Like Aurora, not a household name, as you would say, but still, like they play a lot of CS2. Wouldn't. They've got a lot of reps under their belt.
I'd be scared to call them a household name, if I'm being honest.
I think it'd be fair.
Treading on thin ice, as they say. I don't know. I mean, I respect for FURIA to roll this back a little bit, right? 4-5. They still have a chance. They can actually still win the half if they keep it going like this. So, gotta keep their eyes on the prize at the moment. Dupree once again outperforming all the youngsters. What's up with that?
I think he's the hungriest he's ever been in his career. Like he's got a lot to prove, you know. Like this is probably his last chance at top level play. This is him, a chance of himself in the absolute spotlight, the shop window. Same goes with the younger guys as well. But Dupree's like playing for like a future contract. Bear in mind, he's only in Heroic until the end of 2023. So his place is not solidified. But if he has an absolute barn burner of performance in the next coming tournaments, like who knows whether they might sign him. Like his veterancy might shine through. And we are going to see this upper take initiated here. 3 versus 3 for now. Back and forth frags. But we are going to see another kill coming for Crizzen. Very assertive kill there toward the hut. Arts aggressive, of course, looking to answer back with the AUG if possible. No one giving them the opportunity just yet. There's still a minute worth of play, and they're just going to reset the round, pump the brakes as they allow Art and Fallen to investigate the crime scene here. Making quite a lot of noise as he drops down towards the upper bomb site. And Tesses more than happy to oblige. Like they've lost track of the T's now, and oh, goodness. Tesses seems to be aware he probably goes down here, but maybe there's a trade frag potential.
Yeah,
it certainly
they are
is.
Ganging up on him. You're right, it's unusual to see pro players make noise like that jumping down. It's such a big facet of the game, obviously, trying to hide your position. Fallen now in a 1 versus 2. If they don't give him any opportunities here, he has to walk real close with the AWP. And again, he's kind of an expert at it. Oh, the smoke is making it just miserable. Grenade, not going to get the kill either. He does push on through. He's going to try and see if he can do it here. It will be very, very tricky once again. No one showing themselves. They're playing this ice cold. It's a no-scope to start with. He tries for the wall bang. He picks up the AK. Tries to get a bit closer. He doesn't have the kit, so he has to be quick with it. And he is quick. Goes straight for it. Henry, does it have the time?
I don't think so. I think it comes down to the wire, but he hasn't got it. Really sick attempt, though, Fallen. I tip my hat to you, sir. The old boy still got it, Anders. There was no way for him to win that. That was literally the only opportunity, was to get a no-scope and then pick up the AK-47, take him down. If he has the kit, it's one of the best rounds of the tournament. Unfortunately,
100%.
the final part, the final variable didn't come through, and he didn't have that diffused kit, but still an amazing insight to his Counter-Strike mind. As we go round number 11, Heroic. A sigh of relief there as Fallen without the diffuse kit gives the round up, and it will be 6-4 going to round number 11 here. And money's still pretty tight. Bear in mind, all 5 players went down for Heroic, and they'll only be getting $3,500 in total per player going into this round. So it'll be Mac 10s, Galils, a few AKs, but it's a similar story you'd imagine. But to be fair, Fury did get 3 rounds in a row, so they've actually got a pretty strong buy, pretty compelling one, as we get into the bookend of this first half on the pick of Heroic.
Imagine if there was a kit on the ground somewhere, he would have had the round. Yeah, what a close call, that one. Perhaps a little bit of a wake-up call for Heroic as well. Just a reminder who they are in the server with. Art's playing really well. He's got 9 kills. Fallen's got 9 kills.
Good players from great players.
But there we go. I like it. So hopefully it's an experience we could stream at some point, you know? I think that
we've considered it a few times. Like, shall we stream our gameplay? I was like, God, no, it probably will just be a bad idea for everyone involved. Like,
change the public perception.
How angry do these guys get over a kind of matchmaking game? Like, this is weird. Anyway, here we go. Back towards outside. Krisen has really impressed me this tournament, and there's not gonna lie to you, like, he has been fantastic. He seems to be able to do it all. He can AWP, he can rifle, he's strong in the pistols as well. And this is what a great opportunity for these young Danish players, playing with some of their heroes, Dupree especially, and they get to play in this system, wear their Heroic jersey. Like, what an amazing week they're gonna have. Like, they're just the standards from this tournament, just so everyone is aware. Don't get too excited. But yeah, just for them especially, like, play your hearts out, kids. Like, let's turn up here. Show the world that you're capable of playing at this level and certainly delivering. But Yuri fighting back. It is going to be TSS maintaining that advantage on the CT side here. Very difficult round for the likes of Furia. They've got Galils to work with. They're making them sing, and there's another kill for Cello. K. Serato chimes in as well. Syrah and Shush, the shotguns are out. If Fallen goes down, the bomb is dropped towards the lobby. They need to be very careful here.
Yeah. She doesn't have a lot of reason to test that one. Syrah actually comes out with a little bit of a surprise, but it's not enough to get the kill. And Fallen will take down Shush at the end. That was a massive turnaround. You look at the health at the end. I think K-Serato was at 13, Fallen was at 17. So they were really, really close to dropping at the end. It looked like the early kills going the way of Heroic was going to be plenty enough to win them the round. So I'm a little bit surprised by that one. But a bit of a lifeline, really, for Furia, which they absolutely needed at this point in time. They were starting to fall way too far behind, so good step in the right direction. It will be Heroic picking up another buy, their last one for now. If they lose this round, they are definitely going to be out of money. So we'll see how this goes. It's again a little bit close to the hut, looking for an engage. We're not going to get anything right now. It looks like they might be trying to at least take a look and pressure the ramp ever so slightly. Maybe Syrah down there. An HE, and actually they kind of go away. Maybe the smoke just to persuade them to leave it alone for now. I'm curious if they're going to recommit to it. I'd want to test Syrah in this position. Playing ramp is just such a miserable feeling.
I've been playing ramp for a long time. I love it. I like the chaos, the sadness, and Dupree. He's thriving with the MP9. Oh, this is great stuff right now. Stretched through the smoke. He's got a 6th sense. How has he pulled that one off? As we do see Heroic steal the round away. It looked like Fury had found a decent entrance there, but it's Heroic just to snatch it back with the MP9s and smoke shots coming in from Shush. I have no idea how he got that preemptive fire. It was so clean.
I honestly have no idea either, but what a way to win a round. I mean, we should do that more often, really. Dupree at 17 and 10-6 on the board with no bomb plant either. Even if they had, I mean, they've kind of gone for what they could here. K-Serato trying to bend the economy a little bit, getting the AK out. See how this one plays. Set up, trying to get through the door, but taking a lot of damage. K-Serato down to 6 health behind it. Not exactly how you want to be starting around. I think they wanted to try and apply a little bit more pressure, but they just got slowed down. Molotov timing is amazing for Syrah as well. You're going to get a grenade in behind it just for the fun of it. Just tag up a couple of more players, and the smoke just to keep it going.
Yeah, this is really well played. This is classic ramp room play coming in from Syrah. You're just setting up a blockade. Just when you can sense him on the other side, you don't necessarily want to dump your utility at the start of every round. Like when you've got a control over it, you feel like the ramp rush is not going, you can delay those bits of utility, the key piece, the smoke, the Molotov, until you feel like they're actually going to be pushing you and they're applying pressure. So he's done a very good job there. They had to reset their mentality. And now with the smoke going down, he sets himself up in a heads-up angle. He might need a bit of backup, so here it comes. Yeah, Tessis kind of baits him in and back him up, but he's falling off. So Syrah really will be tested here. Bear in mind, he's up against 4 pistols and 1 AK-47, but still, if they take him out quickly, he gets nothing, Anders. This is a huge deal. Tess has to take the initial aggro, which is absolutely everything. Oh, what a nade. Oh, it couldn't be better. Oh my God, so much damage inflicted, and that's enough. He doesn't have to peek anymore. He can just take initial aggro, allow Syrah to mow them down. He's going to be on for that 3rd kill, but Yuri's done a great job with the AK, at least giving them a fighting chance in this round, but only 30 seconds here. I think their only chance is to go down towards lower. I can't see a world where they actually get in towards the upper bomb side. They have no utility. Kate Serato is the walking wounded right now, as he's got 6 HP. dupreeh just needs to hit one single bullet, and he'll deny that plant, and there it is, straight in the dome of Kate Serato, as Yuri now left in an impossible scenario. Even if he finds 2 kills, it won't be enough. He won't have time to plant. Not going to happen. dupreeh continues his rampage here on Nuke as they are 1 round away from map points.
Unbelievable. What a grenade timing. Imagine you're just standing there, like right at the precipice of taking that ramp room, 4 people just all grouped up, and you hear that dink on the wall next to you. Like, oh no.
Yeah.
It's over.
That was brutal.
Absolutely over.
That was like a perfect ramp hold. I appreciate Yuri did well to get 2 kills there, but the round was already won. Like, there was nothing they could actually do after that grenade and the tag team combo of Tessis and Syrah just mowing them down. 11-6, as I mentioned. 1 more round would do it just to alleviate a lot of that pressure, but FURIA are going to do everything in their power to deny that fact. We've got a Krieg up high here on the silo. Good grenade comes through. It actually forces Art off the silo now. He'll have to leap back up after taking 20 damage. That's significant. You might think, oh, it's only 20, he's fine, but now it means the M4s can just one-shot dink him. So Tessis to be tested outside, and he does not pass it. So a smoke blow coming in as dupreeh kind of sets himself up for failure there, and it's going to be a 5 versus 3. Make it 4-on-3 now, because Kristen actually pulls one back. Syrah can still save the day. If he gets multiple frags down towards lower, he could actually pull the round back. But it all comes down to his positioning, Anders. Where does he choose to go? I'm actually liking this quite a lot. Setting himself up for the heads-up duel, and the door will be open momentarily. And here we go. Does he find anything? Apparently not. Cello reads him.
A nice smoke immediately in case there was someone up at the ramp there to turn around and maybe get the fight. But yeah, that was really, really good. Cello stepping it up a little bit. They've needed him for a couple of rounds as well. So it's just Kristen and Shush walking away from the fight, which is reasonable. Again, they have a big buffer, and the thing that's maybe going to be able to close this gap is if they run out of money completely on the CT side. So you want to be doing what you can to save this one. They should be able to get a buy through if they save these 2 guns here. Maybe one of them is going to be a little bit worse for wear, but Shush and dupreeh actually have a fair bit of money in the bank. So with 2 rifles saved, you probably just make a go of it. Okay. Well, so far still, Henry, the FURIA, or the heroic pick is looking reasonable. It looks like they're at least going to be picking up this first map, which is pretty good.
It's pretty good. And
decent, as Kassad would say.
Yeah, it's decent. It's high octane, as Blair would say. And we are going to see FURIA fighting their way back. They can certainly still do this. So they're the quote-unquote team here up against Heroic, who will be taking their 2nd timeout. And in terms of their buy, it's actually pretty good. I thought they'd have less than that, but actually, we've got the Krisen AWP with residual cash as well. M4s across the board, utility available. They're actually in a pretty good spot after being up 4-1 to kick off the second half. So just going to be bringing in the coach Exist. I think he's still part of the team. I'll be honest, I don't know, like with all this craziness going on. I think he's still there. So a chance for him to chime in.
Probably. Haven't heard anything to the contrary. Can't imagine really drama involving Exist. He's like the most laid-back person ever.
Yeah.
But maybe, it can happen. It seems to be consuming everyone these days. The CS2 is doing strange things to the pro players.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of what the future holds. I feel like we're getting a little bit lost in the sauce with the money, the egos, where we should be, where we deserve to be. I don't know. I feel like we're kind of consuming ourselves right now. We'll see how it goes. But dupreeh He's doing a very good job towards up. It takes down K Serato, and Shush chiming in as well. They've got the man advantage here, but can they hold on to it? FURIA been very good at recovering these sort of rounds on the T side, especially. They got 3 players in towards up, and there's no CT presence there whatsoever. Pretty poor position for Sira. It's going to be very difficult to actually get out of the vents and make some damage happen. He gets 1.5 kills, though. Will absolutely take that, considering where he was kind of shut out of the round, down the vents. And that's exactly where FURIA are going to head right now, as they realize their options are quite limited towards upper. Sneaking down, they've still got a minute, so whether they want to try and plant straight away is yet to be seen. They have got an incendiary and a couple of flashes. No smoke to actually get the bomb planted, but doesn't seem to be any CTs down there whatsoever. So I think they've got open runway here to get the plant down.
Yeah, I think a deliberate decision on the side of Heroic to say either they come A and we just win the round outright, or we probably have enough team members to try and do for the retake on the B bomb site. So I think they knew that they were just left vulnerable there, but decided to try and find another way. Gun barrel showing. It's going to be a free kill for Cello, but there is another player here. Got to be careful that he doesn't get shot in the back. I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't even look for it. I guess the smoke really trusting in it, but I don't know. It eventually goes down. Chrisen sneaks on through, and Yuri's going to get shot in the head. So there's the retake coming in, and they will be able to find the round. With or without the kit. Chrisen did have one if they really needed it, but they're going to be fine. 12 on the side of Heroic, so absolutely well done. 20 kills on Dupree. I can't believe it.
Well, he played very well against Aurora as well. As we said, not exactly S-tier opposition. Was difficult to take much away from that. He tweeted out after that game saying, like, it feels great to be back on the server. Felt very natural. Felt like it's the place I need to be, I want to be. And yeah, he's delivering on all fronts. You can see he's hungrier than ever and wants to prove his worth on the server. As I mentioned, the contract only lasts until the end of this year. So just displaying that he's still got it and that he can actually work in any system, it seems. Like even this completely broken one of Heroic right now, he is thriving. So bodes well for the future for Dupree. Best of luck to him as we go into what could be the final round here, ladies and gents. It's FURIA with their backs to the wall. Going to need 5 rounds in a row just to take us to overtime. It seems unlikely on the T side in your opponent's pick. We'll see whether they can do anything here with the Mac 10 of Cello. There's the Orpha Fallen, who has slowed off as he switched over to the T side, admittedly. Flashbang towards the ramp room, and it's Chrisen up against the OG of sniping. Fallen. Good deep smoke down, but I don't think... Oh, will he be dissuaded? Yeah, it looks like it's enough to lock them out. Good job.
Always a bit scary, you know, especially as a maybe more inexperienced player. Sometimes you're tempted to peek just as the smoke is kind of popping. And I mean, I think Fallen was waiting.
That's what I thought was going to happen, but yeah, it was enough. I thought they were going to push through the smoke just before it bloomed. But either way, it is going to be Chrisen with full ramp control and less than a minute on the clock. Looks like maybe an upper execution. Anders got Fallen setting up utility. So is Yuri. So Yuri's going to do the hot Molotov. Fallen with the flashbangs and Debris to defend right now.
Does go down. Queserato barely living through it. 17 health left. Shush, though, for all the grenades, he's still here, just playing at the edge of the Molotov. They got to be careful they don't run into their own grenade here. Cello, though, will somehow find the kill on Tessis. And in spite of the odds here, there was a lot of people at the bomb site. It's FURIA able to push on through. And again, I'd say Sira and Chrisen here, they're better off saving the guns. They're going to be worth way more down the stretch. All Heroic need is another round. So just make sure you keep the economy going here. But that was a great execute. The Molotovs did actually do quite a bit to push Heroic into an awkward position.
So, Heroic have no choice. Save the little they have. It's going to be an AWP M4 for Sira. And yeah, that'll be enough. In terms of loss bonus, it's not going to be massively established. So, don't necessarily have to force buy into this next round. We'll see. I think it's at $1,900. Actually, very bottom of the barrel. So that's stage 1 loss bonus. So you save 2 weapons. You could buy next round. Oh, did someone go down? Where's he? I didn't see him die. Who got the kill on Chrisen? Oh, he's disconnected, Anders. Oh, that means he's lost the orb. Is he disconnected at the end of the round? So the orb wasn't brought over. Oh, that's absolutely devastating.
That's pretty rough. That's
because there's nothing we can do. There's no way you can just give him an orb and he comes back. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong, but if you disconnect, the orb just drops on the ground and the round changed just as he disconnected. So
presumably,
I just don't think you get it back. I don't think there's any admin command to do that.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, I actually have no idea what the rules say. I mean, I guess technically you can give weapons, but I don't think that anyone ever does that. I think you just count it as like
you can't. Like, I don't think. Yeah, you might be able to like give orb, but then it's like, how much armor did he have? Did he have a helmet? How many grenades did he have? It's just like, I've never seen it go down like that. I think he's just going to be very unlucky. in that sense. Maybe I'm wrong. That would be not my first rodeo. I've seen this a lot. Cast a lot of online CS in my time, and it is normally that's the way it goes down. That's about as unlucky as you can get. If that's how it transpires, let's hope. Maybe in CS2 there's a few more options, but I just don't think we'll be getting it. So they'll be operating with a single M4 here. It is online CS, ladies and gentlemen. This can and will happen. Bear in mind we have like dozens more variables when it comes to online CS. Like everyone's got their own individual connection from their own towns, and just through ISPs and maybe even power cuts. There's so much that can and will go wrong. We don't see it too often in 2023, but Anders, back in the day, you can attest to this. Like even remember like the DDoSing days. Like we couldn't even predict if a game would even go live.
Many of you will not have experienced how hard it was to get pro players to stop using Skype. We couldn't do it. We couldn't do it.
It was such a great program, yeah.
Skype would leak your IP address every single time. Like once people had your username, it doesn't matter like how like what you did beyond that. Like I didn't even think VPNing it worked because again, like they can just find your main IP instantly. Yeah, and that was like a huge liability. Nobody could we kept trying to it took many community posts on Reddit and people really saying please just stop. You're destroying Counter-Strike. Yeah, they were with 3, 4, 5 hour delays just because one kid somewhere was in a mood to DDoS the whole tournament.
Yeah, and successfully most of the time. Yeah, I remember we had some mental. I'm glad that era is over.
Yeah, I don't miss it. Not like that.
So, all right, ladies and gents, another chance for Road. Yeah, unfortunately, the orb isn't passed over. Just to note that, there's nothing we can do. That's just the most unfortunate disconnect of all time. If you disconnected in freeze time, the orb would be dropped on the ground. They might lose the armor, but at least you'd have that. But yeah, if you disconnect and have a technical issue, at that moment, yeah, you're shit out of luck, and
yes,
it'll be full eco.
Unfortunate, but I guess on the slightly more positive side, they do have a pretty sizable lead here, 4 rounds. So yeah, would have been fun to play with the orb in this one, but either way, Heroic probably would have been setting their sights on one of the next rounds where everyone has guns here for the CT side to really power through and see if they can win it. Obviously, do not want to try and play into overtime here as FURIA are getting a little bit more warmed up on the T side. You'd hate to see that if you're Heroic. Well, this has come to a bit of a freeze now. Sierra, where is he hiding?
Back at the ramp, I think.
All right, just looking straight into the box. Fair enough.
Yeah, well, he's got the M4. I assume he's got players baiting him in, so they're suggesting that, there's only pistols here. You should come and take these USPs down. Then he swings out with the M4, hopefully a position they haven't checked. But that's about all they've got going for them. Art has progressed tremendously well outside. He's actually towards hell already. So first kill for K Serato, no problem whatsoever. Second for Yuri, as they just go through the motions here. Bear in mind, Zero, that M4 actually does find a kill in response, and that's a great Dupree Desert Eagle headshot. He was on for a second there, couldn't quite connect it, and the one will be planted, and presumably the round will come to its logical conclusion, because the CTs might as well save the AK and the M4.
Yeah, nice shot for Dupree. But not enough to change the outcome of the round. But you're out saving the AK, pretty big deal. It's going to be 9-12, and we'll get to see if Heroic can have a real crack at it here. I don't know what the loss bonus is going to be at this point in time, but
well, third stage.
Okay, so they should be able to put a little bit of something together. Maybe make it a dangerous round.
Yeah, if anyone's interested, we don't really have Go TV worked out yet in CS2. It's just another great feature that Valve didn't think we needed going into this one. So yeah, even
not
over
bitter, of course.
Even over in Sydney, we had to just commentate like this. It's the same feed you're watching. But you know what? It's these things take time, I suppose. It will come.
Henry, am I delusional? What's the other stream? Did VP just beat Movistar Riders instantly?
They started an hour earlier than us.
Okay.
So they had other obligations on that stream. So they would start at 2 p.m. instead of 3 p.m. So yeah, it is a 2-0. Yeah, the point still remains. It just had a head start.
All right, I was there's no way that they're going to be able to just beat them in 50 minutes. All right, fine. Here we go. Oh no! Okay, Serato technically did make it down the vent, just not alive, unfortunately. Art, though, will sneak on past, so Still, somebody from the Heroic camp should be aware that there could have been someone else snuck through, but that's a nice timing on that shot. I think Kristen was blind and there was a smoke up, so he just emptied the entire magazine into the smoke and was lucky enough to get the kill. That's exciting. Art's coming out to look for a kill, but nobody immediately able to be found here. 4 more kills in this one, Henry, and they win the first map.
Yeah, it's a good point. And bear in mind, whoever wins this series as well is through to the playoffs. This is the upper bracket. So you just need to win 2 series. So it'd be a huge deal for Heroic. It would give them some more time, some days off, just to kind of work their shit out. And I kind of get some more maps under their belts. And they're in a good stead to take this first one. It's Ancient coming up next, and we'll see if we can close things out right here, right now. Arts, oh no. He did, the moment he looks away. It's a freebie for Tesses. He can't believe it.
And yeah, it saves one of the Heroic players and it gets Art killed. That's kind of the worst of all worlds right there. I can't believe it. Cello moving forward. We'll get Dupree, who's been really the rock of the team as far as we can tell. Yuri will get another one in return, so it's still on, but only 22 seconds, Henry. This is going to be down to the wire here. Shush hiding in the corner by the vents, setting it up. Nice Molotov to put some pressure on. Chrisen goes down, and Shush burned alive. I can't believe it. From a 3-on-3 into a 1 versus 3. Sierra trying to play for the time here. Surely they get past. He's out. They taking the fight. 4 seconds fallen. Has to get the bomb down, and he will. Now has the AWP shot to follow. One connection here will do it, and he's got all the experience. Sierra almost edged out, and of course he can get it. It's fallen after all.
Oh, absolutely true, Anders. It seemed like he had him in his pocket the entire 1 versus 1. That's a 5-on-3 fumble for Heroic there. On map points, it would have been a great way to close things out. Gifted a kill towards outside, and then out of nowhere, Furia commit towards the upper bomb site, destroy everyone en route, and with 8 seconds left, they had to force the plant out, falling in the 1 versus 1. But as you mentioned, those sort of rounds are his bread and butter. That's where he thrives, and manages to take him down. And it will be an eco now for Heroic. It's going to come down to the very last round here to see if Heroic can close things down in regulation. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Heroic have maybe giving this one up, and we're going to have to reset everything because they're still going to be hamstrung going into that final round. For now, though, Desert Eagles, 5-7, CZs, the whole family's out, and it's going to be Yuri striking first.
Wow, that's a little bit nerve-wracking, surely, for Heroic. That was their big chance. 5 versus 3, and the saved Molotov at the corner against Shush as well. It's so important to have that tool. Kristen setting up that Deagle headshot, but unfortunately falls short just a little bit. So, hopes of having a shocking pistol round here, kind of slowly evaporating. Shush trying to make a case for himself. Gonna find a kill with the C-set 75, but he gets caught with the wrong weapon out. Sierra and Dupree. Again, they're just sneaking on through. That is the bomb back there, but hunted down, surely. All right, there we go. I was getting worried. Nice little find for Dupree, but still leaves Sierra on his own.
Yeah, not much you can do with this one, I'm afraid. He finds an AK-47, might just be better off saving the weapon itself, and it looks to be the case. He's not going to push forward any longer. So AK smoke, no Kevlar, and it's Furia who have just got 1 more round, and they're going to take us to overtime. And the way they're playing right now, I dare say they've done enough. Let's have a look at these replays. It's just Yuri going through the motions outside, taking them down piece by piece, dismembering the likes of Heroic. You are watching the Roobet Cup 2023. I hope you're enjoying yourself. This is day 3. $250,000 available. We've got 16 teams, 10 of which are from the top 20 here on HLTV. It's a great online tournament. Really gives us a good gauge as to where these teams are right now in the landscape of CS2. And it's your best place to keep up with all the drama as well. There seems to be a roster change every couple of hours. And they'll probably be playing in this tournament. So you'll see all that discussion on the desk. And you can keep up the action with us here as the games go forward as well. Bear in mind, we have a B stream. As Anders mentioned, we just had Virtus.Pro taking on Movistar Riders in the Group B winners match. So VP picking that one up 2-0 means they're already into the playoffs. So they get some time off now and get to watch all the other games ensue. So that's where we're at. And we do have one more game on this series, on this stream today as well, I should say. And I think, Anders, that is going to be the next game of the day. It's going to be either Aurora Eternal Fire or 9Z Spirits. So on this stream, we're going to be doing Aurora Eternal Fire. So that should be a bit of a banger. I'm a big EF fan. So that's coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, watching Santaris play last time was certainly quite interesting. So I wouldn't be opposed to it either. I could see myself enjoying that game. But you know what? We're here at the 24th round, which is the last of regulation. We're going to find out if FURIA are able to get this into overtime or if Heroic can actually close the book on them, because they were surely going to win this. They had every opportunity to Heroic here. So just one more chance. Yuri, look at that, trying to beat the timing. He's making a fair bit of noise, but does anyone realize? Yeah, they do. I think Sierra is well aware that something is up, or Shush maybe. Oh, Sierra, yeah, he's going to be falling back. So he realized that something was going on. Kristen on the other side, they actually have a great setup for this. Oh, it's sneaking his way down. This is very tricky. There's the peek on the one side. Sierra with the spray down, but Shallow, he finds the headshot. How? He got the spin all the way around. That should have been the end of the game once again.
Yeah.
They still might not be able to pull this one back, Furia, but they have a crack at it at least.
We've got to see that from Shellow's POV. That was absolutely nuts. A full 90-degree turn. It looked like he had no chance. They've got an early plant here as well. That smoke goes down the correct spot. This could be very complicated. Art's got the advantage here. Doesn't hit the instant headshot. Makes up for it on the repeat now. Now it's Dupree. Shallow will have to continue his rampage here in round number 24 for all the marbles to deny the victory, take us to overtime. What has he got? With 30 points of health, the first shot is absolutely his. He can't hold on to it. Is there a kit available? There is. Heroic have done enough. They'll pick up their map pick, and it will be Nuke going in their favor. 1-0 to Heroic. Ancient up next. My God, it was close. It was uncomfortable, but the Danes and this mixed team have got it done. There's Cello and Sierra. Okay, that was the spray down, Anders. It was absolutely remarkable, and he gives them an exciting fighting chance there. Another game that has delivered the goods here in the Roobet Cup, Anders. Very exciting finish, and Furia could have got it over the finish line now.
They really could have. They were fighting really hard. So, again, a slightly slow beginning for them. Heroic went on that massive run at the beginning of it. And as often happens, you get to the end of the game and you wish you could have had just one more round. That would have brought them into overtime. So, yeah, I mean, good to see Furia kind of warm up. I'm happy to see that. I just, you wish that would have happened earlier on so they would have had more of a fighting chance. But, I mean, it's only the first map, right? Ancient's going to be the second one coming up. So, it's not all done for Furia, but definitely, it could have maybe had a chance to play overtime there. I'm looking forward to seeing what the desk. I mean, for me, the highlight of the show really is the desk with Kassad. So
I'm Team Kassad.
See what they say.
Let's throw it over there. What are you guys saying?
You guys might be Team Kassad, but I'm not sure everybody in the Twitch chat is part of Team Kassad. Kassad, how are you feeling after that matchup?
Listen, Henry is always on my side.
He's a homie, though.
I mean, that's the brotherhood of the green room, And it's just, I always know I can count on him. Even back in the days of Cloud9, that's when it all started.
That's when it all started. The downhill journey of Cloud9.
He's my guy.
All right, fellas, let's talk a little bit more about Nuke and the game that we've just seen. Heroic managing to successfully close that one out. Bit of a surprise. Did you anticipate more coming out from Furia?
I mean, Furia did warm up into the second half, going a streak of rounds there. But yeah, the first half, this was actually surprisingly very, very clinical from Heroic, right? And which blows my mind. You have this two-standing situation. Dupree just coming in as a fresh IGL, but they seem to have put in a little bit of work on the maps they've picked at the very least. One thing which impressed me a lot, I think it was round number 3 or 4, where they're able to slow it down, right? They're not just speeding things up, they're patient, they wait for Furia to go for info plays, they punish them for it. And for a team with 2 stand-ins, that's pretty damn solid. And once again, my man Dupree top fragging once more in the server, leading by example.
I just don't know what Furia is doing on practice. Like that would really, that's a question for me, right? Heroic should not be winning this game at all, not even close, against a team that's supposed to be Furia, right? The strength of the team like Furia. I was looking at their T side, for Furia, and it looks like so 2018 Furia. It just doesn't work. This kind of, not going outside too much, not having this all different options with smokes, just forcing hut and door and all these things. It doesn't work. But you said it helped that Dupree, who was always like the door guy on the CT side, played a great game once again. It has the experience, and he seems to have the motivation to play more competitive Counter-Strike, despite the whole fiasco that is happening in Heroic/Astralis, whatever it is.
And you got to remember as well, right? For Dupree, this isn't, even if this Heroic lineup, they manage to fix it or get new players or whatever, Dupree, it's a bit of a trial period till the end of the year. And I feel like for him, you know, even if he thinks selfishly, which he should be for himself and his future career, he's going to be like, listen, I'm showing what I still got. You know, I get bench from Vitality after winning the major. He's been kind of sitting on the bench for a while, coming back in, given a very unenviable task of leading this motley crew of stand-ins and remnants of the heroic lineup, and still being competitive, still making it work, still taking out teams that they have no business winning against. He's making a very good case for himself that, hey, even if this heroic shit doesn't work out, I am still available, I am still viable, and I can still crack some heads.
I mean, you say that, but speaking more on the stand-ins themselves, they didn't have a bad performance. They were very much able to hold their own as well. So I feel like each of these players, of course, it's going to be a little bit daunting coming into this situation, but they certainly held their own. Heading into Ancient now, though, do you think it's putting out fires in the FURIA camp kind of side of things? Do you think they're going to be panicking heading into this one, considering how close of a game that was?
I don't know. I don't think they have to win this game.
They should look.
They have to win. I'm not going to start judging if they don't.
If FURIA don't take the series, big, massive question
It's
marks.
always a question mark with them, right? Ever since they brought in Fallen, they paid 700, 600K for him, which is ridiculously high amount of money for Fallen, right? Yes, he has a brand, but, you know, potential like future and stuff with him, it's not worth 700K, but they paid for it. And at least when you paid for it, just let him do his thing. He's one of the smartest players that we ever had in the community. He led multiple personalities, multiple teams. He was successful in his role. So why not just let him do his thing? And it feels like it's a little bit of a struggle there, and you can see in the results they're like struggling all over the place.
And it's also like, and even if someone might be critical, saying, okay, Fallen, he's got experience, but might not still necessarily have the chops in the server individually. He's showing up, man. Even yesterday in that win they had again, day before they had against Eternal Fire, he was the one top fragging for his team, clutching a lot. Even here, making that AWP look pretty solid, you know. But the rest of FURIA, they're just putting Kassad to sleep.
I think
it was so entertaining what Blair was saying that I was yawning.
Shut up, Kassad. Anyways, boys,
all soulmates.
I'm super excited for us to dive into Ancient. That's going to be our next map. I want a scoreline prediction, though, because I couldn't have anticipated the match that we just saw. I thought FURIA would have dominated.
Yeah, I know. It's just very difficult to predict, but I'm going to say 13-9.
13-11 FURIA.
Same.
Oh,
9.
okay, all right. I'm happy to go with that. All right, well, don't go anywhere because we will be back very shortly with Ancient.
Bueno, ¿qué mierda estás haciendo? Apaga el teléfono.
Estoy jugando con Roobet, boludo. Encima no jugás sin plata acá. ¿Qué más querés?
Entonces seguimos leyendo todo lo que quieres. ¿Estás ganando plata?
Olvidate, encima estoy poniendo un mango.
Bueno, ¿cuánto es lo que quieres?
Listo.
What is up, everybody, and welcome back once again to the Roobet Cup 2023. If you're only just joining us, then boy, oh boy, we've seen a bit of a mishmash in the form of Heroic managing to take the map of Nuke off of FURIA. But all is not lost, as this is a best of 3 with $150,000 on the line. The real question is, can Heroic win this best of 3 on Ancient?
For a second, I hear myself. Oh, there we go. What's that? Magister Falcons a done deal? Spicy news again.
Looks like Vitality is falling apart completely.
They've lost Zonic, they've lost Magister. Danes are evacuating.
Well, I like that sound. You should
like
do it.
that?
You should do it more. But before we dive into Ancient, let's revisit this topic. So
Interesting, right?
Vitality
So what happens
is-
to Vitality now?
I
It's
don't
still
know.
it's still a very solid core.
As I was Pink's Flames, Apex plus Anchor, whoever that is, right?
Who are we gonna get as an anchor?
It's a difficult situation. I don't know. The thing is, like, I would maybe go for. Maybe I would poke into Cloud9. Go for Perfecta.
English.
I don't think it should be an issue at this time, but there's different options for them.
Let's let it simmer for a bit. We can discuss a little bit more.
And it's just
I'm not gonna lie,
I just keep thinking about it, like what's gonna happen, because there's so many changes right now, and it looks like the rumors about Falcons are coming together.
Nico Monesi.
I'm not denying or confirming.
Do you think this Falcons lineup coming together could be the be-all and end-all for multiple organizations?
I don't think so. Look, CS2, it's
I
a
know
new
what it
game.
is.
No, CS2 is a new game, right? We're going to have, when it comes to mechanics and whatnot, we're going to have new fresh blood coming out. I mean, look at Monesi when he showed up, like, just a couple of years ago in Kato, and like 3 years ago, no one had really heard about him. We knew he was a new kid playing on FPL and everything. And look at what a fresh talent we found so late in the life cycle of CSGO. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fresh players coming out, but initially, at least for this first major cycle, it's going to be wild, Jasmine, and I'm all for it.
I think it's going to be chaos. For a major standards, do you think it's going to live up to what the standard of a major should be? The caliber of players, the mishmash of rosters, the fact that, RMR is not too far away?
It's simple. Best team should win. Just play to your best and win the goddamn thing.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean,
Best
that's
team should
how
win.
it's supposed to be.
First of all, that never happens. The second of all, it's a long way to go, and I don't really care about it right now. What I do care is the next map.
Oh,
And
look at
that's
that.
Ancient.
Bringing it
Now
back.
he's ready to talk about
I don't have
Ancient.
to work for the money that I'm being paid for. So
You get paid?
We do have Ancient coming up, right? Furia's pick. Three wins, 5 losses, only 37.5
Here's my thing.
percentage without any CS2 maps.
No, that's a CS2 map against Intel Fire, 16-13.
Oh, yeah.
That was CS2. I'll tell you this. As long as we don't
Nice.
see any shenanigans from Art with the
I know
with the
Henry will love
shotgun.
it.
I don't care what Henry likes here at this point. I don't want to see
I
any
love
more
what Henry
shotguns.
likes.
It's just so weird. Like, you can play with a shotgun. There's certain parts of the map you can play with a shotgun and whatnot. But just going for solo pushes, solo peaks, that's the reason they lost that map. That is exactly the reason they lost that map yesterday. And also, I know they're trying to force this double up setup in Art and Fallen, which is viable on a few maps in certain circumstances. On the Ancient CT side, I'm not a big fan.
First of all, how dare you say you don't care what Henry likes? How dare you? That's the first thing.
I said it.
Henry
I
is
said it.
similar to me in a way that he says what he thinks in a much nicer way.
What did it do if you just find a room,
in
man?
a much
And a
nicer
tub.
or a bathtub.
A tub
In a much
too.
nicer way, but he does say it, which is respectable, which I cannot say
Just get a
the same thing about
respectable room for yourselves and Henry, and find a bathtub.
You're just jealous that I don't like you.
I'm happy you don't like me, man. I'm
Well,
good.
I sure as hell know you don't like me, so I don't know why you're looking at me.
Literally, the reason I'm here is because Yanko's like, I'm not going to work this event with this POS, and that's why I'm here.
He's just taking a break. He
That's
was
a
looking
break
at
from
your
you.
face in
Taking a
Sydney.
break from you,
Fellas,
Kasad.
Yes.
relax, breathe. We got this. Let's focus on the games at hand.
You attack Henry, you attack me.
Swiftly moving on. Game.
Yeah,
Go.
the next game is going to be certainly interesting. I do think Anders and Henry are ready and waiting, and I know Henry's going to be cheering for the fact that you're backing him all the way.
Henry, I
so-
love you. You know, it's
Over
all,
to
it's
you
all,
guys.
it's all
Sure.
games. Are you jealous?
It's a lie.
Are you jealous? Yeah.
I don't have that emotion in me.
Do you have him?
Or any
So over
other-
to
or any
Henry and
emotions.
Anders, boys. You can bicker off camera.
I have to say, Anders, it's not the first time all the boys are fighting over me. Very happy to be in this position. Love to them both. And hopefully we can continue with a great game of Counter-Strike. That's all we're all here for.
I feel like the Counter-Strike is detracting from the just spectacular desk show. I'm really just, again, I'm enthralled by what's going on. But yes, the battle for Henry continues, and so does the battle for Ancients coming up as well. We've got that map as the second one between Furia and Heroic. What do you think? Is it going to be a 2-0? Or
No,
do you think?
I don't think so. I feel like we're going for 3 almost certainly. I feel like, again, if Furia just need to avoid these kind of slow starts, if they can win a pistol and get a bit of momentum in their favor, I feel like they should be absolutely fine, especially on their map pick as well. Ancient, they looked pretty decent, to be honest with you. They had their moments on the CT side of Art being too aggressive, but as I mentioned in the game at the time, sure, like it was alarming at times, like how much aggression and the same thing he was trying again and again. But those are very easy holes to plug. You know, like all it takes is just sitting down in the server afterwards and going, okay, let's maybe not go and die alone at the start of every round. That would be an idea, and that's all they really have to do, and they should be fine. I think their kind of experience and teamwork will shine through. Mirage definitely up for debate, but I think Ancient's going to be Furious for sure.
Well, riddle me this, Henry. If it's an easy hole to plug, then why hadn't they done it yet? Like,
well, I guess they didn't know the hole. They weren't aware of the hole until that outing in the first game. Yeah, who were they up against? That was against Eternal Fire. Yeah, so it was just like one of those things. It's over aggressive. Like everyone's excited. They're playing a new game. CS2, they wanted to kind of show themselves off, but the shotgun, the orbs, and jumping up towards ledge every single round on the CT side wasn't the best protocol, if you ask me.
Fair enough.
But I'm sure they can work that one out and kind of bring this one in their favor. It's only 13-11, right? It's not like they got absolutely wrecked, but still, like Heroic did have plenty of opportunities to close it out earlier. I just feel like, this is just a chance for Furia to warm up. And bear in mind, they're actually in the same building as our analysts as well. They're actually in Serbia boot camping right now, trying to get the most out of it. So I feel like they've got some advantages in that sense. And I feel like a 3-mapper is what the people deserve here at the Roobet Cup 2023, Anders. What a time to be alive. We're already on day 3 as well. We've got 6 more days of play after this. Like plenty more action to come.
True. Well, listen, Henry, speaking of easy holes to plug, Art, how do you stop him from taking these risks? Like, would you if that was your job on a team, you had to try to sort of like
it's Gary's job, right? And Fallen's, I suppose.
Yes.
And I guess this is where the problem comes in. The points Casada's making on the desk, just all jokes aside, is the fact they've got too many cooks in the kitchen right now. In terms of Art used to be the in-game leader, working with Gary very closely, and now he's got Fallen coming through, and it's kind of like they're in between their two play styles. They used to have that Brazilian aggressive flair where they just be this chaotic Counter-Strike, and now Fallen's trying to come in and kind of slow everyone down. And we interviewed him a few times in Pro League, and he kind of laughed about it, and we asked him specifically about this issue, and he's like, I have to really be on top of my game. I have to keep these guys on their toes. I have to make sure that I remind them to chill, not over-aggress, not over-peak. And it's very difficult. And they're finding that balance and trying to get them to play meta CS is difficult because they really thrive in that chaos. That's where Furia made a name for themselves, is having those super aggressive plays and double orbs and pushing through. And to shut them down and take that away from them is difficult. And I feel like it is costing them games sometimes. Like I said, like he can win you plenty of rounds, but he can also throw them away. So I'm sure Fallen probably looked back at that demo on Ancient especially, and it's just like, bro, like even the commentators are telling you like you need to just chill. Like going for these 50-50 peaks when you don't have advantages is just not the way forward. Like we're going to do coordinated pushes, sure, like let's do it if everyone's on the same page and they're flashing you in. But he was just wildly swinging towards that ledge position with no backup utility, and more often than not he was going down. It was just bizarre at times that he went through all the shotguns with like the Nova, the auto shotgun, the Mag 7, and then orbs only afterwards. And it's just like, bro, they just play normal CS. Just buy a rifle and just play with your team. Like no one needs this. Like, no one's asking for this. So
why can't you be normal meme?
Yeah, exactly. So that would be my answer at least. Whether that way inclined is yet to be seen. We'll keep track of Arts, and like I said, no disrespect to him. He is an absolute legend of the game. He knows what he's doing. It's his play style. It's just it looks like not everyone's kind of there with him with the aggression.
Yeah, but the truth is, right, there is a long history in Counter-Strike of people who have maybe not exactly Arts play style, but something kind of similar. And it almost like it just has an expiration date. Like think of Stewie, think of JW. Like there are these people
Fur as well, maybe.
Fur as well, maybe. Yeah, where like if aggression is the name of the game, eventually you're going to be so successful at it that your opponents will start to think about it. It'll be in the back of their mind every single time. Like every smoke, they're going to be so. You know, I want to believe that Art could do it too. Like you're right, when it works, it's really sick. But man, it sucks to see when it becomes a liability because he's a fine Counter-Strike player, even when he's not pushed. You know, just going that aggressive. Like he can make it work. He just proved it on Nuke. He was playing really well. So hopefully they can win this map and bring us on to a third one. But we have to get through this one first. It's FURIA starting on the T side with Heroic on the CT side. So once again, big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take you through the day. We've got a whole nother best of 3 coming up behind this one here, the Roobet Cup. But it looks like it's going to be the A-bomb side that is going to be under attack.
Absolutely is, Anders. Time is of the essence. Dupree, he gets the information they're coming through, but can't land the shots. Great smoke support towards Donut and CT Spawn. Wide open bomb site here. FURIA couldn't ask much more than this. A 5-on-5 retake has been initiated here, and in terms of the kits, nothing available, Anders. So this is going to be a very difficult procedure. It all has to start as soon as the smokes dissipate. They've got Julies in the hands of Syrah and Shush for that matter as well. So the swings will come through now. They need to find instant headshots, working together, and we'll see what they can make of it.
Yeah, here come the pistols. They do not have a kit and no smoke either. So, man, these kills are going to have to come through lightning fast. Then they will, to begin with. Tessus with a headshot. But again, they're running out of time. These kills don't really matter now. The problem is the time on the bomb. Sitting down, defusing it. Keserato. He could step wide. Chris in there to save it. Unbelievably.
No!
Oh, they get through. They win the round. I can't actually believe it. I thought even with the kills, they just ran out of time. That's got to be one of the closer defusers we've seen in a while.
And we've seen a few of them, Anders. Just when you think there's absolutely no chance of these 10-second defusers to come through, it always seems to make it with milliseconds to spare there. Heroic can't believe their luck, and it's Crizen with another fantastic round. 3 kills, didn't even die. He protects the diffuser, and it will be FURIA on the force buy in response. Wow, Heroic getting a job done here on their opponent's map pick. A great start to their CT campaign, but they're not out of the woods just yet. These force buys are incredibly difficult to deal with, especially with the Galils coming through, the MAC-10. They have the majority of their smokes available as well, and we're going right back in towards the A-bomb site. Contact play here, and the smoke's starting to be deployed towards middle. That's towards Red Room, and for now, Flash is just trying to keep the players in towards Donut, focused towards middle, and so far, so good. It's working. You see Dupree, he's got no idea they've actually walked out of the A-bomb site, but we have got Shush, long range, making sure they can't cross towards the big box.
Wow, well, that's a way to get the blood flowing a little bit. Dupree will go down, traded from Cello. The Galil doing a good job, and Chrisen just pushing through, but he can't escape. He goes down, but he's still looking pretty good here. Yuri on the other side, the bomb lost to him. He's got a minute to play with, but that back and forth inside of the A-bomb site really working out in favor of Heroic. So they're going to be quite satisfied with it. A lot of pressure applied early on from FURIA, though, really deciding to go in hard on that second round.
Wow. Still a chance here for Yuri. A slim one, I'll say that much. He's got 3 players to find and significant damage towards Tesses, but 35 seconds here. First kill will be his. The swing will come through, and yeah, that's where it all comes crumbling down. With no bomb being planted, Anders, the war of attrition is over, I'm afraid, because this is eco territory for FURIA. The Nightmare start, I said if they could get a good start here, win the pistol, get some follow-up rounds, I think this map is destined to be theirs. This is the only way it could really fall apart for them. They go 2-0 down. To be fair, though, as the freeze time just initiated that, I saw a Galil purchase. They wouldn't buy up again, would they? Without the plant, like, surely they wouldn't. Okay, all right, so it's just one Galil for Cello. Fallen's dropped it, and so going to put all of their proverbial eggs inside this basket. And in terms of other purchases, it's pretty much an eco. So you've got some upgraded pistols, but no Kevlar. Nice sort of grenade there. Only does 2 damage, unfortunately, towards Yuri. So now it's Shush just going to be blocking off the A-bomb site. They're going to try again, Anders. They've been here 2 times already. They're going to go for the hat trick and see if they can break through.
I mean, that's an interesting way, again, to try and apply some pressure. I don't know if the one Galil is going to really make the difference, but I'm ready to be proven wrong. Fallen on $300 behind it. I don't know. We're going to find out early on in the round timer here. And they're setting up the grenades. Instantly down. The Galil has fallen. They're going to be able to pick it up. A Shush just tapping away. They're walking into the shots at this point. Whatever the plan was here, it is already falling apart. Dupree able to get the double kill behind it. And yeah, they're just sent packing. Nothing they can do about it.
All right, well, we'll take 1 kill, considering the way it was going. It's better than absolutely nothing, I suppose. But there it is, another great success for Heroic. 4 players surviving. Money's starting to be established here, but it's the same story for FURIA. Unfortunately, Fallen will down to just a Galil here. He was the good Samaritan of the previous round. Dropped Cello, that Galil, sacrificing his own economy. But the maximum loss bonus is starting to arrive. So here's Shush, as you mentioned, it's a turret in towards Temple. Didn't have to work too hard for these frags. They just kept presenting themselves, and Dupree was there to mow them all down. Bear in mind they had no Kevlar and only that one kill brought into the round. So was never going to be a showstopper, but we'll see what they can make it this time. Art takes significant damage, and we saw aggression from Heroic in the previous round towards this B round. They tried to get behind those double doors. Nice little dink. Tesseso maybe gets a little bit greedy trying to close the frag out. He actually costs him his life.
Okay, well, maybe not the ideal way to go down. Some grenades left on that T side. That's scary stuff. Jumping into Chris in there. And he's been kind of impressing us. Didn't really necessarily know too much about him coming into this one. But brought in last second Sierra as well. And I would say both of them have been playing pretty decently, all things considered here. Deep Molotov to try and set something up. Nice little peek from Art there. That's the kind of bread and butter stuff you want to see. Just getting the entry. 3 versus 5 now. And this bomb site, everyone's rotating to it. 3 people about to be here. Smoke's going up all over the place, but it's the entire Heroic lineup that are basically hanging out, or who's left alive anyway. Hello, going down. Oh, and there's the shot. Shush, as he's backtracking, gets the kill. He does drop very low, but suddenly it's into a 3-on-3 and about 30 seconds on the clock here. This is now a bit awkward for them, isn't it?
Certainly is. And well, that's awkward for Crizzen. He should have got that kill all day long. Furia actually still got a fighting chance of it. K-Serato's very low. He's behind the actual default pillar itself. Just hoping he can stay alive, and Art can do the heavy lifting here, and the CT's encroaching in that position. Shush down to 10 points of health. Could be a double kill potential here, but Shush, he'll find the shot. Now 1 versus 1. K-Serato needs a perfect headshot, and he will find it. Just when you thought they were down and out, K-Serato with 2 points of health and manages to seal the deal and find the first round for Furia. Only 1 player survives though, so this might be a tactical timeout. Both teams could need it. It's been quite a chaotic first half, which you might expect here. You got a mixed team on Heroic, and then just a wild group of players in the form of Furia as well. But a very closely contested round comes down to 1 bullet, and it's K-Serato, one of Brazil's absolute best players, sealing the deal. Great stuff.
All right, then. Shush it.
Oh, this red room smoke, terrible. Should not be seeing that at this level.
Yeah, that's definitely not. It's such an important smoke as well, so don't want to be missing those early on in the game. Art's going to be sneaking on through, looking over at Shush. I mean, again, if you'd pushed out in front of that, maybe you could have died right away. He saw the opportunity there, but nobody really on the other side to be too aggressive.
The problem is, Anders, they didn't get the information it was a missed smoke either, so they might keep throwing that. Whoever's messing it up, they could continue to do so the rest of this half.
That's a good point, yeah. I'm seeing an auto shotgun on Sierra, and I'm seeing the Dupree on Dupree with the AWP, which, you know, he would have maintained throughout Go that he could have been an AWPer as well.
At one time, he was open instead of Device in Astralis.
Yeah.
Like, that was a wild few months, but it did happen. He can hit shots. Like, he can. Certainly capable.
They call him AW Peter for a reason, you know?
True. There you go. That red smoke lands this time.
Well done. They're working it. We are down to 45 seconds on the clock. Dupree setting it up, out battling Fallen on that one, and just evacuates the position. No reason to stick around. He's still under the A bomb site, which is not that uncommon. He's actually all the way back in CT spawn, so they give up on A. They've just said, you know what, there's no way that they're going to be rushing straight in there through Donut into the AWP. 25 seconds, and Furia, they've got 1 crack at it. If they don't get the next entry, they're not going to make this work at all. Auto shotgun, up close. Oh, it's a horrifying sound when you're on the other side. Sierra, only good for the 1, but we're down to 15 seconds. The spray is immaculate for Tessus, and it should be enough here. Dupree sneaking in. Does he see anything? Just the tip of the barrel, not able to get the shot. The bomb has gone down, but there's Dupree with the kill. Heroic, maybe a little bit more expensive than I was expecting, but it doesn't matter. They get the round.
Hey, it was one of those, they had a 5.7, an auto shotgun, and a Dupree AWP. If they win the round, they're probably completely fine with it, to be honest with you. 2 players surviving as well. Chris will find the AK-47, and Heroic are back to their winning ways, courtesy of a Dupree sniper rifle there. He goes 6-3, continuing his strong form he's shown throughout this tournament, to be honest with you. And now Furia with the bomb planted, the money's still a bit of an issue. And you can see Sierra, he managed to do significant damage, a thorn in their side. Tessus, lovely spray down here, gets a double kill towards the ramp. And Yuri, he even did well to get the bomb planted, to be honest with you. He was low HP, 10 seconds on the clock, had to try and reposition towards the cave, and it would be Dupree to take him down. So a half buy here. Furia will have one AK-47. Cello's purchasing that, and we've got the utility now being deployed towards the B round to try and deny access towards that K position. Like I said, that meta smoke towards cave. You see that from T-spawn pretty much every round to enable you to kind of fight for mid control. Dupree jumping up with the AK, and now it's tested to be tested again, but it's completely flashed. He'll have to submit and allow them to have the B bomb site. Art strikes in the back of Sierra. Dupree does find a single kill here, but I think Furia might have done enough. They've got the bomb planted, and a great grenade there towards short. We are going to see Art with a chance to find maybe a couple more kills.
Yeah, got to be careful. Again, this is one of those moments where if you push right away, if you're Art there and you somehow die, then it actually does leave an opportunity. They're still pushing forward on the one side. What's going on? Tess is going to be found. Surely they want to just evacuate now. Oh my god, this is scary. Flashbang in, the bomb finally planted, but Heroic kind of deciding to go all on this side. They were in the middle, but they decided to give up on it, going for this different retake protocol instead. It's working so far. Shush cleaning it up, another headshot, leaving Quesarato on his own. He gets hunted down, and it's Shush with the quad kill at the end. That is spectacular.
Yeah, very well played. I thought Furia had them dead to rights there. There was no utility for the retake. They had nice crossfires there. If they had just popped out together instead of kind of taking these 1v1 duels, that was the moment. The swing had to come from the bomb side there and then. I'm not sure who it was, but it was a Tech9 player behind default. He didn't really help out. This kill here, like, he needed to be much more active than that. Quesarato kind of hung his teammates out to dry. As soon as they start going down, he needs to be a little bit more active. But yeah, there it is. Heroic can't believe their luck. Taking those 1v1 duels, no one swinging out, and it will continue their streak here. Looking for the 2-0, looking to book themselves a place in the playoffs already after taking down Aurora in the opening game here. This would be a great asset to have going forward, considering they're a mixed team. They need a bit more time to coordinate themselves, and you couldn't really ask for a better start than what they've been presented right now. Money is back on track for Furia. They've got maximum loss bonus at this stage, but it's Crizzen now on the AWP patrolling that cave position. And in terms of the T setup, that same cave smoke, like we said, going for that mid control, and they're going to be re-smoking Red Room courtesy of Quesarato. You see Sierra is playing the pixel gap, just wanting to get information, then smoke them off and deny control of second stage of cave.
Sneaking in slowly, he's got the right idea. Could be getting this kill right here. Fallen, just the crosshair placement must have been dead on perfect, because Kristen definitely would have had time, I think, but just instantly deleted. 4 versus 5 now. Art and Quesarato, they've made their way to the red room. You could see Heroic are being quite active on the minimap. They're really looking for a way to get back into this round. 3 people sneaking around. Again, they've made some pretty big rotations in some of these moments. Almost looked like they were over-rotating at one point, but it looks like they're going to be running into Quesarato, trading it out. You're not going to be expecting Art to be here. You can see they're falling back already. They might just get shot in the back here. This could be round done with. Good kill for Art, and that's enough. He's going to get found, though, by Shush. Still a 2-on-3. They should not be winning this round. Surely Heroic can't fight their way back in this one.
It looks like they're going to give it up. Furia have finally done enough here to have a calm and collected round here. There'll be no retake, there'll be no clutch. And Shush is up to 14 kills and 4 deaths here as we conclude round number 7. So he's had an absolute barn burner of a performance thus far. But 3 players surviving here, including the AWP of Fallen. As you mentioned, he had a great shot to open things up. It was aggressive from Crizzen, who was actually aiming in the position he was holding. But actually mentioned the crosshair placement. Reign supreme. He manages to upgrade to the AWP himself. And that's a very convincing round for Furia. And they might be back on track here. Bear in mind, they can still win the half. It is considered to be a T-sided map still. And we'll see if they can hold on to all 3 players here as we get into the dying stages of round number 7. There it is, 5-2 though. Saving those 2 guns is absolutely everything. That's that beautiful shot from Fallen we mentioned. Quesarato waiting for the re-aggression from Dupree. It was Tesses fighting back there. That's pretty much all they had, as they didn't predict that Art would be lying in wait towards that red room, the second player who kind of secured the round for Furia. So, begs the question, what kind of buy have we got here? They saved the AK and the M4. Oh, it's actually 2 AKs, I beg your pardon. So they'll have a 5-7 for Crizzen and a FAMAS for Tesses and 4 for Dupree otherwise.
Not necessarily too bad, really. Those AKs on the CT side can be so brutal at times. Attempted wallbang, but not even close to hitting anyone on that one. And a similar setup here for Furia, right? They seem to be quite happy just lingering outside of the B-bomb site. No one's coming to find them just yet, so good map control. Nice little flick for Sierra. That's pretty quick. Yuri probably should have had the advantage in that fight, but Something threw him off. Serato still leading from the front on that side with 7 kills. The rest of them are just maybe a little bit too far behind at the moment. You'd love to see one or more of them step it up here. Losing the entry. What do you do from here, Henry? You're 4 and 5 on the T side. How do you get back in this round?
Well, you need some key territories. Either you're going to get mid-control or you're going to try and progress through the cave. So with the bomb outside B, I'd say it's going to have to be the latter. You can see them making their way towards Jaguar now. This is the key interaction. You need to try and clear out the cave entrance itself. So Molotoving off towards the default pillar is normally the best protocol. There it is. And at this point, you can actually get second stage control. Dupree is aware of their antics. He goes down. The AK-47s managing to equalize the situation down to a 4 and 4. I think they continue their push here. The flashbangs are pretty brutal. CT's just having to respect them at this point. And it's Prison sneaking in the smoke. Does recover the M4 at least, but here comes a full execution. They have got their commitment in towards the bomb site. An equal trade for now, but can they get the plant down? Looks like another shot for Art is guaranteed, making a double that is running into his crosser at this point, and that's going to be another one for FURIA. Completely confirmed at this point. Shush has no choice but to fall back.
Wow, that is fairly brutal, unfortunately, there for Heroic, just like you said, running in front of Art's AK, but he'll take it. Good round. And again, they're really trusting in those B takes. They have a protocol that is following here, FURIA, and it seems to be working out very well for them. Shush on his own. And saving the AK again, probably just the only thing he can do in this round. He's 14 and 4, so he's having himself a wonderful game, but combined, FURIA doing pretty well. 5-3 going to be the scoreline. Is there anything you'd want to change on the Heroic side? Are they too passive outside of the B-bomb side? Is that the problem here? Are they giving the real estate to FURIA too much?
Well, the thing is, once that cave smoke comes down, that's what it's designed to kind of shut down. So actually having aggressive options on that side, it's difficult. We've seen Heroic try and push on that B ramp time and time again, Anders, but like players like Fallen are waiting. They're ready for it. They're not doing anything until the aggression is kind of subsided. So once you've been kind of fended off 2 or 3 times, you kind of are conditioned not to do it anymore. So they've given it a go. It hasn't necessarily worked out. And to have that sort of coordination as this sort of roster, like your 2 stand-ins, make it 3 with Dupree, really. Those kind of pushes, it takes a lot of prep. It takes a lot of dry running, and you have to understand each scenario. What kind of grenades are they throwing? How much pace are they presenting? Are they actually being damaged by our initial grenades? There's a lot of different factors that come into that. And bear in mind, you need backup from middle as well. You need to make sure the elbows consistently smoked so you can't get backstabbed. It's just very difficult to manage that. Like it's a hard setup to deploy successfully, and especially with that cave smoke going down, which is very, very meta right now. You couldn't do that in CSGO. Well, I tell a lie. You could, but it was an awkward lineup. You had to do a running throw for it, and it was like it would hit 75% of the time, but more often than not, you'd miss it. It was a bit slower. Now you can throw it right from the spawn, and it goes there every single time. Like I throw that smoke in all our games. So yeah, that just goes to show you it's a pretty easy one.
Okay, well, we'll try and keep an eye on whether or not it keeps landing and whether or not there's anything that Heroic can figure out how to do. Might not be in this round, particularly because they do have just the AK that they saved in the previous one. Although Shush in the right position, I don't know, maybe it could make a difference. He seems to be quite far away from the action here, over by the donut. And Cello, step by step, turning the corner to find that there is nobody at the B-bomb side. So it might just be a fairly uneventful round here. There might not be really that much to discuss. As soon as the bomb is planted, presumably they're just going to decide to save the AK once again. Although Sierra, I say uneventful. He's got the suit. Yuri's walking in. He's gonna be dead.
It's actually happened.
I think that's a different sound. I don't think they had the same death sound, Henry. I know you said you're not interested, but to me it's a big deal.
I think you're right. I didn't hear the so I feel like you're right.
That's a good. It's a good imitation. You know, Chad was famous for many things, but amongst other things, being able to replicate that sound pretty well.
Yeah. Where is he now, Anders? Didn't turn up at this tournament, did he?
No, he didn't. And also, now that the sound is gone, like, that's part of his claim to fame, just, deleted by Valve. So a little bit unfortunate. What is happening, Henry? Why are they getting so many kills? They still shouldn't be able to get across the map, but my God. Yeah,
it won't have a knock-on effect in the round, but in terms of the CT finances especially, it's going to boost their chances. I think there's a couple of rifles available for them. There was 2 kills there. You'd think Dupree can find one as well, which he will. Bear in mind the explosive radius of this site now is incredibly large, but the T's are far far enough away to save their weapons as well. But there it is, FURIA, after being 5-1 down, bear in mind. Once again, Anders, like, this is a point I made coming into this, right? Like, they happen on Nuke. Like, they against these teams, and this is why they're losing these games. I think FURIA are the better team, understandably so, but they just don't ever really have a good start. It's always on the back foot. They're always like grinding back into the game, and they almost got it into overtime in the previous map, but it's just a little bit too late. So hoping to avoid that fact now. They can still win this half. They are shutting down Heroic, convincingly so now. And we've got Crizzen on the MP9 instead of the AWPs. We set up the standard smokes towards Donut, and the red room allows you to... Oh, actually, that's a smoke towards CT spawn. So this could just be an A attack here, or at least a fake. They're trying to suggest it is. They send one player in the form of Cello. He's going to use a lurk smoke and a smoke down towards CT spawn to at least get control of the bomb site. So he's got towards big box.
I think they threw 2 Molotovs as well into the A-bomb side. There's a lot of grenades committed to try and sell this idea. Cello's hanging around, and I mean, look at the minimap. There's only one person left at the B-bomb site, but they're actually recommitting to it. Cello might just be saying, wait a minute, there's no real reaction here. You guys can come, and just as they're about to, Cello loses his life, and they lose that anchorage on the A-bomb site. That's a bit of a shame. Fallen, good flick, but instantly traded. Good flashbang as well from Crizzen, setting that one up so that they could go for the peak. He's ready for more. MP9 up close, and Art is surely going to be dead. It did take Zero with him beforehand through the smoke, so that's something. And Dupree walking up behind them. Surely this will be what it takes. Queserato is there. Dupree, trigger discipline. I'm not surprised. He's got that kind of pedigree to him. Setting it up and goes for the swing. Instant pick off and a double for him. Heroic up to 6.
Very nice, Dupree. Trigger discipline. Could have gone for the knife, but not worth it in that scenario, if you ask me. Just guaranteed the round as we go 6-4. Heroic bouncing back after a 3-round deficit. And we're going to take the first tactical timeout for the Brazilian squad here. It's Dupree. Like, it gets so scary when they start jumping around and moving just as you're getting that close. It's kind of get that tingling feeling deep down inside. But Dupree holds his nerve, and we will have, like I said, a tactical timeout at this point. Money seems fine for FURIA after winning 3 in a row. They can't get the full in AWP, not a huge deal in CS2. And we'll see whether his Galil can do similar damage. He's at 5-8 right now. Top fragger on the servers, though, going to be Shush. He's 14-6. A couple of quiet rounds from him, but the others have stepped up. It was a pretty nice idea from FURIA. I didn't mind that. The fact they did like an A fake almost with the smoke down spawn, the lurk smoke, getting Cello, I think, over towards that big box, and then he called it was clear, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, just as he got spotted and taken down, that's when his teammates were kind of already committed to the bomb site, had to go for it, and it was a pretty simple procedure for Heroic to close things out.
Yeah, I like the attempt as well. It's so much fun to see those kind of fakes, but I think they got baited by the timing themselves in a way. Just Cello not hearing anything for the longest time. Pushing for the fire! This is the kind of stuff that we're normally criticizing Art for, but this time it works. Sierra's got to be confused, like, why is he doing that? Why is it working? Art still moving forward, and this time he's going to be dead, but shot at the back is Cello. Oh, Tessa's by Cello. Not that bad at all. 4 versus 3 here. Shush lining it up, but it's headshots. Law taking down Cello at the end. He can't really make his escape. Still a 2-on-2. What a chaotic round. Just no time to breathe in this one for either team.
Going for the fake plan. Gives a bit of information away. They know the bomb is committed on this side of the map now. Dupree needs to rotate in, but he's in the B lanes right now. So Crizzen needs to be very careful not to get taken down through the smoke early on. He's in a pretty vulnerable position right now. You can see there is some B ramp control coming in from the likes of Queserato as well. It's towards Cave that Dupree is coming. He's got the organ hand and fallen with the Galil as well. This would be a key battle. Who comes out on top? It's the big man. He manages to hit yet another banger. Same story goes to Queserato. Huge round to win as FURIA closed the gap down to just 1 round.
Okay, massive step in the right direction. That round just was relentless, but...
Yeah.
I think also for Heroic at the end in that 2v2, the fact that they didn't have another good grenade, like a Molotov or something to do to displace, or a smoke on the ramp towards Queserato. They were just lacking some utility to really try and set it up. But this is almost a turning moment here. And I wonder if Shush couldn't have just stayed in the corner. It kind of seems like in retrospect he could have just hung out there instead of trying to fall back. But yeah, that's hard call to make in the middle of it. The final round of the half is coming up here. We've got Crizzen on the AWP and a weird assortment of weapons for the rest of Heroic. A little bit of everything going at the moment.
Yeah, well, final round of this first half. Dupree, just doesn't have the firepower to go toe-to-toe with Art's AK-47. Looks good for split right down the middle here. 5-7, not really equipped to deal with that scenario either. So it's down to Crizzen. He actually does sneak by. He knows there's a player towards his B doors, but Shush, a chance, I suppose. He does some damage, but it's Tesses who actually gives him a fighting chance here. 2 versus 1, so they've still got a minute on the clock. They can bail out of the bomb site and make their way back towards B, but an AK has been recovered. Tesses is aware of what he's up against here. He'll transition through CT spawn. And now the problem is Cello's still got to smoke. If they smoke off towards this CT box here, he's in a lot of trouble. But it's Cello who's actually coming in. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. It's Fallen coming in. He's actually going to be coming from the B ramp. So no smoke deployed just yet. There's the flashbang. They're aware of where he could be. And now Tesses encroaching on their position. Trying to keep things quiet, suggesting he hasn't rotated over already.
Yeah, I think the element of surprise, the big thing right here, Fallen out in the open. Wide swing for Tessis. He decides to go for it. He walked out slowly. That might have been the end. Grenade going to bounce in and just tag Cello a bit, and he responds instantly. That's going to tie up the game 6-6. I think a nice little comeback for FURIA here. You know, pretty impressive stuff. This is going to keep it wide open and a good chance still for a third map, I've got to say.
Oh, absolutely. Heroic will be kicking themselves. They were, what, 5-1 up? Yeah, you can see that at the top of your scoreboards. And great shots coming in from FURIA. They had to fight tooth and nail for this resurgent on Ancient, but they delivered the goods. There was a crazy moment here. I think a team kill that came through. Yeah, K-Serata took down Art, but they win the round. Tess says as soon as he throws a grenade, that's the opportunity for Cello. They think you're probably not looking in this position right now. I'll swing out and take you down. As always, very important pistol in MR12. They carry a lot of weight behind them, potentially 3 rounds, as we'll see the Julies come out in full force. 7 guns here for FURIA. And in terms of utility, they've got 2 smokes, HEs, flashes, no kit, just to note that. And just a single smoke here for Heroic. So maybe the smoking CT spawn and flashing over. That's a very viable option. It's going to be courtesy of Shush, who's going to be throwing, that smoke from T-spawn. It's going to be delivered right now.
It's perfect position. Flash goes behind it, but it's debris. The jumping Glock around the corner is plenty enough. Art setting up the headshots, but he's going to get traded almost immediately. Bomb, not quite there yet. Setting up another couple of smokes. They're really worried someone's going to come pushing through. Fallen hoping for a headshot on the jumping player behind the box. Oh my god, there are the dualies. Now they're kicking off, and they're actually trying to escape. They've decided to hell with the A-bomb site. They've made just a little one through. That's unbelievable, Henry. They've actually made it to the B-bomb site.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Ancient, I suppose. And we are going to see the CTs come storming in. A rampage of frags required here from the likes of Heroic. We'll see if Syrah and Dupree can work in tandem to win this 3-on-2 situation for them. Not giving anything so far, though. It's getting a little bit awkward. It's going to be Yuri finding the first headshot. Syrah, if you win this one, I'll be very, very impressed. We did say there's no kits available, but he has got headshots on the T side, looking for that second kill, running out of bullets here. The knife kill, I think it's going to work out. Fallen takes him down. And do they have time to defuse? I'm not so sure.
I don't know.
He's going to be very close. Very close. I think he's got a... As in the defuse is good, yeah.
Oh my god. The knife kill. Syrah, I've got to say, the first headshot made me really believe. And, you know, he's playing it well. He's really playing for time, right? He's trying to minimize his position. I appreciate it, but they'll be falling with the triple. 2 of them with the dualies. 1 of them with the knife.
Yeah, he can get the
FURIA on top. Yeah, that's true. Unbelievable.
Oh, the double stab as well. So, yeah, I think he can get it up if he really wants to. Gonna be thinking better of it. And just going for the MP9, some Kevlar, and I think he'd probably drop the M4 for K-Serata so he can get a helmet. That's what I think he went for instead of the AWP.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind it. But just a
AWPs in second round is like, I've never really seen it work. It's actually more of a burden than a blessing, it seems, most of the time. But bear in mind,
point, like, you're more liable to get rushed down, right?
Yeah, like if you give it up, like if you die early with it, like you've just given the T side, we've got Galils and AWP. But that's a good point here. The bomb was planted. So this is still a very difficult round for FURIA to overcome. And they've got decent control. We're seeing a lot of CT setups like this. Smoking the doors, getting B-lane control, and it's tucking an SMG in here, having a nice crossfire with the cave player. You've got to keep middle smoke to make sure you've got vision on the elbow position itself, which is what they've got. You've got Art patrolling that, making sure he can't be peeked. But it's a cool little crossfire here once you get this set up.
Position for it. There we go. Cello. Nice pick off. Yuri. Oh, that's tricky, though. The jump out from Kristen making all the difference, and Shush is catching Fallen at the perfect time. Now it's getting a little bit awkward, though. Ah, that's the bomb on the ground. That's a huge find, especially with the 35 seconds that's on the clock here. Health-wise, it's kind of even across the board. Not really enough to make a big difference right now. 2 versus 2, and Dupree might just be dead. Almost shot in the back, and there we go. Quesaranto just patiently waiting. 20 seconds. I think that kill for Art on the bomb carrier was what made the real difference here. I don't think Shush could do anything.
No, nothing. He can't hightail it towards A. He's got low HP already. They're aware of his position. He was the one to get the kill in towards the A bomb site. So there it is. A massive round for Furia to find. That guarantees them knife because there's just no way to buy into this one. There's no bomb plant. And then you got a few kills. So going to have to just go to P250. You can't really justify Deagles here. You need to get the money at least 2,000. So I guess Shush and Tessus, if they really wanted the Deagles, they could bring them out. But I'd rather have all the utility going forward, as FURIA have a chance to establish their economy here. And indeed, just a couple of Tech 9s. There's a couple of Deagles, so they did opt for them. But no Kevlar, just a note. And we might just see another setup here where they just smoke towards CT spawn. And yeah, it's going to happen. So Kristen's going to do the CT spawn smoke. Let's have a look. Let's stay on this for now. Let's see how he throws up. Just so I can learn the lineup. All right, I've got up.
I was gonna say that's it. We're trying to figure out exactly how it works as well. 1 minute and 30 seconds. And the smoke is airborne. They are ready for it. Looks like it's landing pretty well. Fallen, frustrated. Oh my god, it's right through. But Art is going to do even better. 2 kills, and Yuri and Quesaranto are there. So in spite of the cool smoke lineup and the good Deagle shot, it's going to be the round for Furia. They're going to be at 9-6. I mean, not necessarily too bad really for Heroic, right? They get in there, they get the bomb down, but at the beginning it looked like it was going to be more.
Certainly did. Well. Like we said, round 9, pretty much guaranteed for Furia. They did get a kill and the plan, though. That only boosts their chances going forward. They have the option for a Chris and Orb now with Kevlar, if they really wanted to. This was the opening frag, though. Beautiful shot from Tessus, but there was no chance they were going to win that round, unfortunately. The fact they got the bomb plan down is a bit of a victory in its own right, as I always say. And we are going to see 9 on the board. Touching distance are taking us to Mirage. That will be decided pretty much in this round. If Heroic give this one up and they don't get a plant down, I would say we're pretty much done, and Mirage is guaranteed. Like I said, this was to be expected. Like, Heroic have had a great run here. Then we run a Roobet, but I feel like Mirage is going to be more of a fighting chance of them. It's a more traditional map where everyone plays the same. Ancient, it's very difficult to coordinate yourselves, and it's all about the grenades and denying control of B. As you can see, those Molotovs are stifling, as Yuri will control B once again.
Yeah, setting it up much more aggressively. This is something that Heroic wasn't doing too much. They were a little bit more further back. What a fine cello under pressure as well. The flashbang is so good. The fact that he got the first one is a little bit of a miracle, but I guess Quesaranto, speaking of miracles, coming back into it. Huge double for him. And it's a 2 versus 2. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Pushing inside of the flames against Art. Man, trying to give him a taste of his own medicine, Henry, but it didn't go down that well.
When we were talking about that game against Eternal Fire, where Furia were just constantly pushing towards the lane, they didn't have those Molotovs beforehand. Like, Art was pushing up with those incendiaries weren't deployed. They didn't have those flashbangs. That's how you do it. That's how you get B lane control properly. You do it as a squad and a unit with the utility behind you to smoke the doors, double Molotov, flash over. Then you can all start assaulting it at the same time. Unfortunately for Crimson, though, his options very limited here. 2 versus 1. Isolated here. He's locked out of B by Fallen's AWP. And then we've got Art towards that elbow position, but he suspects that he could be in T spawn. So maybe there's something to be said here. Cave is probably his best bet. He's going to have a chance of surprising the angle of Fallen. This would be the most opportune angle, I suppose. Still going to be huge advantage for the sniper. It would have to be one hell of a pre-fire, a preemptive shot. And this is the moment here. Does he recognize that this is the angle he's holding? It's be much deeper than I expected. So there's a chance of the plan here.
They're giving him that opportunity, which maybe he can make something of it. Fallen. One misstep here, Chris, and you're going to be dead. We'll set up the grenade just to annoy him a little bit, but can't really go anywhere easily. There's the swing. All right, Fallen's going to miss the first opportunity. Walking up behind him is Art, and either way, I think he was going to be dead. Nice shot from Fallen. And like you said, this might have been the one big opportunity for Heroic to try and change the tides here on Ancient. It's going to be 10-6. They are they're powering through. You did say, Henry, it was going to be a third map. So far, so good.
Yeah, I think all signs were pointing to this. Like, it's their map pick, and they had a disappointing showing. Although they won against Eternal Fire, it was disappointing in terms of like the way they were playing. And I'm sure they used the last 24 hours just to kind of make sure that those problems didn't pursue themselves, because it was kind of awkward, like seeing how many times they were. We haven't seen any shotguns on the CT side yet, Anders. That's gone now. We're not seeing a double orb set up every round. Art's using a rifle. That's all I wanted. You know, that's all I asked for. That was on my wish list going into this game. If Art uses a rifle, they can probably win it. So he seems to have got the memo from not just us, I'm sure his coach as well. But yeah, no more shotguns, no more double orbs. Let's just play the game as it's intended to be played.
Yeah, we approve. We were concerned last time, and I guess it's been working out. Instant blow up of the smoke. Again, that's something that I'm so curious about, is how people are going to be playing that.
Yeah,
obviously, when you
the
do
thing
that,
is as well, like, yeah, you're probably about to make the same point. It's like you don't get the HE now. You don't get any chip damage. You don't actually get to use it effectively. But here we go. We are into an equal trade to kick things off here. Heroic goes out saying he needs some rounds on the board at this point. It's starting to spiral. Yet to post anything here in the second half thus far. Dupree, though, getting some control towards the red room. But guess who's waiting for him? It's the boss man himself, Fallen, who hasn't really missed a beat so far. With that AWP, continues to be a real thorn in their side. And now another man advantage for the Brazilian side, as we got a 4 versus 3, just limping up the B ramp and smoked off once again. But there it is. Sierra busts through the smoke, gets the headshot. Good Molotov as well, makes things very uncomfortable for the likes of Yuri. And now they're flashed off. The bomb should be planted here, and a chance to maybe win out in this 3 versus 3, but still they're incredibly low. The HP is on 18 for Sierra, 12 for Tesses. Kristen will have to do the heavy lifting here, and it doesn't look possible.
It truly doesn't. There is another Molotov on Quesarato, so they could just get rid of Tessus without even having to peek him at all. He got dropped down low from the start of that one. He peeks wide. Fallen able to pick up the shot. Yeah, I don't know. This is going to be almost impossible. That Molotov already thrown down, not really catching anyone at the moment. A couple of flashbangs maybe to try and get this going, but it's all on this for Heroic, surely. If they want any dream of a comeback now, they need to win this. Good couple of flashes. The second one will hit. Sierra just playing on the ramp, and that's a good couple of kills. Maybe it could turn around. Yuri finding it tricky, and Chrisen hunting him down. Aggressive at the end between the two youngsters. They actually win the entire round on their own, getting all 5 kills. 7-10. Is it too late for a life raft, Henry? Can they still make it to shore?
It all comes down to this round, because this is their breaking point. Furia will have enough to buy this round by virtue of Art's like $8,000. It was a scrappy round, not the best look for Heroic, but they got the job done. Like you said, it's a 3 versus 3 of low HP. Someone had to go huge. We said Krisen had to do the heavy lifting here, and he delivers. He stands tall in the difficult round there. And they'll take the full eco, which is advisable. Like they don't need to win this round. They've had a great start here in the second, and yeah, let's take the eco. Allow the money to get strong here, because Art can drop the AWP into Fallen's hands into the next round. They'll have a decent buy. It'll still be pretty compromised, but I'm glad they didn't fully purchase into this one. Watch out for the swing of that B ramp. They're waiting for their opportunity to pounce. It's actually a 5-man stack in towards B, and it's one of those rounds. So it's like, there's not really much we can do with this one, lads. We're full eco, got no grenades. Just hope they have a rush B or just walk into our crosshairs. After about 30 seconds or so, you start to realize this ain't happening. We're going to have to get on the front foot ourselves, present some aggression, and they're thinking about it right now. And there's the cue. They actually might find Shush as well. Oh, they're going to swing on that for sure. And he's in a lot of trouble right now. Gets himself in towards the double doors, calls for the cavalry, and they arrive in style. It's going to be Sierra and Shush mowing them all down there. No problem at all. Clean round. And, okay, to go back to my previous statement, this is the round decides if Roobet can get back into it. If they can fend off this one, it'll be another awkward financial situation for Furia. As I mentioned, Art will drop the AWP over. He's not going to buy a shotgun. He's actually got a rifle. So everyone's pleased about that, because it was a really rough game on the CT side to watch against Eternal Fire. But this is much better. It's night and day compared to what we saw the other day.
Yeah, it is. Man, there was a couple of different ways that could have gone wrong. You're right, for the player outside of the B-bomb side. It looked like he was going to get hunted down. Here we go. Down to a 2-round gap. Art's moving forward. Smokes are everywhere. He's going to position himself inside. He's hearing the footsteps. He probably wants to go through, but a little bit nervous on the other side. They're already on the bomb site. Sierra's leading the charge from the front. He's walking through the smoke, and that's too aggressive. Quesarato is there. The wall bang. It's close, but the bomb will get planted. It's a really quick bomb plant. There is a kit on Yuri, so watch out if he dies where that kit goes, and he will die instantly. They find Art as well, so now the kit is lost in the hallway, Henry.
Oh my days. It's going to be one of those absolutely chaotic DM-style retakes at this point. The smokes have gone, the utilities out. You're just going to have to swing in with your crosshairs, boys. And Cello in the smoke. Tessus will find him. 2 players in towards this K position. And it's Dupree that finds a penultimate frag. I think he might have done enough. It's Heroic on low HP, managing to make this work. They're trying to find Fallen towards the end. A rare miss by his standards. And bear in mind, the explosion looking to take everyone down at this point. Everyone has to hightail out of the bomb site and find Fallen. Going to do anything about it. See what I mean? Dupree's taken down towards a donut. Fallen trying to fight for his life here. He might have done enough, and he will hold on to the very important AWP going to this follow-up round now. My God, that's what keeps Ancient exciting, Anders. That blast radius. The fact you can die in donut, almost touching the A bomb zone. The bomb's planted in B. How nuts is that?
It's so crazy, but yeah, it is kind of part of the charm of the map in a way. I don't know where this... It looks like that bullet just goes straight at him, doesn't it? That's a little bit strange.
Hey, he managed to stay alive. It's all good. He can win this round. Like, this is a sniper's dream. You get to kind of dictate where you want to go at the start of the round, use your teammates as cannon fodder, and you just go for the picks. Like, you definitely take a tactical time out here. Like, this round, sure, they won't be buying much, but a Fallen Orb, if he starts hitting shots like he has been, like, there could be some problems here for Heroic. It won't be a clean-cut round.
10-9. FURIA making a great case for themselves, but slowed down. And the charge being led by Art. He's got 18 kills. Got Fallen behind him at 14 and K-Serant as well at 14. So still, it's all pointing in the right direction. The only trouble is that on the other side, Shush has got 23 kills. Which, again, for the format that we're playing is wild. That is a lot of frags to be putting up on the board.
Okay, and there's got some drama for you after this round. Some juicy drama. And maybe I can talk about it. Once one more kill comes in, this round's guaranteed. I already heard about this, but I didn't want to say it on the broadcast. I'm not the kind of guy to make it confirmed. But Magisk to Falcons deal is done. So he'll be joining Zonic over in Falcons.
Okay. Yeah, they're right.
Did you see that coming?
I guess there was always a chance, yeah, that was going to happen. Man, that project is going to be truly wild and crazy, you have to imagine. Like, the expectations are going to be sky high. So I guess we'll see.
The deal is done. That yes, I heard about it on HMTV confirmed like yesterday. I was like, God, that's bizarre to me. Like these Vitality players, like you've just kind of become like in the conversation with the world's best team, building that legacy now, recent major winners. But I guess like maybe like Magisk after Zonic's gone, that's where he wants to stay. That's where he sees the route to the success is from Zonic, so he wants to stay with him.
Yeah, and maybe likewise for Sonic, right? Like maybe he's looking to make it saying, you know what, I know this guy well enough. I know what I'm working with. I want to keep doing that kind of work. That makes sense.
And if the rumors are true for the other players they're targeting as well, yeah, that's going to be some team they're building over there. A Colossus of sort.
You could say that, Henry.
Yeah.
It's been tried before.
It has.
I love it.
A few people have given it a go.
Well, round number 21 is here. Back in the action is where we are. Heroic. They've got some money in the bank even after this one.
Just to know, FURIA are throwing this really cool smoke from CT Spawn. If you just jump on Yuri's POV right now, you can see he's got that smoke behind him. It allows him to shut down the cave push and then like actually pushing towards middle. So it's kind of a counter to that other caves where we were talking about on the T side. So that's just pretty interesting. I'm going to steal that lineup as well. As we will see Fallen again finding that opening frag. It is going to be 10-10 here. We're all tied up. But I still like FURIA have got the upper hand in this matchup. I see them closing this one out and taking us to Mirage. But Heroic, they've got that dog in them, man. Is that they want to fight for these clutches in the high pressure moments where it's super intense. Time is running out. They seem to be thriving just when it looks like they're down and out. And for now, again, controlling this B lane position. It's going to be Art. He's got backup in the pocket spot as well from Cello. And Molotov is actually, wow, okay, I was about to say beautiful and perfect, but Art goes above and beyond. How does he come out on top in that sort of fashion? Give the man a rifle, and he will absolutely wreck his opposition. With the shotgun, not so much, but I'm loving what Art's doing today. What a turnaround, Anders. He's now top fragging with 20 kills and 16 deaths after becoming like almost a bit of a meme the other day against Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's really been a turnaround for him individually. That's what you want to see. I like that. That makes me put a smile on my face there. Fallen taking down Tessus towards the end too. He's not that far behind. He's still got 17 kills.
So we'll see. FURIA, check out this smoke at the start of the round. They throw it from the left-hand side of spawn, and yeah, they're throwing that every single round. It means if you want to rush in towards cave, you have to go through a gray screen, and it allows the CTs to push out as well. Not sure we'll get to see it, but just watch out for it flying through the air on the minimap. But yeah, for me, like, just looking out and scouting all these grenades, like, it's absolutely everything. Like, just trying to work out where the meta is heading, because we have so many options. Yeah, you have all the CSGO grenades available, but bear in mind, there's no skyboxes anymore, Anders. Like, you can throw grenades across the literal map. So there's going to be so many wild options here. I didn't catch you through it. So maybe it's a spawn-based thing, but it's not a spawn-based smoke. But we'll see if they will deploy it again, because then if you can condition the T's to know, like, you can't rush cave, like, all of a sudden you can actually push out of there aggressive smoke as well. Like, there's a lot of mind games here on Ancient. One of my favorite maps to commentate, because it has it's still evolving, you know, like, it's still in its infancy, if you ask me, in terms of how it can be played, especially with this new version, these new options of utility. And we'll see if they deploy it again. It looks to be, no, they're not going to be using it this time. So a different setup here, you'd imagine, going to be focusing more of their efforts towards middle. And we'll see if it works out for them. They've been very aggressive towards B. So like I said, they've conditioned them. Like, you can see Heroic not even willing to enter that position anymore. Just going to have Syrah trying to hold them back. The smokes come down. It's very stifling play from FURIA.
Yeah, they're so aggressive with it. Just bombarding the outside of that B bomb site. They got mid control as well, heavily. So kind of part of the advantage here is part of the mid control almost turns into sort of a B defense when you're holding this lane. So you can sort of double down on it. It's not bad. Cello playing in the corner here. Zero is the only one on this side. This is actually a super common strategy when you've got the sort of the 4-1 split here on the T side. We'll see if he can have an impact or if he's just going to rejoin the team. He might just feel like he's so far pushed behind that he can't play that forward position at B and kind of like sell the idea that something's happening. Doesn't look like it. Fallen up close. How does he not get anyone? There's 3 people peeking him. He shot right between 2 of them. That's unfortunate.
Well, still, it's actually a pretty decent kill coming in there from the likes of Yuri. That's the 3rd smoke down the double doors now. That's going to be so frustrating. We're at 35 seconds. They haven't been able to break through those double doors as of yet. Super overwhelming, annoying play. As we all see Syrah just biding his time, but time is the operative word here, Anders. We've got 25 seconds. I don't think there's a chance for Heroic. Like, what do you even do now? Like, you can't execute. You just have to run in. Flash and run in. I think that's all you really can do. The Molotov default. Syrah gets a kill on Cello, and they need ultimately a couple of frags. They're not going to happen. Yeah, you can see this didn't have time to smoke Donut. There was just no time to even win that round. So it is going to be map point for FURIA.
Yeah, they're making it work. Looked like they were faltering for a minute because Heroic really were winning a couple of important rounds, but they're back on track. And also, Shush has been slowed down. He's been stuck at the 23 kills for a minute here, so that's maybe another potential problem that they're running into is just a lot of it was on his back, and now that he's been having a harder time. Yeah, Serato, that is one hell of a spray down. Things are looking good. 3rd map would be Mirage, so it's not bad. Who doesn't love a good game of Mirage?
Oh, well, me. I don't like playing it. It's like my least favorite map to play. I don't mind casting it because it's CS2, and I feel like with this sort of matchup here, you've got the flair of the Brazilians and brutal aim of Heroic. I feel like, yeah, it's going to deliver on all fronts. That's how we get there. Still a chance, I suppose, with these sort of rounds. Not a massive one with 2 MAC-10s and 3 AKs, but maybe just throwing caution to the wind here. Maybe he's going for a faster B play. Shush has got the instant smoke towards Red Room from that spawn. So that's something they've got in their favor, I suppose. And whether they want to smoke cave and this focus towards middle is yet to be seen. But there it is. Instant smoke goes down, and it looks like you might as well go for a fast play, Anders. You've got 2 MAC-10s here. So you're hoping that they go for a different one of their setups where they're not going to be sending absolutely everything down towards those B lanes, but they will. Look how much damage they're taking. Oh my days. So yep, they've been rumbled, absolutely outread, outplayed. Serato jumps up, and they had to run the gauntlet of fire there. It doesn't work out for them whatsoever. And it looks like FURIA have done enough to take us to Mirage as we see the logical conclusion of the round come through. Dupree does steal one back. Prison. Oh, he's going to find a kill in the back. Okay.
Oh.
All right then. Like I said, they like to fight. 2 for nail, this team. It's going to be Serato to pull one back here. But Fallen has been an absolute rock. Hasn't missed many shots. And we'll see whether he can just find the penultimate kill and survive to close out this round.
They know where he is. Oh, they knew where he was, at least. I'm pretty sure Tess has got the spot on him there, but a minute on the clock and Fallen, usually not the one to be rattled in these kind of scenarios. He's looking for the kill still. They're going to be coming through the cave and getting real close and personal against that AWP. 50 seconds on the clock. His teammate is so far away. Serato not going to be able to really help out if Fallen goes down. There's not going to be any trades. Smoke behind him. And Fallen is expecting that maybe they're going to be splitting it, so he wants to catch one of them and then turn around and, you know, maybe wait for Keserato. But he's not finding anyone here. Yeah, that's it. He's going to confirm. It's actually great info, even if he doesn't get the kill. Just realizing, going to get that one for free as Chrisen backs up into it. Fallen has once again outdone himself. That's really cool. Great movement.
Great movement indeed. It looks like it's enough here. TeSeS has got his work cut out for him in the 2 versus 1. Both players in the same position, though. I'm not saying it's completely over. And there it is. The nice shot. A good try, but ultimately FURIA have taken map number 2. Another great map here of Counter-Strike, Anders, and what a great response from FURIA. After their woes on the first day, looking like they had a weak CT side, it's actually Art who comes in and goes above and beyond. Like, he listened to all the criticism, not from us necessarily, and probably from his coach, but what a change of pace that was. Actually using the rifles. No AWPs, no shotguns. They had the double incendiaries down. They had full control of those B lanes time and time again. And Heroic, like I said, they're essentially a mixed team. Ancient is a very technical map, especially when you're playing it correctly on the CT side. It's an impressive utility in terms of smokes, there's incendiaries, and there's great calculated pushes, and 3 smokes down at the double doors sometimes. It is really overwhelming for the likes of Heroic. But it was a great map, and they kept up. 13-10, nothing to be sneezed at. We do go on to Mirage, which I think will have even more fireworks in store for us.
Surely yes, but listen, Henry, it's enough talk. It's been almost an hour without me listening to Kassad, and I miss it. So let's get him in the mix.
Let's do it.
Oh, you guys, Kassad is over here blushing right now.
I
Yeah.
haven't seen Kassad this happy all week.
I mean, I'm ecstatic right now. Can't you see it on my face?
Nope.
Hello.
No, not really, no.
Can't
No.
find it anywhere. Boys, for the FURIA side of things, I've got to highlight the fact that, you know, I was out front. For those of you that don't know, Fallen and Cello are actually boot camping here in the Relog studios right now. Those boys are getting loud. They're getting a little bit rowdy. They're definitely fired up, and I think they're taking this Mirage on head first.
They should be getting fired up because, as we said earlier, if they lose this matchup to what is pretty much a mixed team,
Yes.
that is a massive blow. Will be a massive blow to the confidence, right? Now, that being said, I like what we saw here. Art, he was the target of our criticisms quite a bit yesterday as well on this very map. I think it was way more rational, way more restrained. We saw that one round where they went for a full eco. We had $7,000. Me and Kassad just sitting there in the green room, we're like, he's not buying anything? That's wild. And guess what? Here's a top fragger, high impact plays coming out from him as well. And even the kills he was finding, the multi-kills, it wasn't him just going on a solo mission, right? There was a contingency plan. There was a player nearby to trade in case things didn't quite pan out. And for Heroic, I mean, I'm not going to be critical of them at all. They made reasonably close, some big clutch runs coming out from them, but FURIA were the better team on their map pick.
Yeah, Art definitely decided to take the reasonable route in this game and not buy shotguns and, you know, go crazy. He was playing normal game. He had a lot of impact, especially on the T-half, something that, you know, that was very useful for them in this map, so they can actually win it. And on the CT side was pretty much like getting the job done after they won the pistol, and it was like, what, 9-10-6. And, you know, it was relatively close, but not really, because every time there was a clutch situation, it seemed that FURIA was in the driving seat of that clutch. Like, they were always getting in a better position, better timings to close these rounds. But overall, the better team won on this map, which gets us to Mirage. It's something that, you know, it's going to be interesting to watch. But, you know, on the other side, what I didn't like for Heroic in this map is the fact that they allowed so many rounds to go like super deep.
Super slow.
Yeah, super slow. And when you have that kind of dynamic of the map and all these new players are not going to make proper decisions in those high pressure situations, especially the kids, right, the unexperienced ones. So putting them in that kind of position where you have to make a decision 10 seconds before the end of the round is never easy, especially if you're a mixed team. Even if you're a legit, like, proper, you know, structured team, it's going to be difficult. But when you're a mixed team, it's way harder. So I think that's the reason why they lost.
And also, like, you know, just to highlight the way the map is played right now, and just to add on to Kassad's point as well, right? Like, it is way more harder now on the T side, especially when you're going to be duking it out towards mid, because the CTs, they have the insta smoke because of the lack of skyboxes. They have the better spawns as well, so it's very hard to really contest mid. And we even see, like, Ancient teams, like the teams who specialize on Ancient, full lineup, not just a mixed team. You know, they opt to go for more, you know, faster plays towards A, faster plays towards B, quick execs, early fakes from spawn as well, instead of trying to contest mid a little later, right? In this case for Heroic, they did that so many times, and I was questioning a couple of calls there, maybe from Dupree, where I would have liked to see them go for a few faster hits towards A, because they were very aware that FURIA were investing a lot of personnel in going for that lane control, towards that mid control, right? So they could potentially caught that one defender at A off guard, which they didn't, and unfortunately, I feel like that lost them the game.
Talking about slow, what was Henry talking about when, when he was like about Magisk and you know the drama? One literally Internet Explorer much, Henry.
It just goes to show you, Kassad, that Henry is a liar. He wasn't listening to anything we were saying on the desk, because we were talking about this before we went live with the game.
The guy had to take a piss. Like, just leave him alone. I was just giving him.
I think he only listens when he hears Kassad's voice. Yeah, that's basically
but Kassad was talking about it as well.
That is for Henry, because he said he loves you, Henry, and then he goes and calls you a liar. You know, I would never say that.
It's called harsh love. I love him.
No,
I love you, Henry, which is why I'm just calling you out when I have to. Like,
I love you, you liar.
Like.
It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
My question to you guys is, though, I know, Blair, you had mentioned over on Nuke, one thing that the Heroic boys had done particularly well was slowing down the pace and combating that FURIA playstyle. They tried to replicate that over on Ancient. Obviously, it didn't necessarily work out for them. Where does that leave them now that we head into Mirage?
I think, look, faster or slower T sides, it depends completely. It depends completely on the map, right? Nuke and Ancient are very different maps altogether. Do you want to touch me?
You want to hold hands? Hold hands for the rest of the segment.
Hold hands, Kassad?
Please, no.
Too feminine for you?
Too feminine for me.
All
right.
But look, heading to Mirage, FURIA are still going to be the favorites here, obviously, right? But one thing which I did like from FURIA yesterday, even though it was a very close affair, was the CT side was pretty solid altogether. And if Heroic slow it down like they did here in Ancient as well, you're going to have this, the FURIA just going for extremity control, pushing towards Palace, especially when you have players like Art in your team, right? They're going to be going for that map control, and whenever you're going to be going for this late execute, especially considering it's a mixed team and you need to have way more coordination, you're going to be in a very uncomfortable spot. You won't have good post plans being, you won't find yourselves in good post plan situations, right? So, look, you really don't have much to lose. Play a little loosey-goosey. Play a little fast. A little shock and awe. You have the individuals. Players are popping off. So just try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I want to see Heroic, play a little bit faster. Much faster than they did on Ancient, because you want this decisions to be made quick. You just want to simple calls. Just run and gun and try to win the rounds that way.
Well, only time will tell whether or not that will actually be the case. So do not go anywhere, because we'll be back in a few moments.
Bitcoin, pero acá estamos en zona sur, papi. Acá queremos pesos.
¡Peso! Nosotros pagamos en dólares. Porque jugamos con Roobet. ¡Juga! ¡Juga!
Roobet.
Nice try.
No.
Oh.
Why do I keep getting
There we
muted?
go. Go on.
All right, let's try
Give
it
it
again.
another go.
Roobet.
That was good.
Yeah, because
Okay. Moving along.
Moving along swiftly. Anyways, Kassar doesn't want to have fun. He doesn't like having fun on this broadcast here. Anyways, Mirage. It is the final countdown for both of our teams. How do you think this one's going to pan? Final countdown.
you might remember it. Came out when you were like 5 or something.
More like
in 1981.
More like 15. But no, coming into Mirage, like I said, you want to see a more faster pace. We're not going to see it from FURIA because that's the way they play. I want to see Art again, playing normal game. You can be aggressive, but just play, more standard aggressive type of Counter-Strike, and then we can see the results from the past, 12 games and a 50% win rate, 6-6. They won against Eternal Fire barely in that.
We saw that round.
Yeah.
For FURIA, they're going to be aggressive, as Kassar pointed out as well. But if you move into Heroic, they actually just dismantled Aurora on Mirage. I think it was the deciding map as well. And they had a streak of rounds on the T side as well. Aurora were giving them a lot of respect. They're playing too turtled up, too scared, just playing for retakes, and they were allowing Heroic into post-plant situations before the bomb's even planted, right? That's not going to happen against FURIA. So yeah, I'm curious to see how this one's going to play out. I still wouldn't completely write off Heroic.
Mm-hmm. I did mention to you at the, during the break that I had intrusive thoughts when I was making my predictions, and a part of me was like, you know what, just go with Heroic, but I decided against that, and now I might be thoroughly regretting that decision being made. But what about individual performances? Because I know throughout the tournament so far, dupreeh has well and truly been stepping up to the role, stepping up to the plate, and giving us a great performance. However, Ancient was a bit of a hit or miss for him.
Well, it's not easy to maintain the high level of Counter-Strike completely and call at the same time with the
across all maps.
Yeah, it's just very difficult. Even if you are a veteran like him, you still have to take some downfalls. You're going to get in a problematic situations, and it's fine. That's a game of Counter-Strike. Sometimes you're top of your game. Sometimes it's a little bit different. The other players play well as well in the other teams, so you have to take that into account. And the advantage that he has over other players right now is the fact that he has been in these decider maps a million times so far. So it's not going to be something super crazy for him, like big pressure. So he's going to handle it properly when it comes to him individually. But for the other players, I don't know.
I would like to see, we saw some moments, some really cool moments coming from players like Shush, for example. Yes. I'm looking at these two guys as the veterans of Heroic, so to speak, the remnants and the veterans of Heroic, for them to kind of step up to a plate a little bit more when it comes to the fragging prowess and put too much pressure on the two kids. I think the two kids are doing a fantastic job overall. They're winning like some pretty clutch situations. There was a 2v3 on the B-bomb side of Ancient as well, where this one's done, and they're able to bring it back. So they're doing the best, but if Tessus and Shush step it up alongside their captain, things could get interesting here.
Is this going to be another close one? Could this be our OT game?
I mean, why not?
It really could, honestly.
Why not? I mean, both teams are not afraid of each other. You can see that Heroic is just playing very, relaxed Counter-Strike. Yep. And FURIA is playing always fast. And, it's just... they're not really scared of anyone. So it's a good mix-up. It should be entertaining map. I don't think it's going to be high quality of Counter-Strike that we're going to see some tactical, supremacy or whatever it is, right? We're just going to see a lot of brawls. And that's always fun to watch. A lot of flashy headshots and, highlights and stuff like that. That is entertaining, but not very efficient way to play Counter-Strike.
I will say this, though. If FURIA do wind up losing this, even though we're trying to paint this picture that it could still go either way, if FURIA loses, I would be perturbed. I would be like, what's going on here, guys? It's not even a real team, right? Like, you should be winning games like this convincingly, not even close, convincingly, and we haven't seen that yet. So if I'm a FURIA fan, I'm hoping they really close this out in a convincing fashion.
At what point are we allowed to stop using the excuse of it's just CS2? This is CS2. It's at the start of CS2. At what point are you going to be looking at these teams and just thinking and saying to yourself, this is absolutely unacceptable?
About a week ago.
A week ago?
Yeah. I mean, if you practice in the last month and a half, you should be more than decent when you have, a support that you have, right? You have a proper organization with the salaries and everything, and you have access to boot camps, you have access to every kind of, software and all these things that can help you develop, your game in a proper way. So after a month and a half or whatever it is, if you go out and say, we're just CS2, we're not ready, then what the hell are you doing?
You can say it.
Yeah.
You can drop an F-bomb.
He's dropped it multiple times. I don't know why.
No, but it's. I agree. Like,
Because I was serious. That's why I
if you
avoided
look
it.
at Sydney, for example, FaZe and Complexity were clearly the two best teams, right? And look at how competitive it was. For Complexity to make it that deep, look at the game they had against G2, for example. It's prep work. They've been putting in the time. They've been putting in, coming up with new stuff here. And it's like, and the ones who are finding success are the teams who are doing that, and the ones who aren't are just falling by the wayside. So I agree with Kasad here for a change.
Well, I want to hear everybody's thoughts and feelings as we head into our final map. It is Mirage time.
Yes, Anders, we've made it. Roobet Cup continues here, day 3, map 3, as we'll see if the Brazilians get this one over the finish line. I think they can. I feel like they've shown me enough today. They've kind of sorted out the silliness and should be taking us through Mirage. I kind of agree with the analysts here. They should be taking this.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Art can stay on the straight and narrow, avoid the shotguns, like the kind of performance he had on Ancient, definitely. It's very convincing, so I'm excited. I look forward to more. Yeah, nothing really to disagree with here. Strange unity on the analyst test. Don't normally see it, but I guess that's it's nice to have a little bit of space for that too. Some camaraderie.
Well,
going on.
we have a
It's not
whole
too
other
bad.
series to go. So it's nice to call this one
time.
like
All right.
kind of the halftime break between all the kind of the craziness over there. So I'm all for
fair.
it. And yeah, I don't know. I've been enjoying this cup as I always do. Here at Relog and the Roobet Cup 2023. I'm always enjoying myself. The Counter-Strike's been great so far. It's been exciting. It's been very close. There's been no real blowouts here. And every map is up in the air, it seems. I guess it does come down to being a new game and playing against unknown quantities. Like, there's not much information, not many demos. If there are demos, you'd even struggle to watch them, considering the game we've got to play right now. So that's just kind of where we're at. Yeah, so it's just unfortunate that you might be the better team, but these players can hit hard. Like, even the young guns, it's not really down to experience. It's about who's hitting their shots and who's coordinated themselves the best. And it seems like these younger players are doing a great job so far. So I'm sure it's going to be a close game. I'm sure it won't be a clean-cut affair. But that's what I'm here for. That's why we thought this would go 3 maps. Yeah. And I think Heroic, like, they've had all the good starts they could really ask for, Anders. They've had these like 4-1, 5-1 starts each and every map so far. If FURIA can just win a pistol and get the momentum in their favor for once, I think they'll be absolutely fine. But that has not happened thus far.
That's something that they've been struggling with. That might be worth pointing out that's something that they've been having a little bit of a hard time with. So yeah, that'd be nice to see them step up on that front. They certainly have the kind of players that are going to be able to, but yeah, Mirage as well as the deciding map. I guess I'm with you a little bit. It can be a little bit stale to play Mirage, but watching it's fine. And maybe we can see some new cool tricks. The match is live, Henry. We do have a knife round, I believe, coming up to decide it's going to be on what side, or did they already do that?
They probably already did it. I'm seeing Molotovs and smokes being purchased. You're not allowed those, as far as I'm aware, in the knife round. So, yeah, we're into it. Looks like Heroic did win the knife, and it will be 5 sets of Kevlar for them. It's going to be Dupree with first contact here. Flashbang, and actually a Molotov landing in the window. That's kind of sick. I have not seen that before in CS2, at least. Normally you smoke that window, then you go for a fast-paced play, but this is very cool. Molotov to kick things off, and Krizen, though, gets nothing done. This is the good start the FURIA were looking for, ladies and gentlemen, as they get themselves a prime position to close out this round, only taking a little bit of damage on Root. Yuri's down to 24, but that's about it. The P250 striking from the Palace position, and they might actually reset this round and go in towards B, and that could be their downfall. Sierra pulling one back. If he gets this kill, that's the bomb, Anders. All of a sudden, they're back in the driving seat. Heroic finds some footing in the round.
Oh dear, you were asking for a pistol round, Henry, for FURIA, and you nearly got it, but it's not really done yet. The fact that the bomb is lost in the middle. Who wants to go and recover it? Who wants to expose themselves to a potential another USP shot? I do like this position in the window room. That could be really, really powerful. Now they picked up the bomb again, making a bit of noise, dropping back down, but nobody's at the A bomb side. If they can get past Zero here, there might be a way. He's out looking for the bomb as well. Surely you can't make it through. Yeah, this is the position I was talking about for Cello all along. Just really powerful, and that is going to give them a great strength in this round. Shush on his own now as Keserato will take down Zero, and I don't know what you could do here. Wow, FURIA actually slowing it down. Oh my god, what shot that was. Can I get a replay, please? I don't think it's going to change the round, but that actually looks so sick.
Yeah, very nice from Shuj, but as you mentioned, not really much it's going to do in terms of the knock-on effect for the round because they did not have a kit or any utility into this one. This is going to be, oh my god, there was a chance he gets that kill, 9 HP, doesn't check the close range proximity, and it will be Furia recovering what seemed like an absolute lock-in of a round there. They maybe overthought it, Dan. You get 2 kills in towards A, he still had smokes down, and they all tried to retreat up towards short. Like, if you get 2 kills on A, like the bomb side's pretty much open, but each to their own. And they do manage to win the round, so no harm, no foul. It does beg the question, though, do Heroic want to buy in the second round, bring out the scout maybe, and see if they can make the deals work? But we haven't seen much of that, especially on maps like Mirage. There's been lots of full ecos. The CS2, I think teams are kind of moving away from that mentality on the CT side.
Yeah, I think you're right. Kassad said the CS2 accusers were gone last week. He's already sick of listening to people saying, "Oh, but it's CS2. We don't know what we're doing yet," and everything. So I like that. You know,
I agree. Like, especially for a team like Furia, like you're boot camping right now. You should be taking a mixed team of Heroic like to the cleaners. Like, there should be no real problem here. They're here on the third map. They've won the pistol. And bear in mind, this is a winner bracket game as well. Whoever wins this series, which we think will be Furia at this stage, is going to be going straight to the playoffs. So it'd be absolutely huge. First team to do so as well. And, I may tell a lie there, because the other series actually concluded earlier, right? So I think it was VP was our first team to the playoffs, because they started a bit earlier than us. But either way, the point still stands. VP are through, Furia looking good to do the same.
Yeah, I like that. I like that, a little maneuver, Henry. Even if I'm lying, I'm still right.
Exactly. I'll still make it work.
Still make it work somehow. Well, I appreciate it. That is what we're here to do, to at least give it a crack. Furia with a 2-0 lead to begin with. Krieg on Art once again. That seems to be something that he's sort of returning to. Do you have any objections yet to that? I don't. We've maybe not seen enough of it to have real. I
haven't seen it do anything remarkable to suggest it's better than the AK-47. But there's R. He gets 1 at least. But we'll see whether they can fend off the ensuing CTs now, pushing their way towards top of middle. Dupree getting flashed and flashed again, but still ready to take this fight, willing as he does take off the head of Cello. No problem at all. Neutralizes the situation down to a 3 versus 3. Here comes a response from Furia now. Tess is 1 step ahead of it. He realizes there's a chance this play comes in with the Pika's advantage. K. Serato absolutely wallops him in towards that B bomb site. This might not be worth the retake at this stage because the bomb is going to come in no problem. You have not got a kit. You don't really have much to work with. There's still a chance to give it a go with no plant coming in just yet. But an incredibly difficult round here. It's going to be like 15% chance that they can actually pull this one off.
Yeah, definitely. The bomb is quite far away, but still, I don't know if there's anything much that they can easily do on this one. Dupree and Kristen, you got to worry about the money as well, right? That's something you maybe don't want to give up too soon, but they're going to step into that one, get the first kill onto Fallen. Bomb still ticking away. Now it's just Kristen, and he's going to be found as well. So good stuff for the side of Furia. They continue their reign of terror here.
Very nice, Furia. Very nice indeed. As once again, finding themselves in a comfortable spot. It does get a little bit tricky with Dupree's efforts there, but still they get the round over the line. No problem whatsoever. Nice work from Dupree. Gets himself a double kill towards the top of middle, but ultimately wasn't quite enough. And that 3 versus 2, they was just too far removed. They didn't have much utility. They didn't have kits. I just didn't see them having a fighting chance, especially after that absolute face melter of a shot coming in from K. Serato towards short.
Well, it's getting worse and worse all the time now. Cello getting the shot on Dupree. Heroic having a much flatter start here than maybe you would have wanted to see at the start of the map. Fallen taking out Kristen. Even in this round, right? Just try and at least, if you can, do a little bit of extra damage, right? Find that extra kill somewhere, but they're not able to at the moment. There's a little bit of Tessus with a headshot. Man, this is quickly getting way out of control, isn't it?
Yeah, but this is what Heroic deserve, They've had the 5-1 starts in the first 2 maps.
Deserve, Henry. They deserve.
Yeah, they're getting a taste of their own medicine. And boy, is it ever bitter.
That's hard judgment, hard condemnation of the Heroic team, but I guess it's fine. It's caught me off guard a little is all,
I don't know. Bubsky made an interesting point yesterday in HLTV Confirmed. He said, like, hey, you might be looking at Yabi and Stown as like the backstabbers or whatever, but like it's never just two people that make all the decisions. Like, you have to say that there was definitely some input from Shush and Tessus. Like, you can't just say like they had nothing to do with it. They had no idea. They definitely would have been asked, "Are you okay with this? You think this is a good point? That this is a good move?" Like they would have been asked. So just saying.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. I think we mentioned it a couple of times. Like, I just love the memes. I love the idea of the drama of it. But obviously, we need to hear sort of the whole story. People do have the tendency to jump to wild conclusions before they actually get to hear what's going on. So, I just think it's funny. But yeah, obviously, eventually, I'll sit down and listen to the whole story, see what's actually coming out. Smoke towards the window. This one doesn't fail. Good job. Round number 5 here, and a hugely important round, surely, for Heroic. Any effort to try and make a comeback would be nice to start it now. Again, they are spiraling down that ugly road of the CT side economy. A run boost into the middle. Art. Flashton just kind of standing there. He's like, all right, no one's peeking me. I'm just trusting that no one's going to fight me. That's fine. Looked a bit odd, perhaps. He's love a headshot, but he gets a grenade instead. Blows him down to 71. Blows up the chairs as well.
Yeah, I wasn't going to mention it, but RIP to the chairs. They didn't deserve that.
No, the decor is gone. So it's rough. They need to build them more, sturdy. Like get some metal frames on those things.
Well, for now though, it's all come to a bit of a standstill, which I haven't said much throughout this entirety of this series. Like it's been Rock'em Sock'em Counter-Strike throughout the entirety, but it's a bit more traditional. A bit more slow-paced. Furia with 45 seconds to get a re-smoke the window. Now going to have K Serato, as you mentioned, taken down to 71 points of health by virtue of the grenade. Another smoke coming in towards that position now as well. So what's the final play here? The bomb's in towards B apartments. They're going to smoke the window. Yeah. And we've got a nice little boost from Zero as well here, but you're pretty committed. I don't know how he gets that headshot on the follow-up, the fadeaway, and he actually has a bit of an advantage now. 5 on 4, 20 seconds remaining as Furia make their way in towards B.
Yeah, just stay up here. Just buy time. Art will find him eventually. Tess's MP9 there. They'd seen him jumping earlier, so they probably had a little bit of a clue. Still another player here, even more coming up, but somehow Furia coming out on top. How has it happened?
I don't know.
Henry, they had practically 4 people on the bomb side. There was almost no time left. I think the bomb goes down with 6 seconds left. They had the boost up in the corner. They had the surprise of the MP9 at the truck, and still somehow Furia just power on through. That's absolutely ridiculous. I really can't believe it.
Well, there's still a chance here for Grizzin. He doesn't have the kit or the utility, but he has slipped the net somewhat. Unfortunately, gets a face full of lead, courtesy of Fallen, and K Serato is there to finish and seal the deal. We are going to have a 5-0 start. Furia are officially on fire, ladies and gentlemen. Looking to book themselves a place in the playoffs here at the Roobet Cup 2023, or should I say, Roobet. Anders, we haven't had one from you today. Can you give us a Roobet?
Oh, let me try see if I can.
Yeah, go on.
Warm the voice.
Give us a good one.
Here. Get a little bit of a Roobet.
Yeah, yours is much better than mine. You've got the voice.
Well, listen,
I like that.
I've got some feedback from the chat as well. Sanity saying, casters, STFU, please. They are the backstabbers. So we're ruining this guy. Like, this guy's...
I know, I'm sorry.
Enjoying
just trying to be objective here. And it's like, I've been part of many of these transfer moves myself as a player, as a GM. Like, I know how it goes down. Like, you wouldn't just say, by the way, lads, we're removing Cadian. You had no say in it, but thanks. That's just not how it goes down.
I appreciate your point of view, Henry, but like I do think you need to shut up as well, because like this guy's having he's having like a good time with the drama, and I am as well. It is more fun if you have 2 people that are just they're just evil. They're just like that. It's a better story. So sorry about ruining that a little bit. Well, we'll get back on the right messaging.
Yeah, you're right. I understand when he's saying I hate to burst the bubble there, but everyone's very, very aware of these sort of moves. But it looks like, for now, though, at least, Heroic do have a fighting chance. I would say that. Take from that what you will. Like that first opening kill, they managed to make things a little bit problematic. They are known in Denmark to be deadly with the Desert Eagles, as we'll see Shush try and fight back here. He is known to hit a banger or 2 in his prime. Let's see what he can do. Oh, that was the chance.
It's close. It was the chance, wasn't it? It looked like he even stood still for a second just to give him a crack at it, but it didn't really work out. 5-7 for Dupree, but a flashbang as well, and those tend to just come out on top in that kind of a fight. Yuri throwing bullets towards CT spawn, haphazardly, but not really connecting with anything.
Touchdown.
Right. That is a touchdown. That has to be the next iteration of like what now we have the grenades that can blow the smokes. The next thing has to be that if you catch the HE early enough on in its life cycle, you can throw it back.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it. I was thinking it, obviously, but
obviously, yeah.
Throw the grenades back. I'm not sure how that mechanic would work, but yeah, let's do it. Let's just change that as well.
Kick the smoke and have them rolling across the bomb site, creating like a whole wall, just one smoke.
I'm trying to think. Maybe you could have like a tear gas grenade as well. So you have to buy a gas mask.
Now we're talking. Do you remember the Team Fortress 1, the concussion grenade?
Yes. Yeah, you could like bounce off them as well. Conk
really...
jumping, they called it.
They did do that. That's gonna fly right over the heads of the Sumas. They're not gonna.
Yeah, Team Fortress 1. That came out in I think 1998 or something. So yeah, good luck if you get that reference. But hell of a game. Dust Bowl, Team Fortress 1. That was a good time in my life.
Not a bad game. In case Herons are both going down, Heroic have decided to show up. I was waiting for it. I was saying, it's surely at one point they're going to want to play the game, and it's this round. Dupree, close to the middle, watching for the shadow below, but no one's really going to test him in that position. 5 versus 3, and I think FURIA, why not slow this down and hope for a mistake on the Heroic side? There's a minute and 10 seconds. You're just waiting to see if there's going to be a chance for something. C. Crook in the chat is asking, hello, Anders, can we kiss? I won't rule it out. Maybe not in the middle of the game, but, I am...
Not right now.
Which timing is off. Yeah, it's important, timing's critical on that kind of front. But, thanks for asking, though. I appreciate it. Yuri is 7-2, and they did get the kill there. Does that inspire hope? The fact that Zero is here is
it's not impossible to win this round. Look, the bomb's in towards the B apartments. They're going to fake it and just show everything towards A. Now with that missed shot here, this is prime because you think with 20 seconds remaining, these players actually showing their hand. There's a world if they get a couple of kills and just rotate everyone over. I feel like there's a clutch potential for Cello. He's licking his lips right now, Anders. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to run in towards B, do what I can, plant that bomb. And Yuri needs to get some aggro here. So if he stays alive against the aggro. So it's a 4 versus 1. But I don't know. Don't completely rule him out. We've seen crazier rounds in this before. He's got the Molotov to get a good position. And in terms of kits, there's only one. This is not a done deal. They'll probably win it. It's 90% in their favor, maybe 95. There is a world.
You're right, especially if Tessus loses that kit. That has to be part of the feature here, or they're going to walk right behind him. It's so close. Now this position is not that great any longer. Does get a little bit of a tag there. They come for him, and Tessus will find it. My God, that is so scary. If Tessus is one of those players a little bit further out and he dies instead, that's the round probably won. So, yeah, it got really close. That's exciting. All right, but Heroic are on the board.
It was a 4 versus 2. They get the bomb down, a couple of frags. They keep Heroic incredibly modest there. So they squeeze the absolute life out of that round. Juiced it for all it was worth, and it will be 6-1. Heroic posting their first, and they do manage to salvage AWP. And they've gone for a double orb setup now as well. So Shush on the secondary, Crizzen on the main. So we'll see what they can make of it. It's going to be an interesting setup for them. They are lacking... actually, it's actually pretty good. Their money's absolutely fine. We're going to see Syrah moving up towards shorts. And for now, FURIA focusing towards the B apartments once again. We have got Cello making sure there's no mid-aggression coming through. And speaking of which, it's Syrah who will be trying to get flashed in towards top middle. Unfortunately, the flash completely caught him. Doesn't seem to be an issue, though. He'll still find the frag and find the man advantage for Heroic as he falls back and resets the round.
That's an important kill. Heroic, surely in the back of their minds, they're thinking about the 6-6 all tied up game, which would require 6 in a row for them to get there. So kind of a big task ahead of them right now. But that first kill, step in the right direction. Yuri looking for the headshot here. Shush is a little bit careless. Maybe he could do it. Looks like they're congregating towards the middle of the map. Smoke goes up into the B hallway, so Tessus will be safe for a while, but it's the mid portion of the attack here that's going to be the critical one. Run boost, but it's completely empty, and for good reason, right? Why would Heroic try and fight middle in a 4 and 5? A little bit of an A bounce. Not catching anyone with this. And look at what it's done. We're down to 30 seconds now. Heroic have just given no chances for Furia to find the equalizing kill. So it's a little bit boring to watch, but it just makes so much sense. So gotta give them credit for the discipline here.
Oh
my
dear.
God, wait a minute. Hold the phone, Henry.
Hold the phone indeed. Leave it off the hook, because right now we've gone into a 4 versus 2. Heroic have loosened their grip on the round and let it spiral out of control. Just Tessus remains. The 5-on-4 crumbles down to a 4 versus 1. What in God's name just happened to Heroic? They had everything working in their favor. The double AWP setup was looking great. A missed shot, however, opened the door of opportunity, and it's been slammed in their face by Yuri getting that final kill as we go 7-1, this time in favor of Brazil-Anders. And it will be a resounding victory for Furia, resetting the money of Heroic en route. What a recovery that was.
Yeah, it was just too much, wasn't it? This shot's pretty good, but I think it's Keisarata, this one, and then he gets the follow-up towards Shadow as well. So, goated with the sauce, I believe is what the Summers say now.
I haven't heard that one, I don't think.
Well,
I wouldn't say that necessarily, but I do like the sound of it. Goated with the sauce. That's cool. Whatever that means.
The sauce. I also need to catch you up. I linked you earlier on Skibbity Toilet. It's a phenomenon.
What is Skibbity Toilet?
I actually don't. I don't have the language skills to properly convey. I think, unfortunately, like, you just have to. I think it's one of those...
I'm looking at Discord now. See, there's a message from Anders. All right.
I think it's
a YouTube link to Skibbity Toilet 1 and 66, all episodes.
Yeah. So I think it's like with just one set of pornography, right? You'll know it when you see it.
Right.
I think that's the territory that we're in. Well, 7-1, and another meme scoreline, Henry. A funny scoreline.
Yep. Like I said, though, it's the best possible scoreline if you're a Brazilian fan. Like, normally this scoreline scares the life out of you, but it's very welcome in this sort of context. It's going to be Furia running away with this first half, and they're looking to solidify their chances of making it through the playoffs as well. They find this kill on Shush. It could be done, as he's got the Hero M4A1S. And speaking of Hero, it's Heroic, who are not really turning up to a Mirage so far. They have had an absolute disaster of a start here. The first 2 maps, they're quite comfortable. They were finding those 4-1 starts, those 5-1 starts. Finally, Furia winning a pistol and showing us that they can build momentum. This team has worked out their problems from their first day of play, and they are looking much better now. Tessus, though, a cheeky push. Oh, no, I don't think he even gets to... The timing was weird, but he has spotted Yuri in the end. That's a guaranteed frag, at least, as long as he doesn't shit the bed. He has a little bit, but he is going to be recovering it. It's absolutely fine.
I hate those kills the most if I'm the guy flanking. It just is dreadful when you feel like you're missing those shots. You never want to do it. Cello goes for the shot there as well. It is the 3-on-3. Flashes are becoming really tricky here. Cello, look at the spin around. He actually gets the ace at the end, Henry. Spinning all across the bomb site. What a wild ride.
Yeah, going full Beyblade in toward the A site. You love to see it. He let it rip.
Were you one of those kids that brought the metal Beyblades that just...
No, I feel like, I don't know if you had Beyblades. I'm not saying you were too old for them. Like, they were kind of, I was thinking I was out of school by the time. I was like Pogs and Pokemon cards was my era.
Yeah.
Like, Beyblades, I think was already done by the time I was in secondary school.
Yeah, I had to live vicariously, through other people I know, like kind of, trying to. So I know what it is, but I know that was like a big no-no, I believe.
Like, did you ever play Pogs though? Do you know what those are?
Yes.
Yeah, you could have like metal slammers. I had some of those. Like, my dad used to go to like business trips in America and bring back the slammers that weren't really legal in the UK. You get metal ones and just like absolutely wreck everyone in the UK. So that's my kind of confession in the toy world, I suppose. But yeah, Pogs were massive for me. Should bring them back.
They will. I mean, if you hold on to them long enough, presumably they will come back, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's going to
be the next currency available. Old pugs.
It's not impossible that actually could happen. Who knows? Oh, there we go. Tessus with the pickoff, but it's starting to get just way out of control. I mean, that's 1 kill to the 3 that have already died on the heroic side in this round. 8-1. I don't know. We might as well talk about Pogs because heroic aren't giving us much to work with.
Yeah, you're right. What other old toys were there? What other crazes did we have? Like yo-yos are huge for me, Anders. Did you ever go for a yo-yo phase? Like I had like maybe 30 yo-yos. When I was like 12 to 14, like I spent all of my money. Like any money I did earn, I would just like either being Counter-Strike or using yo-yos. Like we had this one called like the Pro Yo 2. It was the X-Brain, of course. There was the Bumblebee.
I think I had one of those. The
X-Brain was like the most popular one. It had the kind of, it allowed you to do the sleeper, it's called, like, and it hangs down. Like you didn't have to do.
Yes.
Didn't really have to have much skill.
No, it was a real thing. Yeah, that was huge stuff. I mean, at one point, I never understood why, but I just think I followed along as kids tend to do. Like at one point, people started collecting marbles for some reason.
We never did marbles. Like it was all, like for me at least, I was always into stuff you could get really good at. Like, I guess marbles. There was a game you could probably play with it, and that had its own sort of competitive element to it. But like for me, it was just like individually, I just like to like learn all the tricks and yo-yos. And like, do you know what a Diablo is? It's like another circus sort of thing where you have like two sticks on a string.
Yeah.
Super into that as well. Yeah, loved that. I had like a dozen of those as well. Like my parents must have been super pissed off as they always just asking for those weird toys. But let's see if Furia can bounce back here. We'll get into the toy segment after this, as it's going to be that Krieg missing out on the first kill as Heroic hunting for their second round here. Bear in mind, we're MR12, of course, and they're going to need the last couple of rounds to even stand a chance here on Mirage, the third and final map of our upper bracket game of Group A. Cello making things a little bit more interesting here. They seem to think that Dupree could be behind these mid boxes. They'd be right in thinking so. Going to be checking out the close range proximity areas, but Dupree is not there behind those boxes. There's the Molotov. He has to give up the ghost, and now they know he's exactly in that position.
Yeah, that's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it? But the smokes are just making a very awkward fight. It's going to be Dupree going down anyway, and somehow, in spite of the early lead in this round, again for Heroic, we actually do end up in a 3-on-3 with a minute on the clock. So they're just relentlessly attacking this map. Furia looking so strong. The best right now is Dupree's dead. He's got 7 kills, but that's the lowest on Furia, is 7 on Fallen. So just all across the board, everything is tilting in the direction Brazilian squad have truly shown up. MP9 for Shush a little bit close here. And there is a flank coming in from Sierra. Again, this is looking really good, but we said that many times before for the Danish side, and they haven't managed to really capitalize on it. So again, with this kind of flank, it should be so quick that nobody from Furia is going to be looking for it, but you still need one of those two players in the A-bomb side to actually get a kill or to stay alive or anything like that. If they just die instantly, who knows? 12 seconds on the clock. They're running out. They are moving too quick, Henry. This is a bit of an issue. Shush goes for the fight. There's Jury, and the bomb is going to get planted now. Sierra still in with the flank, and he's going to be good for that one kill. Tries to run up close to it, and he will get the job done. Just too much of a power position there. So second round for Heroic.
Yeah, they had to win that one. It comes right down to the wire, but a great flank, great discipline displayed there by Sierra, managing to get the prime position. There was almost no way he could lose it there. He couldn't get off the bomb, Serrata that is, and no time to reset his aim. So Sierra delivers the goods, even though it was a man deficit in the end there, but he still had the advantage, if you ask me. But still, Heroic had a massive lead in that round. It was Furia fighting tooth and nail. They've got a nice full buy here. We're around about 12 Anders, and Serrata has $10,000 residual cash. Surprisingly, doesn't treat himself to a pistol. He's still got the Glock. I would say get a Tech 9 to go with your AK, perhaps. But each of their own. It's all fine.
Ooh, there's that Jane peak we were talking about. It is with the AUG instead, but
yeah, that's not how you do it. You're not supposed to do damage to yourself. He did it wrong. There's a way of doing it.
Yeah, it's supposed to go out the window. You're right.
Yeah, so he wanted to do the Jame peak, but he messed it up. But yeah, it's fine.
A broken Jame.
Yeah.
Yuri getting spotted from the jump down there. But yeah, everything on this for Heroic. Beating they've taken. Dupree, good little lurk in. He's still doing a lot of the work right now for his team. Art's going to be peeking into 4 people, and unsurprisingly, he's not going to come out on top of that fight. Fallen's just walking out, saying, you know what, I'm just going to take the control of the bomb side. Why not? Could theoretically get a quick bomb plant here, and with the position from Yuri on the other side of the map, there is a way. He's fighting for it a little bit instead of trying to get the bomb plant, and it's Serrata again with a double. So 2 versus 3, picks up the AWP. It's the right idea. Man, if you'd had that kill, that would have been sick. But now, unfortunately, Yuri He's very much alone over here. So it's a great chance actually for Heroic to get a third round.
I think you might be onto something. Looks like we are confirming it. Oh, God, don't do it like this, lads. Not like this. Oh, God, it's an absolute disaster, Anders. There should be no world where he wins that round. Heroic have fumbled the bag at the final hurdle. What in God's name just happened there? An absolute meltdown. A gut punch to close out the half, Anders. Do you have any words for us? Maybe a moment's silence is required here. That was an absolute blunder, if ever I've seen one.
Oh, no.
I can't believe it. I was just getting ready to talk about Furbies or something and more toys. But
yeah.
There it is.
We were going down that route. That's unforgivable, isn't it? Surely I mean, if you weren't already broken, if the writing wasn't already on the wall, that'll do it.
That's one of those rounds I'm kind of like leaned back in my chair. I'm just chilling, just thinking, all right, this one's over. No reason for me to like go full send, and then you can hear my voice crack. Just wasn't ready for it. Probably just did my vocal cords in. But let's get right back into the action. Shadow looking to close this one out in style. He gets the first frag, but it is quickly traded back there by Heroic here. God, the thing is, well, you don't get a halftime break. They didn't even get a chance to kind of pick themselves up here. They have to get right back into that second half. They only have 2 rounds to work with. Smoke down towards shore. Disallows entrance in towards the bomb site itself. So CT's going to reposition themselves, set up a crossfire, as we'll see if Heroic can fight their way back into this game. Good Lord.
What a devastating loss. Yuri up close here. Shush on the other side. He stole the USP, but he's still going to go down. Tess is nice sneaking. That's a P250. Equalizing the battle a little bit. 3 versus 3. The bomb being brought closer with Chrisen getting out of connector now. They're looking for that A bomb plant. They still have Dupree lurking around way on the other side. So that's a bit interesting. Wonder how that's going to be playing out. Fallen. Dualies into effect. And Chrisen is just here on his own. Needs some backup. There is a long flank coming in. Oh, might not need it. There we go. The bomb is on the ground. Fallen gets the shot. And now Dupree, the flank, not nearly as effective. He was waiting for the bomb plant. He was hoping that was going to happen. But now instead, he's on his own. He sees the shadow. Not going to help him out. He knows he's in the crossfire. Tries to get it. That's actually, I mean, he had the right idea. Dupree knew what was up. He just couldn't win the fight. Fallen with the triple instead. And Furia just unstoppable.
Unbelievable scenes, Anders. This is not the game I was expecting. I build it as a close affair. Clutches. 1v1s. Close scorelines where we've had nothing of the sorts. We've had an absolute blowout here, which is rare for online CS, to be honest with you. And yeah, this bottom of the barrel stuff now. No bomb planted, Anders. You're going to have to force by this second round because one more is series points. You have to win this. There's no 2 ways about it. I've been saying it all day long. Danes and the Desert Eagles are known to be incredibly difficult to deal with. But right now, we're just not seeing it. We've got 4 kills on Chrisen, 6 on Shush, 6 on Tesses. No one's really turned up. Dupree top fragging with 10. But is there any way they can fight their way out of this horrible predicament they found themselves in? I'm not so sure. FURIA have just looked like the better team overall here. There might be a chance of the opening frag. Dupree will have to try and sneak through the smoke. Now, we saw this yesterday. It's a common maneuver. We've all seen it. But he has managed to make some decent ground. He's actually snuck towards the murder hole. So, Art seems to be watching it like a hawk.
Yeah, he's well aware something could be up. He's not taking anything for granted here, which is good news. To answer your question, I don't know. I mean, yeah, a couple of eagle shots could change the outcome of the round. Up close, though, with the MP9. And it's Fallen actually at range, getting both those shots, even though he was partly flashed. There's Dupree with the 1, but it might just be a little bit too late. Look at the run and gun there. Dupree finds a second headshot. Okay, we're starting to rack it up. Can we get a third on the line? He's finally going to get put down by Art, and it is going to be Shush in a 1 versus 3. The bomb down towards connector. I don't think there's any way really out of this one. Again, Furia, they should be disciplined enough to just slow it down, and they will get the kill at the end.
Well, scheduling fans will be happy with this one. We're right back on track to start the next game at 6 o'clock. So that's one thing we've got going for us.
True. But
Heroic fans probably not that way inclined. I guess it's difficult to be a Heroic fan right now. Like, what are you a fan of? Like the organization, the company? Because it's not the Heroic team, so I guess there's not really much to be worried about. But yeah, 12-2 Heroic, yeah, no chance. They're going to have to force by hope for the best.
if you're on social media, Henry, unlike you fan of the Twitter account, they post memes, you know? They're one of those meme accounts.
I don't know. I don't like those sort of memes. I think it's a bit try hard, I'll be honest. But yeah, good for them.
It is. What are you supposed to
like
do?
It is, you're trying to look like, oh yeah, we're not serious. We're cool guys. It's like, okay, but you by trying this hard, it's like become the opposite of cool. It's like you're arguing on a pixel on Twitter. Like we can all see it's a joke. I would be a sick social media manager. I would actually be funny. But
I think,
what
if they hired Kassad to do it? Imagine how sick that
is. Might need someone just to kind of make sure that let's make sure that's appropriate for the company before we post it. But yeah, he should have maybe like second in command status, I would say.
I think that would be incredible. I would totally tune in with that. Here's Art sneaking up and executed, unfortunately. There's a parallel universe here where he just gets a massive spray down. But it doesn't work out that way. He does spot a bunch of them, I guess. So, like, you know, in a way, it still hurts Heroic. Now they have to definitely run back if they weren't already. 40 seconds on the clock here. They have the AK. They have the stolen M4, I believe, on Dupree. They're returning to the B-bomb site. They decide, okay, we're going to let 20 seconds go by. Then we're going to recommit. They have one Molotov and two...
It's their last move, Anders, regardless of what utility they've got. That's going to be jumping in, and they're not going to check Cello. He's going to have some trigger discipline here. He just needs to deny the bomb. He knows it as well. I'd say, like, if they don't check him, he probably wins the round single-handedly. Looks like we've got a few more twists and turns here. Heroic looking to sabotage the schedule as we do find their first round of the second half. There we go.
He didn't even need the Molotovs either to make that work. That's, just a raw entry to make it happen. There's no world, is there, Henry, where FURIA let this go into overtime, right? That doesn't happen.
There's no world, no. There's no... It probably goes double digits at this point now, I'll be honest. Not my first rodeo. I know how this game is played. We're going to have to see all the rounds now, but it won't be overtime. They'll get it done.
Double digits from here.
Yep. Just wait, Anders.
I refuse.
All right. Well, you come talk to me in about 10 minutes' time.
I guess we'll see. Man.
Trust me, like when you're in cruise control and you think the game's over and you lose those sort of rounds, it's just difficult to get back into it. And this is where the wheels can fall off because you're probably going to force buy, give this round up, reset your economy, and this is where you kind of let the wheels fall off. But, might not happen. There's a chance, I suppose. They haven't fully forced bought, just to know that. So that's something. If they had fully gone all in, that would have been where that kind of conversation begins.
I appreciate. This is important, right? Keep it cool like this. Don't go with the serial force buys. There's no auto shotguns in play. There are a lot of positive signs, Henry, that we're seeing from all of this. So, yeah, I do like it. A minute and 25 seconds, and Heroic looks like it's going to be an A finish. You have to assume that one or both of these players coming in from the B hallway will go through the underpass and just kind of team up with them. It's a classic pincer movement towards the bomb site. Smokes are up towards the jungle and the connector. And Yuri, I do like this. This is a cool and clever way to try and get the job done, but Shush is too quick. Feels like that should have been a little bit of a victory. K-Sarata's going to get traded as well, unfortunately for him. And this bomb site is being pressured once again. No one checking that. Christen going down, falling back into the middle. Gonna get the kill on Dupree as well. It's looking pretty good at the moment. 2 versus 2. The bomb picked up once again and should be surely planted now.
So naive. We're going double digits. You know it. I know it. Shush knows it. As he'll set himself up in the 2-on-1 clutch. Fallen with 3 kills. Shush will no utility. Segregated the ramp position. And bear in mind, there's no kits in play. Bomb's starting to tick at some pace now, waiting for Cello to join him. Shush just needs to find 1 kill before they tap the defuse, make things incredibly uncomfortable. It's a very common position to be in towards this ramp spot, but it's a powerful one. The smoke down does make things a bit more complicated, but there's the first. He's managed to bring it into a 1 versus 1. The defuse not really possible now, even if it was a 10-second defuse, Anders. We're going the distance.
Putting so much faith in this, Henry. I appreciate it. It's turning out good so far. Shush going to be good for the clutch at the end. It's pretty impressive stuff after all. Like you said, no real utility for him. He couldn't do much. If they would have had the kit, maybe it could have been different. But it's 12-4. And yeah, this is just, the timing was excellent, spotting both of them out.
Did you ever have a Furby, Anders?
A Furby?
Do you know what a Furby is?
I know. I feel like I know the name. It's little
like
animals, right?
Yeah, like a sort of like a virtual pet, I suppose. Like, but it was like shaped like an alien, and it was like quite fluffy, and you had to like feed it, talk to it, and like allegedly it would like learn language as you interacted with it. It was like a huge craze in the UK of like in like early, I think it was like 1999, 2000, but like it was like one of those toys that was sold out across the country. So yeah,
couldn't get it.
I had like everyone like you didn't even know why you wanted it. You just heard on the news and stuff that it's Furby mania sweeping the UK. So everyone just had to have one. You didn't even know why you wanted it. It's just like you just heard about it.
Well, listen, Veracity, Jasmine just messaged me. I was just about to say that none of us have mentioned the Tamagotchi.
I was going to say that was next to my list. I've actually been going through it. So yeah, I was at the forefront of all these crazes. Like I was an absolute degenerate for my parents. Like I was always in like the catalogs, like the Toys R Us catalogs and Argos and stuff. I read about a review like a few months before Tamagotchis came out. I read about it in like a magazine, and I cut the article out of the magazine and I put it on my walls. I was so obsessed with the idea of having this like kind of living creature in your pocket at all times, and like I was like honestly obsessed with it. Like I think I had dozens of those as well. Like I don't know why I was so such a ploy to the marketing. Like it seems like every toy that came out, I just kind of lapped it up.
Well, it sounds like a great childhood, Henry. I'm not gonna lie. It sounds good.
Oh yeah, great times. Played games and got every toy I ever wanted apparently. So yeah, pretty good stuff.
Parents caving to every demand, just saying, yeah, whatever, just shut up and just take this stupid toy. Here's Yuri. Oh, it's actually going to be on the other side. They just need one more round to remind you, Heroic might be falling short here. They needed to get to double digits to prove you right, Henry, but it's looking tough at the moment. Dupree going to take a swing at it, taking down Queserato. Fall in, missing a shot. That might be what they need. If he repeaks and it gets it, that's it. Mid-air. Chrisen on his own. 1 versus 3 to try and bring it back. 50 seconds here. Should be impossible, but he's doing a fine job.
Why do you say impossible?
Henry,
why do you do it?
Why?
Why do you do it? I don't understand. You say the word of all the words in the dictionary, you went with impossible. Suggests there's no actual way it can possibly happen. Improbable, maybe.
It's been 12 years, Henry. I've learned nothing. I've learned absolutely nothing.
And yeah, great effort to Evan Chris, and he's had a great tournament, and that's another fantastic round. And you could see FURIA just desperately trying to get this one over the line, but it just won't happen. That couldn't have been closer. They got the first opening frags there as well, but Heroic are fired up. We're on routes for double digits, as someone suggested, as we will see a gap in the smoke at least. Might be able to find a 1D, but even then, they are pretty much full eco as we get into round number 19. The gap is closing, ladies and gents.
Bit of a start, dodging the pistol on the second, so pretty much just opens it up. Bomb is in the middle with the rest of the squad, but either way, this is hard to screw up this round right now if you're Heroic. You just don't have the firepower on the Brazilian side, so they're going to clean this one up and get to 7 right away. You said Pokemon cards, but I felt like there were 2 routes you could have taken, and I fell into the Magic the Gathering route.
That makes sense. I think you were probably like a Warhammer guy as well, maybe.
I did, so not 40k, but I used to like have these little Warhammer figurines that I would, paint and stuff like that. It's very relaxing, very good times. Yeah. Yeah,
I never got introduced to it. I'm not saying I was above it or anything. I just, no one ever showed me like that was a thing, an option. I
think that's how it is, like, yeah. You need the intro, don't you?
Yeah, you need someone to say, oh, this is actually really cool, you should play it. And it's an old kind of thing you can take into school. Yeah, you need a friend who's like already into it and to show it to you. I just didn't have any of those friends.
I'll tell you what happened with Magic cards, like... my mum found like someone had dropped like 5 cards or something on the street, like she found them and she was like, hey, do you know what this is? And I was like, I don't know what it is, but they look cool. And then I just became completely obsessed and I had to spend a ton of money on it and stuff like that. But that's actually how I learned English to begin with, because we didn't have English in school at the point in time when we found these cards. And you have no idea what they say, right? I just remember reading like, during your upkeep, tap 1 mana, whatever it is. And we had no idea what the words were, so we had to learn. So we just got like, I guess it was good. It was, it gave us something to start learning English.
Yeah, and it would give you the foundations for the love of video games, I'm sure, as well. It's a similar universe. Video games are based on the ideas of like Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering. That's kind of where all our games kind of were kind of formulated, I suppose. So you wouldn't have World of Warcraft, etc., if it wasn't for the likes of Magic the Gathering and stuff like that. So
It's true. I still have all my most of my cards anyway.
Did you keep them in binders or just loose?
They are in binders, most of them. Some of them are in a box, but my goal is to just not even look at them for like another 20 years, and just to kind of like show up eventually and say what's actually in here.
Wait till you're on your deathbed and go, right, now it's
basically.
time to value these. I could have done this for my family years ago, but I decided to wait, and hopefully you guys will appreciate
If I die beforehand, make sure to make a meme of it. You know, like, didn't even look at the Magic cards. What an idiot.
Well, all right. Well, my brain's firing on all cylinders right now. I'll give you more toys updates. I've got lots of anecdotes about toys across the years. As you can tell, I seem to be obsessed with them. I didn't even realize myself. But yeah, every craze you can think of in school, I was there. Just trying to blend in, trying to be popular, trying to say, if you like it, I like it.
Yeah, that's what school is about half the time. And it really is like
whatever you think's cool. That's cool to me as well. That's great.
I mean, I have no idea what it is, but I just love it.
Yeah.
Fallen's got 18 kills.
He has. It might not be enough, though, Anders. How many is that in the row now? Just when we said, oh, that's it, they've done enough, it's 5 rounds in a row for Heroic. We're touching distance now in double digits. And we'll see if this is where it all comes crashing down for Heroic. The schedule's out the window now. The 6 p.m. So to accept our fate and enjoy the come. Surely this is the end now, Anders. A double kill for Cello.
That really should be. How many? So Kristen's going to come back and maybe just run back into it. He's dead. And Henry, I think. So I just think this can be done, really. There's no way.
I think you're onto something. This time I'll give it to you. I don't think he'll be winning this round. There's just too much against him. Even if he went and got the bomb, I don't think he could. The Brazilians, that's alleviated a lot of pressure, and it means they don't have to play as many games going forward as well. Still a great series, I thought. Like, bear in mind, with all of this drama going on, and the fact that we've got like a mixed team here, essentially, they gave FURIA a run for their money. They took the first map, gave us a great series, and they're still in the tournament. They go down to the lower bracket now.
Yeah, I mean, what a run for them. They managed to close it out. Really, really good stuff. Fallen playing well, Art playing well towards the opening as well. And just an enjoyable experience. I really look forward to hearing what kind of toys, if any, Kassad might have had.
I think he probably had a very different childhood to us, Anders. But yeah, if he had Tamagotchis and X-Brain yo-yos, I'd be surprised. But let's find out. We'll throw it over to the studio.
Thank you very much, guys. Sadly, I don't think Kassad is actually the kind of person that has enjoyment out of anything, really, to be quite honest with you. Because any toys we should know about?
I played with the stick.
It's okay.
Honestly, you know what? A good stick, it's use imagination.
Like kids these days, they have like these electric cars, mobile phones, tablets, all these things. We were just playing with a stick, and that's it.
I had
maybe a ball.
I'm surprised Anders and Hank didn't bring up G.I. Joes. I had G.I. Joes growing up.
I was all about Tamagotchi and Pokemon cards.
Too expensive.
Pokemon cards as well as the way forward. But boys, with a 10-2 half going in way of FURIA, 6 out of those 10 rounds that they managed to secure for themselves were actually secured by throwing down the clock all the way to 25 seconds or less before they executed onto site as well. Was this what ended up throwing off Heroic?
This was just really good. This is what I expected from map 1 itself, right? You have a full-fledged team, who are trying to make something happen, going up against a mishmash mixed lineup under, very unfortunate circumstances. But this is what I expected from map number 1. Map number 2 was at least a little bit closer. This is what I wanted to see from FURIA every single time to play. This is clinical, Fallen system. It looks like everyone's on the same page. At least on this map, on the T side especially, it was just very clinical stuff. Everyone was individually delivering as well. And yeah, just the ability to slow things down and solve the problems that presents itself to them. There was one run in particular where it was a 5v5. There were like 20 seconds remaining on the clock. And FURIA, they're all right, now we're going to be hitting the A bomb side. I thought that round's pretty much, and I think everyone thought that round should be going the way of Heroic. But they just found instant kills. I think this is a round. Instant kills, just good comms, good spacing, good pathing into the bomb site, having awareness where the dark spots are, which of the spots of the CDs might be in, and they look like a clean, cold machine. So credit where it's due. That was a great game from FURIA.
Clean cold machine. After one map and a couple of rounds, he called him clean cold machine.
On this map. I
Jesus
literally said on
Christ,
this
man.
map.
Just
Like, what?
be realistic.
Just
for
listen
once.
to me for a
The
change.
thing is, like, you can see Heroic, they were not putting any kind of resistance. If you allow, yes, you said the rounds were a little bit longer, but every single round of those early on, Furia got the advantage in the ground, in picks. They could afford to drag the round as much as they want to, right? And that's what they did. I don't think Heroic put any kind of resistance on them very early on in the first stage of the rounds, right? So they didn't get any ground on them, anything. They just allowed everything to happen. And once you allow everything to happen to a team that has a Fallen, that has Serato and Yuri, is surely going to be 10-2 or even worse. I mean, we saw that one round from Yuri 1v3 at the end, which was ridiculous.
That shouldn't
you
have
kind of paint
happened.
the picture. The bottom line is a very anticlimactic third map, one-way traffic, you want to call it the way it is, right? So, but good effort from Heroic. Overall, in this event, they still have a chance to go into the playoffs once they play that decider in a day or two. So, overall, I think Furia is not the happiest right now, but they got the job done, which is important thing.
And if they're going to play the way they approach map number 3, I mean, Kasab has a very valid point. You know, it's still against Heroic. But if they play the way they did here, tomorrow, whichever... Actually, no, they're through right now. But even the playoffs, right? If they play this fashion, then we could really potentially see this Furia finally come into fruition. But that's me wishing for it. I don't know if that's going to happen. For Heroic, though, listen. We can't be critical of them. They did their best, took it to map number 3, fell flat at map number 3, but they've been competitive throughout, considering the extenuating circumstances. So that was a game of Counter-Strike. There we go.
I think all things considered, they definitely put up a fight, to say the very least. But we still have 2 more contenders here on the A stream that will be putting up a fight of their own. After the break, we have Aurora taking on Eternal Fire. I'm super excited to pick your brains about that. But before we do so, we're through to a break.
Mira quién está, nudo, tu amigo.
Bien, gordo. Te quedo dormir.
Te sacas la foto con él, pelotudo. Vas a jugar con Roobet, la plataforma gratis de Roobet. Mi amor.
Sí, mi hermano, juego todo lo que quiero.
This is none other than the Roobet Cup. That's my own little spin on it. And we have just seen Furia making it through to the playoffs, but coming on up very shortly, we have Aurora versus Eternal Fire. Fellas, how are we feeling here on the A stream? We cool, calm, collected?
I feel like the real champion so far has been that bed, you know, that we saw in the little sketch.
The Roobet guy?
Yeah. The bed has been, you know, pretty sturdy.
I
Is that
think
the word?
the hot tub was...
The bed is sturdy. The hot tub is tubby.
I was going to say we've been seeing a lot of hot tub action, and then I realized that might not...
I mean, you move it from the hot tub into the bed. It makes sense, right?
Sometimes I move it from the bed to the hot tub.
Well, you're backwards anyway, so it makes sense with you. But anyway, back to the real thing.
Swiftly moving on.
Anyway, yeah, CS2.
Absolutely. Aurora against Eternal Fire, we see that, that's going to be the next game for us. That's a elimination game.
Yep.
Both teams obviously lost in the first round and they're meeting each other. Aurora really kind of underperformed in that game, really kind of, disappointed us after the showing against TSM a few days ago that I mentioned before. And Eternal Fire, I really thought they're going to take it. But then they lost in the second and the third map, really in a way that everybody
Shouldn't be happening.
Shouldn't be happening. Should be forget about it, like forever. So basically, right now we can see that if they can actually fix their mistakes and come into the second game more focused, I think that's the best word.
Well, right now on the B stream, we have 9Z taking on Team Spirit as well. How do we anticipate that one going?
Our Spirit should have that. 9Z, I mean, they put up a decent showing. I think the first matchup, I forget who they played against, but Spirit, I think, are a slight level above.
It should be individually too strong for them.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Okay, and this Aurora versus Eternal Fire matchup. Obviously, Eternal Fire, you mentioned yesterday, Blair. The fact that yesterday or the day before, the fact that they didn't actually end up banning Ancient, but then they managed to take it into overtime. Do we anticipate that happening again?
I doubt Eternal Fire are going to try anything wonky here with the map, Vito. I think they're just going to go for the Ancient ban because that's a map that Aurora do play quite often. So we're going to... The problem here with Eternal Fire is that Aurora ban Vertigo. That's a perma ban. And that's a go-to map for the side of Eternal Fire every single time. So they will be pushed into a map where they aren't maybe not necessarily as comfortable. But that being said, for Aurora, sure, they've been grinding it out against all the Tier 2, Tier 3 opposition. They have decent results and everything. But Eternal Fire are a more known entity, right? We know who these players are. We know the sort of opposition they played against. Like, even though it's been a mixed bag of results, they have shown good results against some pretty solid teams. So for me, Eternal Fire should still be the favorites despite the loss they had yesterday.
But they were the favorites in the first game as well, right?
Yeah.
And then they fumbled completely.
Shut the bed.
So I would say this game is closer to 50-50 than somebody being favored, simply because of the showing these teams had. It was just nothing to be really impressed about, right? But it's still your ass is on the line here, right? If you lose, you're out. So you have to get your best game of the day, right? So in order to actually get a chance to play against Heroic in that decider. So I don't think, like Blair said, it's going to be any kind of super crazy surprises when it comes to Vito. At least it shouldn't be. If you have an opponent that's close to your quality, it's close to your level, you don't really want to play games unless there is some clear advantage or disadvantage that you can use. Against the other team, basically you would just go for something that's good for you.
Now, in the realm of Eternal Fire, we actually saw Woxic struggling quite a bit in terms of, AWPing situation. Do we see that happening once again? Do we see him picking up the rifle?
The problem with this team, at least having watched the previous game, right? Like Xantares and what's his name, Wicadia, I think they're just solid. Like, they deliver solidly. Xantares, of course, can pop off any given time. It's just the variance in the fragging ability between Calyx, Major, and Woxic. Now, for Major, I'm not expecting anything too much, but I feel like Calyx, there are times where I'm like, buddy, you need to be getting that kill. You need to be getting that kill for sure. And then, yes, the elephant in the room, Woxic. I know the AWP is a bit of a problem right now for a lot of AWPers in CS2, but you have to adapt. That's what other players have done. Look at what Brokey did for the side of FaZe. Look at how Halzuk's playing with it, right? Switch it up. You have to adapt or die. And Woxic, so far, it just seems... It's not like playing terrible or anything, but not playing to the level he needs to play for his team to find success. So, yeah. Did
you hear that, buddy? No, the thing is, definitely, if you cannot adapt by yourself, there is a difference if you don't know how to adapt or you won't adapt, right? If he doesn't know what he wants, there is supposed to be like an IGL there or a coach that's going to help him adapt and kind of switch up the style. Basically, that's more accommodating to the current state of Counter-Strike. Or if he doesn't want to, if he keeps pushing his, play style, like, for example, R did, that's a different story. That's a bigger problem than it actually, we think about it. So right now, I don't think he should have any problems. It's not like he's facing tier 1 opposition, somebody who in level of like Nico and Zaivu and God knows who else, right? It's just an opposition that's closer to his level,
Where he should still be on top of that.
Yeah, he should be delivering because this guy has a lot of experience. And from what I know from him, he's like a player that relies on confidence quite a bit. So if his confidence is high, he's going to get more shots. If his confidence drops, it's going to be a problem for your team.
Well, I know Kasab mentioned this being a bit of a 50-50 affair, but what do you think, Blair? Do you think it could go either way?
Look, looking at the results so far, anything could happen, honestly, right? But if I'm trying to apply a little bit of logic, a semblance of logic here, it should still be Eternal Fire. I think they have the pedigree, I think they have the experience, I think they have everything going their way. Even the individuals, when you have someone like Xantares, you should be getting the win here, honestly. And Vitos, there we go. Vertigo getting taken out of the picture by Aurora. Eternal Fire, they seem like they're going to be going with Ancient again. Yeah, there we go. The punishment coming in. FURIA tried that. They got the win in the end. It was still a close affair altogether, but it seems like Eternal Fire, they are trying to switch with the map pool a little bit. This is something a lot of teams have seen, and I guess it wasn't just a cheeky ban which it did the previous game. I guess they're trying to go more with Ancient Kassad.
It can signal two things. You're not really sure about your map pool, or you are super confident about your map pool, right? If you're super confident, you can pick different maps against different teams depending on their strength or weakness. But if you're super insecure, then you lose one of your safe maps, and then all of a sudden you start wondering, what the hell am I going to pick? And you end up picking the wrong thing. So I wonder which one it is. Knowing the Turks, it could be the second one.
I think there's a third option as well.
All right,
I think the third option is
door number C.
Door number C. It exists, Kassad. And door number C says that this could potentially be... These are the sort of events where you probably try new things, right? So maybe they are experimenting a little bit here and making it work.
150K on the line, though.
What about door number D?
Yeah, I got a door number D for you right here, Kassad.
Yes, I'm so glad you did it.
That's what I was looking for.
I've been avoiding this for such a long time. And finally, yeah, you broke me.
I keep trying him. He doesn't want to engage. Finally, he did it. Good work.
Great work.
Anyway.
You can continue your point.
No, that's the point. That's the point. I think they could be just trying to figure out what their map pool is, and better an event here. I know it's online. I know there's quite substantial money on the line as well, but rather figure it out here before you play some of the bigger marquee events.
29 maps in 6 months for Aurora on a map called Ancient. 65% win rate. It's looking good, right, for them, because as about you see the next stat on our screen is going to be quite surprising. We have one map on Ancient from Eternal Fire.
Which was overtime against a better team. All right, I'll spin that.
It's one map against 29. So you can see why Aurora wanted to pick this map simply because of the experience you have on the map, and as more repetitions you have, the more confidence you have, the more fluidness. Is that the word?
Fluidity.
Yeah, that you have on the map. You understand it better. You understand the timings better. It's different than the practice, but I don't know.
That's why I really feel Eternal Fire are really trying to switch a map pool up, because that map, Ancient, is the most played map for Aurora. Right, so they knew if we're going to float it through, they're 100% going to pick it, right? So they could potentially just ban it and allow Nuke through, which is also a map that Aurora like to play as well. So they're like, screw it, we're going to mix things up, we're going to try and flex our map pool a little bit here and see how it pans out. So let's see.
Is there not a moment of concern, though, when you are picking into Ancient, not knowing exactly how your opponent is going to be playing, because there's not a whole load of information to base that off of anyway?
It's a thought. I don't think it's a concern. It's just a thought, like, yeah, maybe these guys have something that we don't know about, right? As soon as they, let it in, right? So you kind of think about it, but you cannot really think about it too much because there is nothing you can do about it. So you can just force your game onto them, and then if they respond in a way that you don't really, feel like understanding, or if it's not good for you, then you adjust and you make something happen. And that's where the experience comes from playing 29 maps in the last God knows how long.
Well, should we go ahead and revisit our predictions to see how everything's shaping up so far and how badly Kassad is doing?
Let's find out.
Drum roll, please.
No.
Okay. All right.
I'm getting up there.
I mean, you're catching up to Dinko, so at least there's that.
It's just easy. It's day 3. We have 6 more days. Relax, Jasmine. Relax.
I'm relaxed, bro.
You're not relaxed because you keep asking for these predictions every single hour.
Listen,
that means that you're not relaxed. That means that you're worried I'm going to catch up.
Some people got to take the small little wins to get.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
I'm just chilling. I'm just big chilling here. 7? Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
It's fine.
And even if I'm 6 or 4, I wouldn't care.
We're going to come into the playoffs, into the deciders. It's all good.
All good. Not even worried the slightest bit. Well, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to our fantastic casters, by the way, who have been absolutely killing it. Henry G and Anders are eagerly waiting. I think they're making a list of all of the toys that they've actually used throughout their childhood.
I actually want to ask them a question. I'm surprised neither Anders nor Henry have played with G.I. Joes or He-Man or Skeletor.
Well, I got G.I. Joe for you to play on right here. But I do have a question for Henry and Anders. Do you have any grown-up toys that you use? No.
What's a grown-up
What
toy?
is a great... Kasar, tell
you
us.
can, I don't know.
What is,
I mean,
what is
I have a few
grown-up
grown-up toys.
What
I
is
can
a
tell you
grown-up
that.
toy?
For different people. I'm not going to go into it. Maybe
But give us an example.
Maybe it's
Give
a private thing.
give
I don't
us an
know.
example.
It's a trampoline, maybe. I don't know.
Does a trampoline
I have a private toy
count
for you
as
right here. Kasar.
It's a private. Maybe we ask Henry and Anders. Maybe they have something to tell us. I don't know.
Adult toys, yeah.
What about you, Blair? What are your thoughts on a trampoline as a adult toy?
You can jump going up and down.
It's a risky affair. I'll just put it that way. It can be fun. Could also break your
If
back.
I try trampoline, I would probably fly into space at some point. But yeah,
I don't think it works that way. Gravity is a thing. Anyway.
I
you
don't
know about
think
physics?
Yeah, I like physics.
I mean, you're
man.
from India. You guys are pretty much smart.
No. Some of us.
Never mind.
Well,
Let's-
Not me,
anyway.
I'll tell you that.
Anders and Henry, G.I. Joes, yes or no? Let us know your thoughts.
Henry G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
I was more of an Action Man guy. If you know what that is, Anders? Action Man was another kind of rival series to the G.I. Joe collection. G.I. Joe was very
Yeah.
American. Action Man was English.
I skipped all of that, and I was into Micro Machines. Incredible trend as well. Still miss those. I don't know where they went. I lost them at some point. I still wake up sometimes.
They
thinking
had some
about it.
banger games as well. Unlike the Sega Genesis, they had
Yeah.
this like sick game. It was actually a lot of fun.
listen,
Micro Machines is a good shout.
Just before you got here, Henry, Kassan was asking if we had any adult toys. So I
Bet he was.
I just don't know where to even go with that. Like, I mean, I do know where to go with that. I just don't know, you know.
They can be more fun, I suppose, in the right
jeopardizing the
context.
broadcast in a big way. But yeah, listen, we're ready with another game. We've got a whole nother best of three coming up for you guys. We do appreciate you hanging out with us here at Roobet, and thanks to the desk as well for taking us strange places once again. It's good. What do you think about this next game?
I literally only just sat down, so I did miss the death segment, I'll be honest with you, but I am excited for the game. It's an elimination match, Anders. Hearts are going to break for one of these teams, Aurora versus Eternal Fire. We've seen both of these teams so far. I've got Eternal Fire to win it. If you ask me, I think they're the better team. I think Aurora have got a lot of experience in the belt, a lot of reps in CS2. But I don't know. I feel like the overall package, it looks to be better for Eternal Fire, if you ask me. And do we know what map we're kicking things off on?
I actually don't. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not paying attention either.
That's all right.
Unfortunately.
That's for you might have. I threw you
Ancient.
under the bus there. A bit of ancient, is it? Okay, perfect. Well, yeah, we've seen that. Bear in mind that was like always the go-to veto for Eternal Fire. They seem to be willing to play it at this point as well now. I think they played it against FURIA. They did. Yeah, they won 16-13. It was an overtime game, of course. They only got 3 rounds on their CT side. So that's something to bear in mind. The CT side wasn't amazing. They did have a great comeback on the T side. So they can get a few more rounds on the defense. Maybe they're onto something here. And I'm assuming that it would be Aurora's pick. So they'll be starting on the CT side, presumably.
Wow. So you're predicting a 3-mapper then, are you? Is that what I'm taking away from this?
I don't know, but I normally can call a 3-mapper after the first map of play. You can kind of see the temperament and general vibe of the team and how they're presenting themselves. Like we saw, like in that first game for Furia against Eternal Fire, like that's when we thought, like, yeah, you know, like this is where Furia need to sort these issues out. They need to make sure Art has rifles. They need to stop being so aggressive. We can make those calls after the first map. So we need the litmus test to come in first. But yeah, for me, Eternal Fire, I think they're just a well-rounded team. They're on the up and up and should be, I think, I'm going to call 2-0 for them, but I'd need to know what the second map is, I suppose. Like, I'm not going to push you for that and throw you under the bus again. But hopefully we're
Anubis,
underway.
Henry.
Oh, okay. You actually got all the information. Anubis is a great map for Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
I actually like what they're doing on that map a lot. So yeah, I think 2-0 is possible. Of course, it comes down to the CT side on Ancient.
Okay, damn.
If Eternal Fire can actually pull their socks up there and show us that they're able to play it, I suppose.
That's exciting. Yeah, we love a little bit of Anubis here on the stream. It's been a bit of a favorite. Overpass is a deciding map if we get to it. I wouldn't mind all 3 maps. Now that we got the lower round count, it's cool to see more maps being played. We have time for it. We don't feel as much stress about it. So I like it. Yeah, I don't know. Aurora, though, there's something else that we haven't really discussed too much, Henry, but obviously it means that I'm dying. That's one thing. The other thing is, it means that they're going to be back with the hair colors. So the Twitch chat's going to be all about that.
They have got some impressive haircuts. If you're not aware, go check it out on HLTV. You've got Norway, Seltzer, Lackey, Latic, and Kenzie. All of them with rainbow hair. They've got like 2 players with blue, 2 players with red, I guess 1 red, 1 orange, and then Lackey's got the green hair. I'm not sure if they keep it up. Maybe it was just for this one photo shoot, Anders. I have no idea, but if they are keeping up the brand, then all the power to them. It's intimidating, I suppose. Your opposition sees those sort of hair colors, you think, wow, these guys really do mean business. These are true soldiers, I suppose.
Yeah, you don't want to be messing with it, do you? I mean, I was enjoying the Twitch chat last time it was going on. Just almost no Counter-Strike being discussed. People just don't care about the game anymore. Just random people popping in saying, why have they colored their hair? What's going on?
Yeah, how dare
nothing
they?
about that. How dare they? So it's quite insane. Kept me. I was insane by the Counter-Strike as well, but partly also by the Twitch chat,
I've never thought to dye my hair at all. I think at one point when I was like 14, I had like blonde highlights, but I've never gone for like a wacky sort of blue or a green. It's never crossed my mind. Maybe it should. The problem is I've got like quite jet black hair. You can't really dye it. So, and as the older you get as well, I don't know how much longer my hair's going to last. So don't really want to risk it.
I was gonna, but you might regret it later, and then you can't undo it, right? Like, what about that?
Exactly.
Like maybe you look back later and you say, I should have done it when I had the chance. Like, I think we can make it work. Maybe make it like a community vote. The community gets to vote on what's happening.
Yeah, the thing is, I already put like so many fucking chemicals in my hair anyway to keep it in. Might as well just make sure that it is just the ecosystem is maintained. Don't add any peroxide in there either. But yeah, I think that could be a big talking point of the game, whether Aurora actually can maintain their hair color and win a game here. It is elimination on the line. It's a GSL format, so if you win 2 games in the group stages, you're through straight away. You can afford to lose 1 because we only have 2 slots per groups and 4 teams. So, yeah, this is it. So we'll be saying goodbye to one of them. It's the final game of the day. We do have a B stream going on as well. Let's have a look who will be playing over there as well. Jason and Dinko on the 1s and 2s taking through the action of 9Z and Spirit. So if you're a Dong fan, make sure you get that up on your second screen as well. They're actually well underway, Anders. They actually got going. And it's going to be 9-3 for 9Z on the first map of Mirage. And Spirit picked that map as well. So that was on the T side. Oh, no, sorry. It was the CT side. That 9Z took 9 rounds against Spirit. That's actually pretty remarkable. But ladies and gentlemen, the game you came to watch here, Eternal Fire versus Aurora, it is underway. We are live. Thank you for bearing with us. We're a little bit behind schedule due to the previous series going the full distance between Heroic and Furia, where the Brazilians took the map. But we are ready to get into this action here. It should be a close game. I still think Eternal Fire are the heavy favorites if they can work out their CT side on Ancient. If you're not aware, it's a map they traditionally didn't play. This is the go-to veto for the majority of this roster in CSGO, and we'll see if they can get off to a good start here. Major with the diffuse kit, forced at the Kevlar otherwise, and we're seeing this same smoke used again. That's going to be a CT spawn smoke, Anders, and sort of try and get themselves in towards the A side. The Molotov, presumably for the default position. Yes, indeed. Oh, goes towards the Temple, in fact. There will be Calyx, though, to get a kill before they can do anything about it.
Yeah, in spite of the grenade down in his face, he still actually picked it up. It's pretty impressive stuff. Bomb gets planted right quick, though. So Aurora in a decent position. The flank through the middle as well from Seltzer. It doesn't even matter. Kenzie is doing all of the work. Calyx fighting back. He's got his 3rd headshot of the round. Keep it going. You need a little bit more. The bomb is planted, ticking away. No one's defusing it at the moment. Latsky's going to take care of Major. And it's starting to look a little bit tough. Calyx finding a 4th headshot. Henry, he needs 1 more for the all headshot ace. He's trying, hunting down Seltzer, who almost managed to step into it. The bomb being defused once again. He's going for it, but Seltzer will shut him down. My God, that was nearly a brilliant round from Calyx. That could have been spectacular.
He had the defuse kit as well, Anders. There's a chance that they just don't even face him. They just say, oh, it's 10 seconds. Don't peek. But Calyx with 4 massive kills there. He gets himself $3,200. They do want a force buy here, which they might do off the back of that. He could actually get a FAMAS and maybe even drop an M4 for someone else. If he dropped an M4 for Antares, which I think is probably the best call, the Turkish Terminator could rise to the occasion and shut them down in the following rounds here. So we'll see how selfless Calyx is feeling right now. No longer the star of the team. I think he used to be like one of the absolute headline acts of the Turkish squads. Like, it's not to say he's a bad player anymore, but he's I don't think he's a star. And they've done it. Okay, so the M4 for Antares. They are making sure they put their eggs in the right basket here to the Imagine to try and defend this B rush, though, straight up. Coming in from Aurora, they've got the first kill and the second. Kenzie's having an absolute banger of a game so far. That might be it.
shot ringing through. There's at least a connection there. Still a 3 versus 2, and Calix making sure that it's quick 2-on-2 here. Bomb planted again, lightning fast, so this is going to be a tricky round for Eternal Fire to do anything with, and also might be considering if they should be walking with some of these guns instead. There's a shot, Celta taking down Calix, and yeah, it's going to be all over, but potentially an expensive round there. That could have got a lot worse.
It could have done, but it's under control, and thankfully they at least saved the Xantares M4, and it looks like he'll actually be taken to the next round as well. They'll be exiting through the other side of the map, and there we have it, 2-0 for Aurora. But Xantares, like, he can cause some damage going forward as well. Like, if he gets himself a couple of kills and runs the clock down, you never know. Only good for the one here was pretty much straight up B-rush from Aurora. One smoke going down. Kenzie getting the opening frags again. He managed to get 2 on the pistol. So a great start to the game for him. He goes 4-2. And we'll see if Xantares can do anything here. The problem is, like, in terms of boost and sort of novelty, gimmicky plays, you can be boosted at the back of the B-bomb site. That kind of is about it, really, to be honest with you. So he's just going to make his way towards middle and see whether he can push them back if they do dare to challenge him, which they will. And he's got that first frag, so that's a lot of damage inflicted. I think he's going to use that information to get themselves in towards B. Time will tell. Looks like they're considering it, and Woxic need to get this kill, my friend. And if he gets away alive, they're onto something here, Anders. Great stuff from Eternal Fire.
That's a shocking beginning with almost nothing to work with.
Oh, the Zeus.
The Zeus.
The Zeus at
a different
Roobet.
Listen, they've changed the sound, Henry. Can see electrified. That's not how you want to go out of the round.
Oh, they've got a smoke as well. I think he picked it up from the corpse.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
This is huge. A full eco of 1M4, a Zeus purchase as well. That's 2 games in a row, Anders. On Ancient, we've had a Zeus kill. So maybe I'm wrong about the Zeus. It has been known to happen that I'm incorrect. Rarely, but that's 2 for 2.
Listen, I've been trying for 10 years to get somebody to do a run-boosted Zeus. Maybe you could be my partner in crime, Henry. You could do it, you know. I think it has, like, real potential. I don't think people realize how powerful it could be. Lactic is trying to fight his way back. Doesn't have a Zeus, unfortunately, but I guess the Galil will do for now. Bomb is being planted. Celta with the AK behind him, and they're actually pushing right into a little bit of a stack here, making it work. Running out of bullets there, but just continuing on with the pistol. Don't know why they was that stressed. Could have probably reloaded that Galil a little bit. It's a 1 versus 2 now for Celta. He's good for the spray. Turns around, 50 health on him, and Calix goes down. Unbelievably, Aurora fight their way back at a 3, or actually 2-on-5, wasn't it?
2-on-5. Oh, that's a real frustrating finish there. You wouldn't think there's a world they give it up, but it's not that they played it incorrectly. They didn't have Kevlar. They didn't have utility. They were just sitting ducks, and it's just very well played from Aurora, to be honest with you. Like, Xantares did his absolute best. Woxic showing good discipline, gets that kill, and they got this third as well. You'd think that'd be enough. One thing I will say is they probably should have vacated the cave at that point. I think just getting back into defensive crossfires would have been the better approach, but that's with 2020 hindsight. You know what I mean? Like, again, I don't think they did anything wrong. It's just very well played from Aurora.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so usually it's a little bit easier to sort of look back and see what he could have done. Woxic's getting an early kill in this round, and actually did get, I think, a tag. Didn't do a lot of damage through the bricks there, but maybe he can have a second go, but he almost has. That's really close. Look how they locked him down. This is looking good for the defense of Eternal Fire. They should be cleaning up this round so quickly. Once half the team is dead on the A-bomb side and the other half is smoked out, there's not much you can do, is there? Major. Just locking them in from the other side, sealing the deal. I don't think that they lost 1-2 versus 5. They didn't have all the weapons. This one, they can't lose, Henry. I'm putting my reputation on the line. I'm going to say it's impossible. If we get it wrong, there's going to be more HLTV threads with people saying, "What's Anders talking about? Why is he saying impossible when clearly
Why is he using that word? Nothing is impossible, Anders. We all know that by now. As Wicardia trying to fend off this onslaught of the B bomb site here, the bomb will actually go down, and they've got a fighting chance, not a good one. We'll see whether they can actually do anything in all of this, and that's surely the end of the round. Kenzie has been great so far, but outpositioned, outmaneuvered. It will be the first on the board. And wallbanged, yeah, you're right. Courtesy of Calix there. The first on the board for Eternal Fire. Now, bear in mind, they needed that plan, Anders. These rounds have been tantalizingly close each and every time, so they haven't racked up a massive amount of cash here. They'll get bottom of the barrel loss bonus, but the extra $800 per player is a bit of a godsend here, because they could drop a couple of AKs, have the Eagles otherwise. But Woxic, He does manage to find the all-important kill, bit of a collateral. I think you mentioned he probably did about 20 damage on the second. I think CS2, like, assist calls are way too forgiving. Like, you can just, like, do, like, 15 damage, 20 damage to someone, you get an assist. That feels like it's a little bit too generous, but either way, it will be Tech 9s, Deagles, Mac 10s, and as I mentioned, a couple of rifles available as we get into round number 5, ladies and gentlemen. It's been quite fast-paced so far, and we'll see if Eternal Fire can start to build a streak of rounds here.
It's at least a step in the right direction. And again, Aurora picking the map. You want to steal it away if you can. Oh, there's that boost again. It's become more and more popular. Toxic taking down Kenzie, Smoke and Molotov to keep them away from the B bomb site. Calyx, gotta be careful. Yeah, no reason to go down. You've got the man lead, and they don't have that much to work with really either on the T side. So just play it cool. Lackey, surely gonna be dead, but no! He found 2 kills. I didn't even get Centaurus. That was through the smoke, and then he takes Calyx as well. That's actually unbelievable.
Well, you better believe it, Anders, because it's happened. And Lackey is continuing to find kill after kill. He's on for the 8s right now in the 4 versus 2. It's Wakadia and Woxic pretty far removed from the scenario as well. I think they just have to save the weapons at this point, but it's up to Aurora to maybe let them back into the round. Wakadia, we haven't seen it this tournament. We haven't seen it in CS2, but let me tell you, he's a prospect of the future. Like, he is one of the best signings Eternal Fire have ever made. We saw it at Pro League. Like, he was one of the absolute superstars of the tournament. I don't think he's really found his comfort zone in this iteration of Counter-Strike so far, but it's going to happen. He's so good, and maybe he can show us what he's made of. Unfortunately, caught off guard by the Desert Eagle. Obviously, should be good for at least a kill here. Takes down Lackey, but that ultimately gives up the position and allows him to plant the bomb.
This was a super disappointing round, I feel like, for Eternal Fire. This is the kind of round that you can't really afford to let go of. They got the opening kill. I think there was 1 AK and a Mac 10, and just otherwise it was Tech 9s and Deagles on the other side. It was very, very lackluster coming into this run for Aurora, and they just get given some great opportunities. So, really unfortunate stuff. It's 4-1 now, Aurora, though. They are going to be celebrating because this is starting to look really, really comfortable for them.
Yeah. And bear in mind, we said it coming into this, Anders. It's the CT sides of Eternal Fire and Ancient where it's a bit of a question mark. They don't seem to be able to post many rounds here. The T side look pretty serviceable, look pretty good, honestly, as we'll see the instant smoke. So you can see the problem is in Ancient right now, I'm not sure this is still true. At least when it first came out in CS2, there's like 10 spawns instead of 5. So it's very difficult to know the lineups like we used to in CSGO. Used to have like 5 spawns and you could just memorize the 5 instant smoke positions. Now you kind of have to like go, right, I can do it a little bit quicker than the default spot, but it's not exactly instant as we just saw. As we are going to see Aurora continue the push in towards middle and see if they can continue this streak. It's going to be 4-1 right now. Wakadia playing on the front foot, isolated by the Molotov. Flashbangs just raining in, but he does get the first kill. Back on track are Eternal Fire.
That's an important shot right there. A little bit of patience on him as well. He could have kept spraying and maybe would have got him killed. Easy lineup for Woxic. He's going to get traded, but it's probably worth it anyway. Going to give us more information out there. And they already have 2 people by the A-bomb site, so they're well aware that something could be coming up. Shot through the smoke. Does not connect with anybody on the other side, but Centaurus is right here. Ready. 50 seconds. Norway. He might try and throw them off. If he can win the fight, and he can, that's going to put some doubt into the minds of the CT side. Now, where is exactly this hit coming from? It looked like it was going to be straight into the A-bomb side, but they're 40 seconds, and they're running it back, Henry. They're really going for it.
Oh, it's going to be the around-the-world maneuver. Bomb on the back of Latic, the sniper of Aurora. Got 2 pistols coming through. It's not an ideal spot at all. There's Antares. Oh, he times as well. If he can find Celta, he lets them by, though. He had all the sound cues he needed there. But still, he could be an absolute nuisance for them with 10 seconds remaining. Waits for the plant. Gets as close as possibly can. Swings in. That's more like it, Antares. It's Norway, though, continuing to be a complete pain in their ass, but still, it's going to be Xantares closing things out there, just what the doctor ordered. He gets himself 3 kills in total and plays it to absolute perfection there. You can see he's waiting till he got in bayonet range, Anders, and then once he did, complete full send up the ramp, find 2 kills, and win out in the 1 versus 1.
Yeah, you know what? That's not bad. A little bit of an unorthodox way to play that, but it works just absolutely fine. And he is one of the names that we hope to be calling out a lot more in this game, because watching Santaris when he's really feeling well, he seems to have adjusted pretty well to CS2 so far. So just, get him warmed up, get him in the mix. It's so much fun to watch.
So I've got a bit of information, Anders. Do you know the whole hair dyeing situation? It turns out the Aurora players dyed their hair because they failed to qualify for the major. So it's like a punishment. There's like a video that's been linked. So it wasn't out of choice. It was more out of like, well, we failed our task. We're going to have to take our punishment. So that's what happened.
Okay. I can respect it. It's good on them to follow through. If that's a bet they met beforehand, you should definitely
there's a few people on our team that when they lose a bet, maybe a cream pie bet, they just don't allow it to happen over the years and just kind of let it kind of dwindle away.
I know. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we need to shame people a little bit more for that, Sort of. Maybe we can bring it back. It's been a while since we had one of those bets going on. It feels like...
Yeah, I'm surprised over in Sydney I didn't get any cream pie in my face, to be honest. But there's still plenty of time, still plenty of the year left. And Mukardi to be tested once again. He's been good, but it's the Mac 10 at range that actually best him this time. Norway has been very good at finding the opening frags, as we've got Maja yet to post a frag. He's pulled the emergency cord, and he's gone for that double orb setup, which Eternal Fire are known for. He will be playing with that more turret style, I suppose, compared to Woxic. He will have a bit more freedom to move around the map, but we'll see if they can recover the round, because he knows this one is starting to slip away from them. They need to find a kill and response if possible.
Double orb, and against the mobility of that Mac 10, again, like one little mistake here, and it could get ugly. On the site, Santaris, he's alone. And Norway's thinking about walking through. Flash is going in. Norway's right on the other side. They don't even need him. Blacky just takes him down. And at this point, there's nothing you can do. Wow. Aurora coming away with a huge round here, and it didn't even take that much. That is spectacular. Woxic with the one AWP, the other one lost on the other side of the map, so not going to be able to recover that one easily.
Certainly
so
not.
Far, I mean, this is just looking so smooth. You did warn us in the early stages that this could happen to Eternal Fire. With Anubis being the second map, I mean, hopefully they still know how to play the map. They still feel comfortable on it, because this could be really one-sided.
Yeah, it could be, but bear in mind against FURIA. Eternal Fire only got 3 rounds on their CT side, and they still took it to overtime and won the map. So their T side is pretty decent. It's just they need to get the 3 rounds first on their CT side. It's considered a T-sided affair. Don't get me wrong, but 3 never feels comfortable. Like, you have to win the pistol in the second half to even feel like you have a chance. Maja has disconnected from the server, so we've got a technical pause here. He's yet to find a kill, so probably that's changing his res, change his sends, come back into it.
That's a classic, isn't it? Like panic changing things. Like, I'm playing stretch now, I'm playing black bars. It's like,
yeah, I think some pros still do that. Like, I feel like if they have a bad map, I'm not saying, I'm just, that was a joke. I don't think Madge is actually doing that, but I've heard of players do that before. Like, if they're having a bad game, just go from stretch to native, etc. Don't do that.
I have a friend of a friend who would, his sensitivity would be, 1.75432, and then he would like change the last, like, the 5th digit to, like, whenever he was playing badly, be like, oh, it's like
the worst thing for like someone. Imagine me as like a general manager, and you're just hearing like players like suggesting that they need to change that sort of thing mid game, and it's just like, bro, like if we're having this conversation, the map's already live, we've already lost. Let's work out your sense, let's work out your res before the game. Let's not get into that.
Yeah, like your mind is just completely in the wrong space to.
We should have worked that out weeks ago. Not as the game is live. Not in between maps.
Who was it? Was it all of my that played like half a tournament with just like default settings, hadn't optimized anything, and just didn't realize? I think there was one tournament where he just played with mouse acceleration, didn't notice. Oh,
that's more like it.
Sick. That's sick, isn't it?
We haven't seen one of those plays from him in a while. Like, he has been quite subdued with this lineup. I think Maja has like tried to make it more of a passive, conservative AWPer. But these are the kind of plays Woxic like will make. Like, Hassad will tell you, when he was playing for us in the early stages of Cloud9, he was like an amazing sniper. He did so much for us. But then, like, if he loses his confidence and he's not doing his usual stuff, like, it can be pretty bad and he can fall off. Those are the kind of plays you actually want him to be making, to be honest with you, and he can deliver. But there it is. It's going to be a 4 versus 3. And Zontaras will go down, offers himself up towards middle, hoping to get a bit of a backstab in there. And Wicardia is the same way inclined. He might have done well here, but unfortunately, Anders, after getting those 2 kills, 2 players just ran in towards the elbow and given themselves up. I understand the idea, especially from Wicardia, but way too aware of it. Aurora can't believe their luck. They've actually got the advantage now.
Yeah, that's probably the stress coming in of sort of feeling really uncomfortable with the map. You feel like you have to do more than you really need to. Overthinking around a bit, getting a bit too aggressive, and now they've maybe given it back. 28 seconds. Latzik setting up for it. Major reconnected to the game still with 0 kills. Woxic keeps it going. Major actually hit the dink, but Woxic, 1 more kill. He's got the quad already. He's looking for the AWP ace, Henry. Might get denied here from Calix walking in, but my God, what a round from Woxic.
Yeah, love to see that. It's seldom we get those sort of performances from him. Like I said, he kind of plays a very passive, conservative 1-kill-around game now. Not a big fan of him myself, but still, like, that's great stuff from Woxic. Shows you that he's still capable here in CS2 as he gets himself 4 massive kills there. And that was a kind of mixed buy as well. They had an orb and a few pistols, and he fights tooth and nail. Even though his teammates tried their best to give the round up, he does save the day there, doesn't miss a beat. Good to see that from Oscar, and that's going to be the 3rd round, the magic number 3, and is for Eternal Fire. That's all they need on Ancient. If they get anything else at this point, it's a bit of a bonus. Double AWP setup, ringing true again. Magic yet to find a kill, and if he can come online as well, maybe they're onto something. They can still win this half if they win out from here.
In the middle, in the flames, Latzik, the flame. I think that was a double Molotov, and he ran into the first one and backpedaled through the second one and just could never get out. That's a brutal way to go down, but a big effort here from Eternal Fire. What they need now, again, is to slow this down. They have the 4-on-5 once again. Don't keep giving it away. Kenzie trying to see if he could open it up here, but not finding what he was looking for. Smoke timing seems to be good, and it's pretty deep in there, so not allowing for anyone to easily sort of walk in and maybe flash their way through. It's going to be a lot trickier when it's that deep, so Wicardia setting up. Kenzie's on the other side. Norwe's there. And it looks like the bomb is still on the other side, but with a minute left, they could bring it back if they find the right opening. A little bit of discipline being shown right now for Eternal Fire. Wicardia just trying to get away, realizing I don't want to stick around here to potentially give up the kill. Okay. About 40 seconds on the clock, so I'm liking this. 3-man setup at the B bomb site. Surely this is a good sign. Major still going down. He just can't find any lock right now, even with the AWP.
Yeah, this is not one of his best showings, and this is uncharacteristic for him. I know he's the in-game leader, one of the older boys, but his fragging potential the last year has actually been very good. So this is kind of an anomaly for him, but Woxic, he's stepping up where his in-game leader can't. So they've actually bring the round back in their favor. Great positioning from Calix as well. He's had a very strong performance, all things considered. Got himself 11 kills now. So still a fighting chance for Aurora, but Kenzie goes down. Lackey won't be far behind, and now Eternal Fire looking much better. They don't maintain the double AWP setup, but it's not exactly working. As they imagine, might just be better off with a rifle, just going for those one-and-done positions and being the bait in this sort of scenario. But we're going to round number 10 with no plant coming through, Anders. We've actually got a break point for Aurora. This is a chance for Eternal Fire to tie things up, as there's absolutely nothing they can do. They have the full eco here. They can afford nothing. They can't even bring a P250 out. Well, they've got one. They can have one P250. Fine.
We'll allow it, I guess. Yeah. It's been put through. So, 4 rounds. Could be more coming. Should be more coming. Spray coming through. Finteris hitting the headshot. And another Molotov. Another casualty. This time it's Norway. The grenades betraying Wicardia, but it's going to be fine. It only did a tiny bit of damage to him. But he obviously wanted to throw it out. That would have been funny. But still, don't see a way for them to easily surrender this round. 3 versus 5. And Wicardia even getting a liberty here to run out and look for the kills. He's going to go down to Kenzie, who is trying to line up a second headshot. Denied. And now it is just the Glock left. On Celta hanging out by the ferns, or whatever that is. Just a 1 versus 4. I don't know. What do you think? About to be tied up, Henry. Is that... Have you turned from being... maybe a little bit disappointed in Eternal Fire? Are you happy with what they're proving now?
I mean, they're making the best of a bad situation. Like, bear in mind, they've had to... They can still lose this round. They've had to really work hard. Like, Wox's had to step up. Like, we don't really see him have massive performances these days. And he has stepped up. In rounds they shouldn't be winning, he's finding them some footing and a bit of breathing room as well. This is much better than what we saw against FURIA. The fact that he recovered a 4-1 deficit against them, and now they're 5-5. They, like I said, they could still win this half, and that is still on track to happen. So, you know what? It happens. Like, even to the world's best teams, Anders. Like, they'll have rough starts into these games and have to recover. It happens to literally everyone. So, so far, so good. Honestly, the fact that it's making the best of a bad situation and doing so with great style. They're not relying on Xantares, although he's had one amazing round. They're not necessarily relying on him to carry them through. So, this is a great team effort. I'm happy with this.
Yeah, it's good to see. Woxic and Calix, actually, you're right. They're the ones that are leading the charge at the moment. We're back to the same boost that we've seen earlier. A couple of people have fallen victim to it throughout Ancient so far during Roobet. That could have been one of them. Woxic, maybe possible that he could have taken a second more to line that shot up, but, you know, you never know if there's a scope on the other side, so maybe just go for it. Looks like they want to go B again. And they have smokes, Henry, but no real Molotovs to clear out some of these positions on the Aurora side. That's a bit concerning. That could end badly, especially with Cardia's position is so commonly Molotov that if you don't have one of these, you could just overlook it.
Here we go, Woxic. What have you got for us this time? He's been nice. He's been nimble. He's moving around the map. It's unpredictable. It's what you want to see from a top AWPer. Hitting their shots in positions where they can have impact. Unfortunately, the moment he gives up a bloody grenade to Wakadia, that's the moment they strike. It's really unfortunate, and that cost them the round. Oh. I'm not saying it's Woxic's fault. Probably his teammate told him to do it, and the moment he did, that's when they swung. That's just annoying. Oh, Xantares, though, I guess maybe there's a chance. Oh, there's more than a chance now. This guy's going absolutely ham with the M4A4. It's Calix, though, left in the 2 versus 1. Xantares is laid down the foundation for a victory here. Looking to continue the streak is Calix. He's had a great game so far as well, but they're giving him nothing. Tucking away into that cave position, and he's just run out of time. There's no kid on his back as well, so just maybe just saving the orb. And they had the perfect setup, Anders. I don't know which
really
numpty said to Woxic, oh, give me your incendiary. As soon as he looks away, that's when it all goes wrong.
Yeah, that was depressing because they actually did have the perfect, not only just the 2 people there, but they had a 3rd player right behind, right, who I guess needed the incendiary.
So the idea is that Woxic takes the initial aggro, he gets the first kill, and then he falls back. Then you've got your M4 tucked in the corner who gets a big spray down. That would have been a hands-down victory. Oh, that's just so annoying for them. I'm not going to put the blame on anyone. It's just one of those weird timing things. And yeah, that's the moment you see that Woxic normally takes the aggro from Maja, and then he gets an easy kill. But Maja's having an absolute stinker of a game. He's not good for even 1 kill. He goes 0 and 9 at this stage, and yeah, it just happens, unfortunately. Doesn't look like he'll be finding a kill in this half.
Yeah, and speaking about the mental side, right, it's pretty rough when your team actually as a whole is doing pretty well, right? You got 5 rounds, but you as an individual just having such a hard time getting into it. That can be difficult to deal with. Xantares going down to the middle. Woxic finding the opening kill of the round, though. And Calix is moving forward. Look at this play. This could be sick, couldn't it?
Yeah, the thing is, though, that time is of the essence. About now, they'll be checking your way. Look at this. They're ready for it, and they'll be checking for you. So you have such a small window where you think that is great, this is going to work out, but the T's are so aware of it. Like, as soon as they get a kill as well, they know you're reacting. So yeah, it's the right idea, but he just had to be a little bit quicker with it, and it's kind of believe in himself that he could maybe get a kill, but doesn't work out with Cardia. I keep singing his praises, and for good reason, Anders, as we're seeing what he's got in his tank, what he's capable of. As we go into a 3 versus 1, it looks like Eternal Fire have done enough here to tie things up 6-6 after being down 4-1. This is a great result. If you ask me, they've done very well here. It's the unlikely heroes of Woxic and Calix. I'm maybe getting a bit ahead of myself. I didn't anticipate a straight-up wallbang kill here. It's Maja, bear in mind, looking for his first kill of the half here. He's having an absolute stinker. And Woxic, can he close things out? There we go. Well done, Oscar. As he gets his 14th kill, and they tie things up 6-6. Well, we've got a game on our hands now.
We do. I really thought this was going to be completely different. It looked to me like, oh, we're just going to run away with it. Way too many mistakes made by Eternal Fire at the start of it, but they've managed to walk it back. No kills in the first half for Major. I hate to be the one to highlight it, but obviously that is desperate times. Saved by his teammates there a little bit, you've got to say. I think there's a great first half of Counter-Strike. There's a lot of wild things happening here across the board. We're all tied up 6-6 going into the second half. Pistol could be pivotal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 3. It's map 1 between Eternal Fire and Aurora here at Roobet Cup 2023. This one has been a bit of a banger, to be honest with you. We've had everything you possibly want from a high-level CS game, and we'll see if the pistol can continue to deliver the goods. We are going to have 4 sets of armor. Everyone's running the same strat, Anders. You go towards A, smoke CT spawn, and flash over. It's a really good strat, don't get me wrong, but everyone's running it. I guess this is the meta right now, and you can see that's exactly what they're doing.
Well, it's like with the collectible toys, isn't it, Henry? Like, once it's popular,
a craze.
You just want to be part of it. You just want to say, like, yeah, we're doing it too. Don't worry. Like, we're cool guys.
So they called it off because there was aggression from the CTs there, and they spotted like 2 or 3. So they have called it off for now, but that was the intention. I can promise you that. They would have smoke spawned from the elbow, and they're going to flash over through the skylights of the A side. But push back. They're still going to continue their push. Yeah, I think they've delayed the smoke. They just want to kind of suggest something else is coming, but they've actually got the smoke in the tunnel. So Xantares will have to try and open things up here. It's all a bit of a ruse though. We've got the Julies up high. Matic with the first, and now it's down to Celta.
Major getting a kill. There we go. He's on the board, Henry. He's shown up for the second half. He's reserved his energy for this one. 4 versus 3, and they still have about a minute left, so that's fine. You know, a bit of a poke towards the bomb site.
Are you familiar with the term Slayer? That's what we used to call it. If you finish a game with 0 kills, you go, oh, he's slayed. Does that
never heard of this before. No.
Okay, it was like a Source thing, I think. I think it's actually a Quake term. I think it's like a Quake player that was called Slayer. If anyone knows, jump in the chat and tell Anders. But yeah, we used to call it a Slayer back in the days when you got 0 kills on a Counter-Strike map. Anyway, we'll get into the action here. It's going to be a 3-on-2. Norway and Celta to try and defend this A bomb site. And he's actually doing good in terms of the pressure applied, but still the bomb should be planted here, no problem. What? And Xantares absolutely decimates him with the P250 there. That's more like it. The Turkish Terminator managing to mow 2 of them down. That is beautiful stuff. I enjoyed that a lot, Anders. They take the lead, 7-6.
Unbelievable. I have no idea how he actually got... Those were just... There must have been 2 bullets, which both connected to headshots. It was so fast. I'll tell you what, one of my favorite things, if ever I'm in the position of Major... Now, listen, obviously, normally I'm top fragging, Henry, but if ever I have a game like this, it sets me off for the best thing about playing a game, which is if you win, you get to type easy. Like, it's the best thing when you've been completely... No impact on the game whatsoever. Your teammates have carried you through... You're just failing at every front, and you just type easy as you're winning at the end. Like, I love that.
I definitely would get under a few people's skin. This is the force by Anders, so this is a chance for Eternal Fire to really get a strong advantage. They've found great spacing on the map here. Full control of the A bomb site. Xantares, chill. Just get the smoke off. I like that. And at this stage, they should be... Oh, my God. He hits an absolutely sensational shot in towards CT spawn. You got to save your pistols now, boys. And Wicardia, the players with the Mac 10s, etc., they can go hunting. He doesn't know that someone's right behind him. Dink, dink, dink. Down he goes. Should be fine. Oh, no. It's actually went from a really nice round to an absolute disaster. They were on the hunt, Anders. The round was already won. They were hunting. They're not going to win the round, Aurora, that is. But still, the fact they get 3 kills and pick up an AK, a couple of Mac 10s, like, they're pretty happy with that. Okay, it's like a hollow victory.
Yeah, a very hollow victory. You're going to walk away from that thinking, man, what just happened? Why did Kenzie just blow up with the 5-7? The first one even took like a couple of extra bullets, and then boom, he just came back in. So what a sequence from him. Yeah, that shot from Xantares was wild, and it was enough to win them the round anyway, but this is it. Just keeps going. He should be dead here. I don't understand how he gets that one. That's just crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, tactical timeout just to allow Eternal Fire to stew over that one. It's a frustrating one to receive, but yeah, it does make things a little bit more complicated now. I think Matcha might be in Mac 10 territory as well, so they don't have all the resources going forward. Aurora, they've saved an AK, they've got MP9s, Mac 10s and stuff like that. Like, they might consider buying into this round, like not fully, but at least getting a few more grenades. Maybe a defuse kit just to kind of give them a fighting chance. But yeah, it's definitely worth the timeout because this is an interesting scenario now with the saved rifle.
It is. Yeah, they've left themselves a little bit more vulnerable just because they managed to give up so much. But 8-6. Aurora, I mean, what's happening on their side, right? We're focusing a little bit on Major having a rough game. On Eternal Fire, they were making a lot of mistakes at the beginning, but Aurora, they They should be so far ahead. I just feel like this should be such a different scoreline. I feel like they should be leading by 3 rounds or something at this point in time. But they're not. And I guess, Lackey's having a bit of a rough time too. He's got 5 kills, 7 on Norway. So they've got a couple of players that are maybe a little bit behind the curve at the point in time. And maybe it'll be different once they pick up the actual rifles. But I don't understand how Aurora are falling behind in this game.
Well, it was a nice idea from Eternal Fire. They went for the 3-smoke execution at the start, smoking off Cave, Red Room, and Donut. They were just going to contact play in towards the A site, but then there was a very pivotal smoke deployed there by the likes of Lackey. So actually dissuaded them. They felt, well, okay, well, our smoke's going to dissipate. We've lost that aggro. The idea of those mid-smokes is just to keep the Donut player focused towards middle. And unfortunately, if you get smoked up yourself, you can't really capitalize upon that fact. So they've gone for the A split instead. The 5-7 has eluded Eternal Fire a couple of times. The boost spot, it's probably pre-fired here. So yeah, he gets one. About what it was worth, to be honest with you, but Zantara is fighting back too for Nail here. Latic gets himself through the smoke. Wicardia, you need to be careful, my friend. You have been caught with your pants down a couple of times, but he is aware of it and takes down the final frag. And that wasn't a force by, bear in mind. That was Aurora's saved weapon. So good job for Eternal Fire bouncing back after a kind of compromised second round. But they've got for 3-0. They're the ones in the driving seat now, Anders. And bear in mind, we said it's their T side is where they do most of the damage. Majors doubled his frag total. He's up to 2. And it looks like they might be onto something here.
9-6. Yeah, they are onto something. They're actually stepping close to winning this one. If they win the first rifle round here, who knows what will happen. Aurora might just never be able to recover it. Mac 10 on Micardia. He's on the one side. Lackey's right there on the other side. Got to be a little bit careful. He does not have any head armor. So the Mac, he's the only one with no helmet on the CT sides. You don't want to be chasing that Mac 10 down too much. Smoke fades. Santaris, he just is so good. Imagine being up against someone who's just, you have to pay every round 1 or 2 kills to try and get him down. He's 17-9 right now. Good spray from Kenzie. That's going to do a lot of damage to the Mac 10 on the other side. And he wants to hunt it down. It's very aggressive, but might be the right move. He's gone through. He's found a lot of information no matter what here. Wicardia just hiding in the corner, but the rest of them, it's up to them at the A-bomb side to make an opening.
I like it, Anders. You've set the scene very nicely indeed. Low HP on 2 players, and that's going to be the first of them getting mowed down. Seltzer has been solid here on the A-bomb site. He's going to be in trouble now, though. Has to. Oh, no, the smoke saves him. That's wild. It keeps him alive for a few seconds longer. Is it enough, though? Magic will take him down, and he was dangerously close to getting dropped there as well from multiple angles. This needs to get the hell out of there, because Wicardia, he's actually got the B-bomb site under their remit. Woxic, you should have joined your boys. Just got the hell out, as he will be going down for nothing, essentially.
They're going to be walking back. This is wild.
So Wicardia's just like, oh, I'm going B. I'm over here. Like, it was all a fake. It's all a ruse. It's a smoke. I'm going B. And he's got to hope that Magic can get in towards A. But Wicardia's got 4 points of help. He even needs to be just shooting his gun. Unfortunately, it's not going to do anything for them. So a bomb plant, at least, Lackey could come in and just deny this right now. At least the bomb gets down, but it's Aurora fighting back and getting their first round of the second half.
Yeah, Seltzer with, I think, the really, really critical kills there and picking up those 2. So interesting stuff. Lackey, at the end, we were, highlighting him as underperforming a little bit. He got 3 kills in this round, so we'll give it to him. Not bad at all. I think winning this first rifle round surely absolutely critical to the mental state of Aurora as well. Gonna start to feel like it's a little bit more reasonable. 9-7. And also maybe helping out their economy just ever so slightly. Still no AWP picked up on that side. AKs across the board as they spend almost all of their money here on the Eternal Fire team. Lackey setting up the grenades. Going to be Molotov, going to be HE to try and slow anyone down. Ready in case somebody comes through to flash their way. And it's a whole protocol that they're going through to make sure that they can stop any mid-pushers happening. I like that attempt, Might be of interesting to see if people find a way to throw those kind of underhand nades in a way that they make just a lot less noise. Because when they trickle on the ground like that, everyone's going to know.
They double bounce. If you right-click a smoke or right-click a grenade, it's always a double bounce. That's how you differentiate between the 2. Wicardia, beautiful entry. We said Seltzer has been the rock of the A-bomb site. There's a nice open plant here. Latic trying to hunt it down and deny the plant, but it's already come through. Good flashbang. It actually catches Guardia as well. So Maja, I feel like his days are numbered. All right, he's pulling his socks up, Anders. I didn't think he had a chance in hell of that kill. He proves me wrong. Considering the game he's having, didn't think he'd hit that shot, but he's starting to come to life now.
Well, I mean,
he wins the round. They go for that retake if they find that kill.
Sort of a cliche for a reason. Like, we bring it up every once in a while, but you're having a really bad game. Like, you have to remember, all you need to do is, like, perform in one round. Like, there's the one round waiting for you out there where you are the difference, and then, you know...
Oh, he's still going!
Oh, yeah, he wants more.
Oh, let's go, Maja! Get them all! He's come back to life, Anders! That's more like it! Leading by example, Maja with a resurgence. You thought he was down and out, but this guy's just getting started.
You know, there were... I won't lie, Henry. There were memes in the Twitch chat going on that was so, you know, they were dunking on him. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, well, he just shut everyone up. He has just absolutely fucking owned Aurora here. That is wild. Look at these kills coming through. Oh my days. Every single shot with pixel perfect precision. It's Maja getting the job done. I can't believe it. That is wild. What a resurgence. That's going to just fill him with confidence now, Anders. That should be enough to get them over the line.
It's got to be, right? There's a little bit of a boost going on, but there's 5 people on the other side, more or less. And there's the opening. It's Santaris to pick it up. They know it's a boost because of their position, so they're not going to have any doubts about that one. And Woxy will pick up Norway. Nice shot from Major. He's not giving up on it now. He's feeling it. He's back in the game. It was the resolution, Henry. You weren't wrong. There was just a little bit that he had to change, and now he's feeling good again. 8 kills on him from a 0-9 first half. He had no kills in the first half.
He's switched to native. It's all fine. It all feels buttery smooth again. It slows the game down. He plays stretch. It's a bit too fast. Speaking of fast, there's Lackey with the Desert Eagle. Lovely shot, but Calyx will shut him down. And Celta. Not much you can do with this one. Eternal Fire, 1 round away from map points. And bear in mind, this is Aurora's pick as well, Anders. So this would be massive if they can find this. Calyx, nice shot from Celta. Will at least find an AK-47 to take into the next round.
Terrorists win. 11-7. The resurrection of Major happening right in front of our eyes. This is brilliant stuff. Just... making it work for themselves. See the shot from Major here against the pistol that's holding the corner. They're 2 rounds away. Big steps in the right direction. There's finally an AWP picked up on the CT side. I think it's the first time that they had that. Norway's picked up the AUG as well. But truth is, if they lose this round, they're going to have to fight to try and hold on to the map with almost no cash at all. Major in the middle, looking to set it up. He's going to get flashed, though. That was the same protocol being applied, it looked like, from the Aurora side, and he's going to fall victim to it, so maybe not the best start here. Santaris, shots through the smoke, just tagging him up. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's kind of his round over, unfortunately. They've lost the first pick. Going to have to throw caution to the wind, go for this contact play, and it's the AUG that's ready and waiting. Doesn't get the double kill, though, so there's a chance here. This kill has to come through with Cardia caught with his pants down once again. I've said that a few times for him. Always out in the open with his nades out. Needs to be careful with that one. And Latic, very aware of Xantara's lurking potential. That's all he really could do with such low HP. But Aurora done enough to win this round. Even with a minute on the clock. Why is no one watching Cave? Why is no one looking? You've got 2 players already looking at the ramp. I don't know what you're up to there, but they'll take Calyx down, surely. Presumably.
I don't know how you even got this far. He should have been shot at the back coming around the corner. Not going to be allowed to pick up put the bomb down, but still. Interesting moments at the end. It was a 1 versus 4, so I don't really blame Calyx for this too much. Okay. This is starting to still... I mean, it's still very, very tricky for Aurora. They really got to be careful. No bomb plan, though. They're able to put together a bit of a buy. Major's got some money. They could do something here, at least.
So, Walk 6 left with Glock Kevlar. They've got 2 rifles. Maja dropped 1 AK. And he's handed it over to one of his stars, either Wakadia or Xantares. But here comes that first kill. This is why he gives it to him, so he can find those opening frags. He's delivered on all fronts there. Smoked off. Good smoke from Norway. Just denies that pressure for now. Molotov will have to push him out of the position, actually. This could actually lead to another kill. I don't think Xantares spotted him. He's not walking in with too much conviction. So we'll see if these flashes are enough. Oh, Xantares, you know he's good for 2, Anders. He always is. And they've broken through on this partial buy. They've got a 4 versus 2, and they're playing for map point as well. Bomb to go planted. Celta and Latic Oh, the money's not really there. I don't think they can justify even looking into this one. So yeah, Eternal Fire, amazing work. Xantares gets his 20th frag as he completely dismantles that B defense.
My God, that's the reason they call him the Turkish Terminator. And
I think I'm the only one who calls him that, but I'm trying to make it a thing.
I think it has to be a thing. There isn't a better name for him out there. So
a sophisticated killing machine from the future, designed for one job only.
Exactly, possibly, in fact, a robot. Like, certainly he's got the robotic game for it. I'm all in. I'm on board with it. Celta and Latic just hoping to save the guns here. The bomb will go up. It's Eternal Fire at 12 rounds. They are really moving this in the right direction. This was supposed to be the map that they feel uncomfortable on. And you know what? All the signs were just pointing in the wrong direction. They were losing 3-5s at the start of the first half. Major wasn't even playing the game at all. And they just brought it back in a massive way. This is crazy to see.
Well, we said watch out for their
20.
T side, right? We said this is where they do their best work.
True.
And at least the predictions are living up to expectations here as we get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, you can also win up to $1 million. Yes, you heard me correctly. Plus $50,000 in CS2 skins by answering 8 simple CS2 questions daily for free. Type in !mark skins to get more information. You'd have to wait, though, as we've got more action here in round number 21, as we will see Kenzie isolated in the cave once again. He's going to get flashed off, avoids it for now, though, and it all comes to a bit of a standstill. We've got the bomb outside of A, 2 players here at the A position. There's going to be a smoke towards the cave, so crossing over towards middle. It might bait in a backstab, though. Kenzie's actually got a straight-up wallbang. He plays that very well. Well done.
Yeah, he's going to try it again, and he actually does the damage. He would have sprayed on full. Maybe he would have got Xantares as well. Either way, a little bit of a slowdown in the action here. Kenzie should be quite happy